инвестиционной привлекательности города. Индивидуальные выступления, панельные дискуссии, практические кейсы, телемост, вопросы и ответы. Almaty Investment Forum – это эффективный диалог, обеспечивающий новые деловые и инвестиционные возможности, создание импульса для экономического развития, привлечение внимания и ресурсов для развития мегаполиса. Формирование рекомендаций по трансформации экономической модели и привлечение инвестиций в условиях новой реальности. Глобальные перемены, объединяющие мировое сообщество. В этом году Almaty Investment Forum нацелен сформировать четкое видение выхода малого и среднего бизнеса из состояния пандемии и открыть новые возможности для роста бизнеса. Участники форума будут ознакомлены с лучшими практиками антикризисного управления и проектного менеджмента в государственном секторе и бизнесе. 3 декабря 2020 года. Алматинский инвестиционный форум. Регистрация открыта.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to welcome you all here at the opening of Almaty Invest Forum 2020. I would like to underscore the main message, which is invest in Almaty. So to that end, I would like to introduce our partner, our co-organizer, our main chief co-organizer, the chairperson of Kazakhstan Growth Forum, Eldar Abdurazakov. Well, before we proceed with the official part, I would like to ask a question, which sort of preclude the many questions that the businesses might have. Is there really a need to have this kind of investment forum at the background of this very difficult economic situation for the country? Askar, good morning. I welcome all the participants of the forum, and I think the idea is really excellent, and we think that during the crisis, we need to shrink, to persevere. However, in businesses, and we businessmen, we all understand that the crisis that should not be let go to waste, and that when all the relevant problems needs to be addressed through collaboration and coordination. Therefore, the forum is an opportunity when we share our experience, our opportunity, when we can learn from one another, when we can see the best examples. And I think today is the best opportunity to do exactly that, because at this forum we have more than 50 top managers of the country, CEOs of the country, best opportunities, and to look to at business models that prove to be successful during the crisis and sometimes help in countering the crisis. So I think today we have organized a unique platform. We're going to have a lot of experience, a lot of very rich and wealth of various solutions. And I'm sure that everyone will find an opportunity to, seek the solution. Even the top management of the city is here with us today. They're ready, they're over. Well, understand the coronavirus pandemic has introduced its changes to our life, but we understand that technology, nevertheless, are evolving. The genetics, is make a review of what's being done and to see what has already progressed and evolved so far. And I guess the investment, they need to be invested in the most promising projects. So I think today is a great content that we have. I congratulate you on the occasion of opening of this forum, and I wish you very fruitful and interactive work in this virtual setting. Thank you. I think when we see that this is a new format, and because we began having all the meetings, including inside the municipality, online and through Zoom, I think the format that we are using for today's Almaty Forum, Almaty Invest Forum, is something that's become very customary to all of us, because there are many people out there who are attending Zoom calls and Zoom conferences. And therefore, if you allow me, I would like to present and review the agenda of the forum. I will go quickly through the agenda, and just to have an understanding for you, this is just the beginning. The morning is beautiful, the weather is perfect, and I hope that you all have a chance to drink your first cup of coffee. So we have the opening of the forum. In a few minutes, we will have the presentation of Mr. Vardapetan about the macroeconomic trends and sovereign credit risks in emerging markets and in Kazakhstan. And the key presentation by the mayor of the city of Almaty, Mr. Sagentayev. He will speak about the challenges of 2020 and post-pandemic recovery. And at 11:20, after Mr. Sagentayev, we have the presentation of a special guest speaker, the Minister of Digital Development, Mr. Baghdad Musin, will speak about IT sector development. And I think his presentation is going to be very important in terms of understanding what's happening with digitalization. And he will try to encompass the views and opinions of both the citizens and the government and authorities as well, and how it all going to work and fitting together under the new realities. We have 3 parallel panel discussions. The first one is titled Renew. That's where we will be talking about the era of new normalcy. We're saying that the new thinking, new lifestyle, the changes, everything we're doing during the pandemic, the challenges that we can expect. And the moderator will be Asel Nurgali with the Fifth Credit Bureau. And amongst the guests, you can see that we have some international guests. Mahmoud El-Bastaki from DP World. It's going to be a very interesting initiative by the government of Dubai and municipality of Almaty city in terms of multimodal hub development at the airport of Almaty. Yelin Dusenbekov, Karat Majibayev. We're going to have Fadi Farah, Watch Your Partner, managing partner of the company, and Mr. Rakenov with the Gartner company. We'll have Mr. Kozhakapanov, first deputy mayor, and Bayan Konurbayev. Next, another interesting session that will evolve in parallel in the field of response. That's exactly what we're going to talk about, the businesses' response to the crisis. Many call this crisis the black swan. Well, in my opinion, it wasn't quite black swan, but it was quite an unexpected event for all of us, and I think it will be interesting to hear our guests, Mr. Smagulov, Astana Group, Mr. Korkmaz, he was ex-advisor to the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, and actually some representative of a commercial chains, supermarket chains. And to that end, we have Azamat Osmanov, who's going to speak about whether the Magnum or these kind of chains have benefited from this crisis or not. Then on top of that, we'll have a Deputy Mayor Babakumarov, who is in charge of healthcare, education issues. Ms. Janar Madiva will also be there of the healthcare department, and Ms. Apai from Kazakh Invest. We also have the representatives of the Chamber of Entrepreneurs, Mr. Rosarin. And then the third parallel panel is titled Recover. We will have the representatives of the business as well as economists. We'll have the municipality representatives. We will speak of how we can expand or overcome the bottlenecks in businesses, how we can identify the internal resources and reserves, how we can measure the non-tangible resources. We're going to have Mr. Baitasov as the moderator, who actually has been a long-standing moderator of various Almaty Invest Forums events. We're going to have Da Vinci Capital representative, Mr. Petrov, who is going to speak about the city's response to the situation, and actually who's going to talk about the Da Vinci Capital activities. We're going to have Madam Shaya Ahmetova from Halyk Bank, Raimbek Batalov, Agnes Primanis, Mr. Dosumbekov, and Sanjar Yeslev. And Deputy Mayor Mr. Kikimov, who is in charge of entrepreneurship. So then, next, we're going to have some digitalization presentations. We, in fact, are going to have a very interesting panel of speakers. I'm now availing myself of this opportunity. I would like to congratulate Mikhail Lamtadze and the whole Kaspi KZ team on the new emerging unicorn. And then we're going to have Mr. Alferov and Mr. Trepka from MasterCard and Mr. Zhumach. We're going to discuss the digitalization trends, how IT is transformed into digital, how to attract and retain talent, how to become agile, and so on. The next slide covers the urbanization presentations. We have specially invited guests, Mr. Finger and Mr. Zhervolov, as well as Mr. Marini. And from business side, we're going to have Mr. Lee with Arbuz KZ. Another interesting topic is the shared consumption or shared economy. Well, globally, it's not quite the latest trend, but still for Kazakhstan, it's a novelty. We have some car sharing organizations. Some are trying to come up with, shared economy models such as Sugar Family and others. So we're going to have a pretty heated discussion, pretty intense discussion. I hope, there will be a presentation, but there will also be a discussion, because we have representatives of the consumer side and of the competition. We have Ramil Bukharapov, EMC, and yes, Mr. Yesa from Volt, and there was actually a discussion of whether such companies should be allowed to be functional and operate in Kazakhstan, because they are not local companies, they are not the companies from Kazakhstan. And in fact, I believe Volt and Glovo has sort of stimulated the local companies, and they made Choka family upgrade itself. And we also have Mr. Baklemisha from DC and Mr. Imsita from 9me.kz. Then from 1600 till 1800, we're going to have representatives of the World Bank, Jean-Francois Marteau, our beloved and our well-remembered colleagues from American Chamber of Commerce, Doris Bradbury, as well as Yulia Kusidi from Eurobak, and Li In from Citigroup, from Belt and Road Initiative. And of course, we cannot but speak about the creative economy. As you remember, the mayor of Almaty, Mrs. Agentaev, said that, spoke about the new economic maneuver of Almaty, and that is development of creative economy, support to creative industries. An interesting topic, an interesting guest. This session will start at 1600. It will be moderated by Galina Koretsky, British Council Kazakhstan. One of the best examples of developing creative economy is the UK, in London. Specifically, we know that the mayor of London City is emphasizing and making a special emphasis on development of cybersport, creating jobs around the cybersport. So it's going to be a very interesting presentation, I'm sure. We also have several guests who are our countrymen, but who live outside of the country and who are building very successful careers. So actually, this is evidence that our brains get very well adapted to other worlds and to other economies. And I'm not talking about the US, but actually California. We have Marat Shahmeti, Media Marketing and PR. He's the head of the Department and Promotion of Kanye West. He's also in charge of promotion of Nike company. Then we have Nasim Poltashev, soul of Nomad, who made very interesting things in terms of handmade, handcrafted businesses. He created this value added for art. There were some big corporations that he worked with, so it will be very interesting to listen to what he has to say. Then we also have Ernad Kurmashev, who created all this environment and all these conditions conducive for creative economy. And then we have Mr. Aksutis and Ms. Veselova from Kultura.kz. And the next slide, well, personally for me, this is going to be my favorite, close to my heart, a topic which is a real estate market. I come from that business model, and my colleagues will be here. It will be moderated by Mr. Grigoryan. The presentation will be made by Bayan Kuatova, Colliers Kazakhstan, that we have been working with for quite a while. We're going to have colleagues from GLL, Yulia Nikulicheva, Tatiana Veller, an expert who used to work in GLL, but who now works in Softmark Group, Mrs. Arumbayev, and Zat Ibragimova from Ziltro Sberbank. So it will be a very interesting discussion. You all have to participate, and I think it's important that you participate. And actually, I would like to know that at this very panel discussion, we took our sweet time, and even despite the dinner time, all these people sat together and continued discussing the real estate market. Someone believed that there have been some overheating, some believe that there is still some growth points. So anyhow, I think it will be a very interesting discussion. And what's important, so today they used to say the icing on the cake, and that's probably the most interesting part of our Almaty Invest Forum, is the telebridge, where the moderator will be Eldar Abdazakov, our colleague, our partner. It will all start at 6 p.m. It will last for 90 minutes. We're going to have another discussion about the new normalcy of megacity or megapolises. And what's interesting is that we're going to have representatives of other cities as well. It will be interesting to see how other metropolises are handling the pandemic, how they're responding to all sorts of different challenges. And amongst the speakers, we have the ex-Prime Minister of Georgia, and managing director in charge of reforms, Mr. Gilauri, and we also have Mr. Artakhadaev, the mayor of Tashkent. And I think Tashkent is discussed by everybody because there is seemingly the competition between Almaty and Tashkent. So it will be very interesting to talk about that and to speak about that. And we'll have Mr. Mechin, the mayor of the Kazan city, Mr. Parakatili, Mercer, quality of living. He is going to speak about the overall quality of living and livability of cities, and then we can understand where Almaty is in that sense. Then we're going to have Moshe Ral from GFCC. So given the program, given the agenda that we have now, The whole agenda is available on our website. And you can ask your questions, you can send your question to the moderator. We have ample technological opportunities to answer all of your questions, and to take your questions. So now, thank you very much for your attention, and now I would like to give floor to Mr. Varapetov, SNP.
Алло, доброе утро.
Greetings, good morning. Good morning. Yes. So, can I start with my speech now? Yes, please. Yes, thank you very much for the invite and the opportunity to speak at this forum. My name is Karen Vartapedov. I'm the director for the Sovereign Ratings Directions of S&P International Rating Agency, and I'd like to set the context for today's discussion and share with you our outlook on macroeconomic and sovereign credit risks in emerging economies. I will now attempt to share my slides. Just a second. All right, colleagues, can you see my slides? Yes, we can see them. Perhaps I will stop my own video because I have a minor issue with my bandwidth. As long as you see my slides for emerging economies, and you obviously see the second wave of the pandemic. However, the situation is not homogeneous for the countries. For instance, for a series of countries of Latin America, Argentina and Chile in particular, and most definitely in emerging economies of Asia, the number of cases of the virus actually went down. However, in several countries of emerging economies of Europe, the number of cases is on the rise, and you see how Poland, Russia, and Turkey are standing out, who are facing a serious peak of the pandemic, comparing even to the spring of this year. This was caused by different reasons, because these countries were starting from a low start, especially looking at Poland. However, in many ways, it's preconditioned by the fact that after the peaks of March, April, and May, these countries started loosening their restrictions. And that is, among other things, among other countries, is quite visible in Russia and Turkey. And that definitely affects the recovery rates, while in Q3 we saw strong performance after a serious drop in Q2 in all the countries on this graph. Here now you see the population mobility rate, which is measured by Google. You see that in November, recovery of the economy that could be measured by this indirect indicator has somewhat slowed down, among other things due to the fact that the countries started imposing restrictions again. We mostly see that in emerging Europe, including Turkey and Russia, where certain selective restrictions were imposed for operations of certain types of business and some public events. For instance, look at Poland, where the stringent restrictions went back to the peaks of March and April, and that definitely affects the recovery rates. However, we generally remain relatively optimistic in the part of the growth of economy in 2021, because despite the fact that Q4 of this year will be quite complicated and diversified. It is still obvious that there is a dynamic recovery of the Chinese economy, and generally that helps commodity prices, and the fact that those are main export commodities of many emerging economies. And you see the oil price and many other commodities are picking up collectively. And I'm trying to move. Yes, it's a positive trend, and that supports the recovery rates for exports that we see practically for all emerging economies. The second point that definitely is supportive for the recovery are the macroeconomic policy measures undertaken by different governments. And perhaps we should firstly speak of the stimulus measures, anti-crisis measures on the part of budgetary policies. What you see in this graph is the light blue direct budgetary expenditures. Second from the right column is the emerging economies. You see that the expenditures were definitely lower than in the developed nations. That's the right extreme column. For the emerging economies generally entered the crisis with a somewhat weaker budgetary economy, and the space for countercyclical policy for this country was smaller than for developed nations, many of which are issuers of global currencies, and many of their central banks managed to reduce their rates in many ways so that the governments could borrow at a softer, more acceptable rates. In emerging economies, you see stimulus is definitely there. However, its scales is less than in the developed nations, and again, the situation is quite well diversified. While in Brazil, Poland, direct budgetary support measures stood at 7 to 8%, while in Turkey and Russia, we speak of measures at the level of 1 to 2% of GDP on the part of the budget. We'll speak of that a bit later when we'll compare the macroeconomic policy, the countercyclical policy in Kazakhstan compared to other nations. Another important point is that this type of unprecedented loosening of monetary policy in developed countries such as US, Eurozone, and Japan had also reduced the pressure on the inflation performance in the emerging economies, and that also allowed for the emerging economies also reduce the rates. And considering that the ultra-soft budgetary policy most likely in the developed nations will continue for a few more years to come, that definitely removes the relevance or the necessity of increasing rates for emerging economies, which definitely will support recovery in the coming year. So we believe that for several countries, yes, there are nuances, there's lack of homogeneity. We believe that the cycle of reduction of the rates has already completed for countries such as Russia, South Africa, and Turkey, where generally we expect a normalization of their countries' monetary policies. This slide shows our most recent outlook, as published in the past few days, regarding the growth of the main regions of the world, and generally average for emerging economies in Asia and Europe. You see that generally in the US we expect recovery next year, and after the drop of about 4%, coming year there will be a jump of 4%. For Europe, we've seen reduction of drop in 2020 of about 7%. However, there was a significant change in the scale of forecasted recovery in 2021. Before it used a little above 6%, now we expect it at about 4%. Among other things, it has to do with the obvious second wave of the pandemic, and and the renewal of the quarantine restrictions which are imposed throughout Europe. China, as you see, will continue growing this year and will strongly recover the coming year. And perhaps Latin America, the region which would suffer the most from the pandemic. We see that the region entered the pandemic with relatively low rates of growth, and this year there will be a deeper recession, and they will kick back next year only at the level of 4% max. Looking at the overall picture, these growth rates mean that coming back to the pre-crisis level of GDP will most likely happen faster in emerging 2021. They will reach the pre-crisis growth rates. Second to that are the emerging economies of the European region. Here we expect recovery to pre-crisis levels by late 2021, and the last, the catching up region is the Latin Americas countries, where we expect recovery only by the middle of 2023. And now we can say a few words about our expectations for the Kazakh economy. Like I already said, despite the situation overall telling us that in many countries a second wave of the pandemic is present, it's also expressing itself in Kazakhstan, considering that the restrictions were renewed this past summer. They were loosened but stay at high level. Generally, the pandemic situation in Kazakhstan for 1 million population for the time being remains at a manageable level. In many ways, the volume and depth of recession in Kazakhstan this year will be much less than in many peer countries. And that will have to do with several factors. Firstly, structure of the economy. What helped Kazakhstan this year is a lesser share of services, lesser share of SMEs, and a higher share of industry and government sector, which in the pandemic conditions have proven to be a competitive advantage. In Kazakhstan, for comparison, let's take Serbia and Russia. The drop of GDP will not be that significant in Kazakhstan. Next year, as you see, we expect growth of about 4%, and that will be on the back of loosening restrictions within the country and the recovery of the global economy, of which I spoke a minute earlier. As you see, most of the world's regions, including key trade partners of Russia and China, recovering, which will truly support the recovery rates for the Kazakh exports. And the recovery of China and the global economy will lead to the growth of commodity prices. And in particular, we expect recovery for the oil price. The average price for a Brent barrel next year, for average, will grow up to $50 per barrel next year, to stabilize then and to start growing again in 2023. Another powerful factor that softened the drop in Kazakhstan, give me a second here, were also the macroeconomic policy measures. According to our estimates, just the direct budgetary stimulus in Kazakhstan stood at about 4.5%, which is to GDP, which is a relatively high level comparing even with developed economies. And here you see that Kazakhstan is a lot more strong in the outlook compared to countries such as Saudi, Russia, Egypt, and definitely Turkey and Mexico. And here we're speaking only of the direct budgetary support measures, direct budgetary expenditure, and softening or postponing taxes. And I'm now trying to switch my slides. The possibility for active countercyclic policies in many ways is built on relatively conservative budgetary policy pre-pandemic. As you can see on this slide, the net government debt of Kazakhstan was extremely low before the pandemic, and if we take out of that liquid assets of the government, which we do in our estimates, it actually was in a negative zone, and that created room for maneuver in the part of the budgetary policy. But I believe it's also important to note that the recent years' macroeconomic reforms, namely the switch to the policy of inflationary targeting and free exchange rate, had also helped Kazakh economy to adapt quickly to the changing external factors of the global economy. And Kazakhstan actually this year faced a triple shock, which is unprecedented, including oil price drop, shrinking oil production output due to OPEC Plus treaty, and the drop in demand due to the position to do with the relatively weak banking system and high level of dollarization for Kazakhstan. The performance of the central bank, thanks to the reform, had went up. And looking at the vertical axis of the graphic, that's our assessment of the flexibility of the monetary policy. So the lower the assessment, the higher is flexibility. And you see that in Kazakhstan, it was somewhere at the level of 5, now at 4, meaning generally the performance of the national bank's measures in softening the terms of monetary policy has definitely went up. And from that perspective, we believe that this type of countercyclic policy will definitely allow Kazakhstan to go through this year without the damage to its sovereign credit rating. This year we had at least 3 credit committee meetings where we looked at Kazakh ratings. One of them happened in March at the time of the oil price dropped to $10 per barrel for a few weeks. But generally, despite that, we came to the conclusion that the strength, capacity of the reserves, flexibility of macroeconomic policy, and the structure of the economy will allow Kazakhstan go through this year without pressure on sovereign rating. So it was supported by our stable outlook. And on this slide, you see our last macroeconomic outlook for the Kazakh economy. While you're looking at these numbers, I'd like to point out 3 areas. Firstly, in principle, we expect quick recovery of the Kazakh economy in 2021 at 4%, with further stabilization at the level of 3 to 4%. That will be on the back of government programs implementation and growth in oil production. Second point, we expect gradual reduction of inflation. On average this year, it will be 7%, going down further to 5.5%. And the third factor, we expect weakening of the nominal tenge to dollar exchange rate, which will continue coming few years. With that, the real effective exchange rate, with adjustment to inflation, will actually somewhat strengthen. So this is more of a baseline outlook, but we see at least 3 groups of risk that may reduce the chances for these baseline projections to realize. Firstly, let me mention that this risk may have to do with the possible worsening of the global oil price adjustment, which will become a result of a potential outbreak of the pandemic in the world and the new restrictive measures in the largest economies of the world.
Yeah.
And as this very slide demonstrates, it may exert pressure on our public finances and the balance of payments of Kazakhstan. According to our estimates, this year the oil price that is used for the national budgeting exercise, and that's the vertical axis of this graph, will be $100 per barrel, while just 1 year ago it made only, well, around $70 per barrel. And that has a clear explanation given the anti-crisis measure of the budgetary policy. However, due to a stress scenario and due to low oil prices and the new lockdowns and quarantines, the government will hardly be able to consolidate the budgetary funding as quickly as it plans to do so now. And so that you can see the declining arrow for 2019. So it may be not as significant as is shown in the graph, and that, of course, is a risk. And the comparison, I offered a similar analysis for Russia, and you can see their oil price for the budget has increased as well, but from lower levels compared to Kazakhstan. To that end, the difficulties related to budget consolidation after the pandemic will inevitably be one of the key factors that will influence the rating and ranking of the country. Also, the budget of Kazakhstan has some resilience, mostly in form of liquid assets that have been accumulated at the National Welfare Fund, and this volume is still significant. However, it is lower than other countries' oil exporters have. And in that sense, the delaying and the low oil price period, considering also the challenges for the world oil markets and given the new renewables and their promise, will put Kazakhstan under stricter budgetary regulations and limitations. And another big risk for the budget of Kazakhstan is the deficit of balance of payments for Kazakhstan, the current balance of payments, that results in high demands in external funding. And the stress scenario demonstrates, and actually the one that we see, and under which the oil prices will remain low for longer periods of time, and with the potential willingness of the government and national bank to support the exchange rate with the interventions. And these indicators that you can see on this graph might be even higher. I'm talking about the deficit of the current balance of payments, as well as the correlation between the external debt and the income, revenue, and the reserve of the National Bank. So this indicated this correlation can be very high. It is now 100%, but it may go even beyond that threshold, and that will, with all the other circumstances being equal, might have a pressure on the credit ranking of the country. And the second group of risks, or key risk is, and we still underscore that, is the potential episodes of instability in the banking system of Kazakhstan. Despite the significant amount of state support that was extended to the commercial banks of Kazakhstan previously, the system remains very weak. The level of toxic loans is still high, and amidst the potential weakening of the credibility, bankability of the private sector, that will, of course, negatively affect both the capital of the Kazakhstan banks next year, and that might require additional state support. Well, this is not our basic scenario, but this is a potential risk that might come true and might turn out to be pressure for the ranking. Another potential risk is the growth of dollarization of bank deposits, and that usually leads to poor efficiency of the fiscal policy, and that also acts as a negative ranking factor. The third group of risks is the post-crisis changes or softening of the macroeconomic policy, including the one that has to do with the lower support from the side of the electorate to the authorities, to the governments. And on top of that, there are some geopolitical risks which will come up as a follow-up of the upcoming presidential elections. Well, although we know the results, we don't quite understand the implications, such as the attitude of the new president's attitude to... Karen, can you hear me? Well, you have a beautiful presentation, Karen, and I have an impression of a very positive message for the business community. I would like to remind you that we have some time restrictions, and the mayor of Almaty is already online. So, and if you could wrap up, well, this is my very last slide. Yeah, I will be just, concluding now. So, what I'm trying to say, what I'm saying is that the risks related to the change of the external, political attitude of the President-elect Biden might affect us by softening of the sanctions towards Iran and Venezuela, but on the other hand, and that may not also result in softening of trade or resolution of trade conflicts between the U.S. and China, and that will also have an adverse impact on oil prices, on commodity markets dynamics, and that is important for the market in Kazakhstan. And the last slide, the forecast in terms of the Kazakhstan's economy ranking remains stable. It will be BBB-. The main factor that might increase or enhance the ranking is the strengthening of the banking system, including the improving and tightening the supervisory control, as well as decentralization that's foreseen by the Constitution, and the factor risks I've already covered in my slides. Well, with that, I would like to finalize and give my floor to the moderator. Karen, thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, it sounds very optimistic, I must say, and thank you. Now we have the next guest, Mr. Sagentayev, the mayor of the city of Almaty. Thank you. Am I now in? Am I in? Okay. Hello, good. Good day, everybody. Good day, dear participants, dear guests of the forum, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I have missed the beginning of the previous speaker. And the ending was very interesting. I think I will then find some time to look at all the presentations and all the speakers and materials today, because there are lots of interesting facts about the development of the country, and of course they are equally important for the city administration as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you at our annual Almaty Invest Forum. Well, unfortunately, this year we're working online, in a distance. Well, I mean, we've been working like this since March. However, we couldn't miss this kind of forum and not have it. And the fact that today there will be our guests and participants attending different sessions is a proof that there is high interest towards the topic. We have the mayors of the city being the guests of our forum, and the former political leaders of countries, representatives of the World Bank, or the EBRD, and other business associations as well. And there are also many interested investors, both international and national. That is why, first and foremost, I would like to thank the participants for your attention to Almaty and for the work at this forum. I'm confident that today, in the course of the day, we will speak about anti-crisis policies that in the field of investment, healthcare, education, commerce, and tourism, and others. And we will also highlight the potential growth factors. Well, the key factor that predetermined the economic dynamics today was the pandemic of coronavirus. Well, we can see what decline it has resulted in for the emerging economies, for the developed economy, and we can even see how much money are being allocated to support the national economy. The metropolises, of course, took the particular blow where the density of the population is very high and where businesses particularly vulnerable during lockdowns and during different quarantine-related restrictions. And certainly this global trend has affected the city of Almaty as well. Our city has seen the pressure on such services as transport, logistics, services, and that's where the highest number of jobs have shrunk. And the small and medium-sized businesses have suffered significantly as well, and actually that's a sector that creates two-thirds of overall employment in the city. However, thanks to all the anti-crisis measures that have been undertaken by the city and upon the instruction of the first president of the country, as well as the effective president of the country, but the government and local executive authorities, we have allocated significant amount of funding, money. The National Welfare Fund has released some of its funding, some preferences, some beneficial treatment, some taxes have been lifted, and all that has a very positive impact on the general indicators of social economic indicators of the city. You can see them on the slide. So, well, you can see we have secured the growth in the industrial sector, the sector in construction, the new residential houses are being built as we speak. However, we have a decline in the sphere of trade and commerce and communication, and related to that, transport and communication and logistics. Well, all in all, the drivers, the driver sectors of the economy show positive dynamics, and our goal is to make sure that we retain these growth points, to make sure that by 2021 we could launch the mechanism of recovery of the economy of our city. Well, despite the pandemic, we are not abstaining or giving up the long-term development goals for the city's growth. And Almaty 2050 strategy is still in place. The investment climate, the economic reforms, anti-crisis measures, they will remain to be in the agenda, and they became even more relevant. That is why we see this as a unique opportunity to expedite our implementation of our strategic goals. And here our activities will be focused on three main areas. So we hope that we look forward to fruitful collaboration and partnership in all of these three sections. Number one, for the city municipality, the priority is to protect the lives and well-being and health care of the residents of Almaty and their family members. Looking at the COVID, pandemic and combat against the COVID pandemic, the national budget has helped a lot, and the budget more than around 90 billion tenge were spent from the national budget. With that money, we built new infectious hospitals. We built 2 modular mobile hospitals and 1 incomplete medical venue that's been renovated, and it's been finalized as an infectious hospital for 500 beds. We have procured high number of centralization of the network of laboratories of the city has been done. This day, the PCR tests capacity is more than 400,000 a day. Well, established capacity 50,000, and we can actually reach that, but daily we have 14,000 PCR tests capacity. However, effectively we have between 3,000 and 4,000 PCR tests taken daily. Also, the primary medical care is being strengthened, and it turned out to be a very important layer of medical care, medical services. We're making sure that the primary medical care is available within the 5 or 10 minutes walk. Last year we took a we took a decision to build 11 additional outpatient facilities. There will be 5 this year, and next year we'll have another 11 outpatient facilities. However, the work on building of new clinics is ongoing. Private investors have built 2 new hospitals upon the instruction from the first president, Elbasi. Samruk-Kazyna Holding will soon start building a new medical hospital for 500 beds. We already have allocated a land plot, and some design and project work are still ongoing. We, of course, encourage all the investment in the medical sector and the healthcare sector and building of new medical institutions. Some rural city programs are being organized to provide and supply in centralized manner of oxygen and oxygen supplies. The medical inventory is being controlled, as well as the disposal of medical waste is being controlled in a centralized manner as well. So biosecurity is another promising area for the investments, as we believe. We have also launched in the city the telemedicine center. It was the one of a kind, or the first in the country. It was set up upon the instruction from the head of state, and the main goal of the center is to provide affordable, available medical care to the residents of the city. That's a new approach that's very promising. The prospects are ample, and we can already see how successful it is, and the administration of the telemedical center has been reporting to us on a weekly basis. So investment into the telemedicine and digitalization of the medical care are needed by the city, and I would like to assure you that should any investor be interested in investing in this kind of sector, the municipality will support all its help and our support. So the important lesson of 2020 and the need of proactive development of healthcare sector as a key sector of our metropolis. That is why we see some promising sectors such as high-tech medicine, pharmaceutical, medical logistics, and medical education. The second is the anti-crisis measures. These anti-crisis measures aimed and focused at preservation of jobs, support to SME, and stimulation of economy. We use a whole range of public programs to support and encourage business activity and to maintain investment attractiveness of the city. All the state programs of the government are successfully being implemented in the city as for, under the Business Roadmap 2025. 556 projects have been supported for the total amount of 102 billion tenge. The Simple Things Economy program has been launched this year, and already 66 projects for the amount of 121 billion tenge have already been implemented. Well, all in all, the programs, both Republican and the local, have created opportunities to create more than 72,000 jobs, of which 34,000 jobs are permanent. Also, we would like the large-scale investment projects be implemented at industrial sites and locations of the city. I invite you to the industrial zones of the city, special economic zones, PID Alata, and small industrial parks that we began building this year in different areas of the city. And as an example, in the industrial zone this year, we have launched a good project. On assembly of Hyundai Trans Kazakhstan. That's an anchor project that will increase its local content up to 50%, and that will also serve as impetus for development of accompanying industries that will then engage in production of spare parts and different products for the CIS country, for that particular factory in CIS overall.
On the basis of Alata Special Economic Zone, we're accelerating work of high-tech industries. Almaty, with its high concentration of research institutes and competent population has great potential for creation of a healthcare cluster. For that, we're inviting to develop the special economic zone Almaty, production of pharmaceuticals, medical equipment and materials. We already have a first participant of such a medical cluster. Lua Farm and Dolce Farm have already started implementation of their projects on the premises of the special economic zone Almaty. Almaty historically maintains its significance of its processing industry, food industry, 2 million residents of the city and another million of the suburbia offer the largest product consumption market in the country. Generally speaking, the city consumes annually almost up to 1 million of different food products. So the opportunities are there to invest into this industry, to really tap into this market. A great potential is also here on its premises, and we have planned the construction of a United University Hospital for under the Kazakh National Medical University machine building. All these projects will bring 400 billion tenge of investment, creating over 6,000 new jobs. Another promising industry in the city is definitely with tourism. We have started implementation of a series of projects with an investment of about 35 billion tenge. Including Butakovka Wellness and Spa, a mountain resort, and others. There's also a construction of 4 hotels in progress. International brand hotels such as Holiday Inn, Ramada Encore by Wyndham, Novotel Living, and others with a total amount of investment of 15 billion tenge. Also, private investors are constructing 4 visit centers in the city. We, as the Akimat, have digitized over 1,000 kilometers of mountain trails, which are now being gentrified. Digitalization will increase security, safety, and will improve recreational load. You know, we've adopted the long-term strategy for Almaty 2050, and in the previous forum I already presented this strategy, where the main stress was for the development of new sectors of the economy. We have set the goal to develop Almaty as a cultural and creative city, center of innovation and new industries, of economy of knowledge, attracting investment and talent from all over the world. Today we're setting the goal that Almaty, as a center of creative industries, would increase the share of creative economy to the city's output to 12% by 2050. We already started the creation of the Park of Creative Industries. With the active involvement of the Akimat, we're developing centers for the support and development of IT projects. We're launching universal communication space that will bring together all the educational institutions, tech companies around IT talents. All these directions are of interest for investment. The third is post-pandemic development. Already the Akimat is preparing relaunch measures for the economy to reach sustainable growth trajectory. The vision of the development of the metropolitan Almaty and agglomeration, as mentioned in our strategy Almaty 2050. I'd like to know that our strategic plans remain in full effect. We value every partner and we're looking forward to joint work. We have aspirations to become one of the top cities of the world, and today we are in 177th place in Mercer's Attractiveness Index. Therefore, our post-pandemic development is targeting growth of competitiveness of Almaty in the global competition of metropolitan Almaty. Here we have provided measures for long-term investment for the development of the agglomeration larger Almaty and strengthening the transit and logistics role of the city, the suburbia development of the larger Almaty agglomeration. It's a comprehensive plan. They're all aiming at development of infrastructure and implementation and realization of the transit potential of the city. Just the plan of new Almaty provides for unprecedented investment of almost 1 trillion tenge. So I invite business to partnership and cooperation. We'll start with the construction of the new terminal of the Almaty International Airport. This is one of the projects, the agreement on which was signed last year on the platform of the Almaty Investment Forum. Thanks to the new airport, the significance of Almaty as the most important hub for turnover of goods to Russia, Siberia, China, and further to Europe will only grow with the growth of transit cargo. There will be a need for the construction of other facilities of transport infrastructure, such as warehouses, distribution centers, which is also in works. So for that, we invite investors to join the implementation of prospective projects in development of infrastructure, logistics, transport, and auxiliary services. Next is the new quality of human capital as a condition of global competitiveness of Almaty and the business in the city. Almaty intends to develop its human capital, and that's the strength of the city. Almost 70% of employed residents of Almaty have university background. We have 39 universities concentrating nation's best creative faculty. It is also important that Almaty is the city of the young, almost 700,000 young of youth in the age from 14 to 35. So therefore, we call upon all the investors, both international and domestic, to cooperate also in the human development capital. In Kazakhstan, the growth of IT specialists stands at 14% per annum. That's the highest growth rate for IT specializations in CIS. And over 15,000 developers and IT experts live in this city. In the future, we want to position our city as a promoter of young talents with annual job fairs with major employers of the city. Next is the systemic development and introduction of digital technologies in the economy and business. The situation with coronavirus has created conditions for accelerated introduction of new approaches and digital solutions in government services and healthcare, education, transport, commerce. Quarantine restrictions have incentivized transition of business to remote and online service development. Business have developed a clear understanding that there is no way of working in the old ways. Comparing to the year 2019, Almaty, based on the results of 10 months of this year, cashless payments have grown 65%. As part of development of innovative ecosystem for development of competitiveness, opportunities will be provided to SMEs and startups to participate in the city's digitalization. We need innovations in trash removal, in utilities, creation of a digital double of Almaty for engineering networks, intellectual networks for building management. To create the innovative system, we're planning to create a smart city lab, and all the plans of the Akimat on digital projects will be provided in public domain. And the successful example of use of innovation and digital transformation is the Kazakhstan's largest with entrepreneurial community, and to move business services into digital format. Next, forming centers of professional competences, for the region of Central Asia and Siberia. For that, the Almaty is creating conditions for the creation of market centers for competence, excellence, for digital marketing, customer experience, advanced analytics, agile to form corresponding expertise and market practices. These competencies are important for competitiveness of the local business and professionals. Almaty is the driver of private entrepreneurship. The key goal for us is the creation of conditions for the development of investment, attractive and competitive economy as the basis for a balanced development of the city. Therefore, the Almaty will assist in development of private business and continue reduction of the quasi-government sector. Although the share of participation of the state in the city today, according to the OECD methodology calculated by the Ministry of National Economy, stands at 2.4% only. All these directions open up new large-scale field for investment in the coming 5-year term, a reliable partner for investment, not only the Almaty of the Almaty, but also Almaty of all its district levels and the development institutions. First of all, Social Entrepreneurial Corporation Almaty, which just now in November was first of such organization of the country, obtained international rating by Fitch at the level of BBB-. We should also note that currently the city has concentrated financial sector, larger financial institutions in all the areas financial business operate from Almaty. We understand that the developed financial sector is the cornerstone of stable, sustainable and long-term economic relations among the market participants. The Almaty is your ally and will provide all the necessary assistance in establishing a business contacts and expanding in the market and in solving any issues you may face in implementation of your projects. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, despite the pandemic, Almaty was, is, and remains international center for investment. Let the numbers speak. Despite all the challenges this year, investment in equity for the city had went up by almost 17%. Moreover, investment potential of Almaty shows its sustainability and resilience to external shocks. The city is #1 among all the regions of the country when it comes to doing business, according to the national rating of the World Bank. Investment attractiveness is growing year on year. In September, Fitch confirmed the credit rating at the level of sovereign rating, which means low risk level for investment. Our policy is focused on further improvement of the investment climate, ensuring sustainable development through human capital development, structural development, development of intellectual sectors that output high value added goods and services, and that creates great opportunities for investment. Almaty is open for your ideas, projects and initiatives, and I invite you to come together to new reality. I am confident that in Almaty you'll find your success, and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Bakhshan Abdirovich. Bakhshan Abdirovich, we're very pleased to hear of such a development of Almaty despite the crisis, and we see that the city is managing, as they like to say, Nakimat holds the strike, but people are not concerned. Will there be a second quarantine? Will there be business concerned? Wouldn't there be new restricting measures as the population is worried? There are rumors going around that from September 15th there will be new quarantine measures. How I can say for sure there will be no quarantine imposed on December 15th. I don't know where those rumors originate. Perhaps rumors go around faster than we can even speak of the situation that we have today. Just yesterday we were in the yellow zone. Today's morning data shows from the Ministry of Healthcare we moved to the green zone again. We're back in the green zone, and this we're always at the marginal. One day we're in yellow zone, then we move to the green zone, but it all depends on us. residents, our behavior of Almaty residents. For if we don't stick to all the requirements of the sanitary authority, if we don't maintain the social distancing requirements, and business in turn, if it doesn't follow all the requirements of the epidemiological authority, and let's hope that they will not open up karaoke clubs at night time and bring together youth in mass. Just remember that it may lead to poor conditions, and it may lead to situations when daily COVID cases will grow. Yesterday we had over 40 cases for one day. Today's we have 72 new cases. So for the time being, we do not see a need of strict quarantine measures or stringent lockdown measures, but everything all the restrictive measures that were set in the chief sanitary doctor of the city have to be firmly complied with. We do not set goals to lock down the city and use that as the single way of combating the pandemic. We've been through that. We know how much effort it cost us. Moreover, we know how economically it was a major blow, not only for the city, but for the country. In the beginning of my contribution, I mentioned that SME has suffered strongly, and in this regard, our performance for the year-end results will be worse than of the previous year. But that's natural. It's not just us. Globally, cities are suffering from the pandemic in a similar manner. So to date, we're not saying that we'll have a quarantine imposed, but let me repeat, failing to meet all the requirements of the epidemiological service may lead us, when it's our behavior, that may lead to impose restrictive measures or lockdowns or quarantines. It's all in our hands. So please, if we want to live at least the way we live now, work remotely, many restrictions that were imposed for businesses that were imposed in spring operate now. People earn their salaries, and government assistance of one minimum payment was distributed. So that's how we plan to continue working with joint efforts. Like I said, generally, the bed capacity for worsening situation is sufficient, with over 7,000 beds prepared. Over 5,000 beds are in a fallback position. A little over 1,000 of them are being used. So today only 34% of capacity is being utilized. 255 intensive care units, and we have thousands in fallback position. Pharmaceuticals and individual protective equipment has been procured. The medical equipment, the best equipment has been procured. Also, the medical personnel of senior and mid-level has over 2,000 of people in backup capacity. So let me assure you, should the situation become hard, the healthcare system of the city is well prepared to receive patients.
Thank you very much, Bakhtan Abdinovich.
Mr. Sagintayev, Mr. Former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the Mayor of the city of Almaty. Thank you very much.
Well, now, dear guests and participants of our forum, we have the next speaker. That is Mr. Baghdad Musin, the Minister of digitization, innovation, and aerospace industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And he's going to speak about the development of IT sector and electronic government and the new normalcy, new realities. Mikhail Musin, thank you very much for joining us. Distinguished Mrs. Agentayev, dear participants of this forum, well, first and foremost, I'm very thankful for inviting me to this event. Truly, Almaty is a flagman of IT sector. Hello, distinguished participants, Bogdan Avdirovich, thank you very much for the invitation. Well, really, Almaty is truly the flagman for development of IT sector, and that was known since 2000 when I started in the university in Almaty. We were young software designers, and we could, while studying, also work and make some money. We did websites for someone when .com boom was evolving, and we were making websites in different laboratories, and there were some computer labs at the university, and we would moonlight there. And I think that was the foundation, when the foundation for the Almaty IT use was laid. Almaty traditional, while being one of the most developed cities of our country, is a flagman in IT sector. And one should note the well-development of academic environment and universities, KBTU, Suleiman Demirel University, International IT University, and many more. They train and educate really high-quality specialists, and there is a growth in number of IT graduates. However, we see that the foreign organizers, apparently the Russian feed is not being provided. Can you hear me now? Everything is well now, yeah. Thank you. Well, all in all, I spoke about the fact that Almaty is an IT flagman amongst the cities of Kazakhstan, and it is thanks to the fact that there is a high-quality academic environment. Apologies, but there's another intervention saying that the Russian is not being provided. Locally, where the forum is taking place, but the municipality is not getting the feed. So shall I continue, shall we wait? Well, out of 20, out of 20,000 IT graduates, we have the golden 1,000. And when I say the golden 1,000, I'm talking about the people who are capable of really entering the IT market and who are capable of replenishing the IT staff so needed and so required by the companies. These are people who are very close to entrepreneurship, and these are the people who consider themselves to be, highly professional IT or project managers, and 90% of those high-quality people, well-educated people, are formed in Almaty. Therefore, traditionally, we consider ourselves to be the drivers of IT sector. Well, clearly there are, of course, the new generation schools. In Astana they have Arena School, and that's similar to Nicole 42. Code 42 model is also used for a project supported by the municipality of Almaty. That's where the works are ongoing to open a similar school in Almaty. That's informal education, which in 2 years is capable of preparing and educating IT professional who have a demand in the market. And this sort of informal education, the new programming schools and new generation programming schools will only develop, and I believe they will be a qualitative auxiliary to university. It's one that needs support all over the globe. The sector, of course, is evolving on its own, and such stories as Kaspi, KZ, success story, Choco family, and others, they're inspiring. However, the state cannot just, stand aside and And that is why the mayor of Almaty and the Yilbas have established a hub in Astana, Astana Hub, which is capable of accelerating the IT products from the idea up to implementation. And today, as Astana Hub, as the public authority in charge of Astana Hub, we promote the idea so that Astana Hub could become a franchisee, so that the brand Astana Hub could be translated to the regions. For we cannot support the capital hub only. We have to support the regional hubs as well. And that is why this year we have allocated financial support from Astana Hub to Karaganda and 2 more regions. And this kind of practice will continue. We want to make sure that acceleration platforms are developed not only in Astana and Almaty, but also throughout the regions of the country. Also, we are currently looking at an issue, at an opportunity of taking the Astana Hub label to several hubs in Almaty, so that tax support, tax benefits, and other economic benefits that Astana Hub enjoys could also be applicable to Almaty-based startups. At the moment, the startups have attracted more than 20 billion tenge. 9 cycles of acceleration have been completed, which included more than 200 startups in this IT park. And actually, that makes me very happy, because finally we have the first growth of these results. For instance, Clockster, or even more than $1 million. The Clockster is a startup, so attracted. So the Clockster startup has already attracted more than $1 billion, and since the moment it started, and they have attracted another round, another $750,000 with another round. So, and we can see that right in front of us, the startups are being evolved, and they will promote the novelties and innovations in the usual markets. So when it started, well, many were very skeptical. But now what they show us is that the venture capitalists, well, Kazakh Ventures, for instance, is a Kazakhstan venture fund, together with 100 Stars and Quest Ventures, have established these funds, which were able to take these startups such as Closer to the Asian market, and that's very, very interesting. Well, seed grants is an impactful mechanism, and we have 1.5 billion tenge, which will be distributed next year. Well, there are certain rules. They are focused on commercialization of the technologies, and as a result, every project will be able to receive up to 10 million tenge. And we, in general, have about 1.5 billion tenge for that whole goal. So the goal of this is to make sure that by 2025, we attract 500 billion tenge to startups, to nurture and grow 100,000 IT specialists who can export services for up to 500 million US dollars. Yes, we have the Belarusian example, we have Ukrainian examples, but in any case, we can see that with the contribution of the city of Almaty, we can take the city, this level from Almaty from 20 million up to 500 million in the next 5 years. Well, all in all, we're also working in a different direction, and it is also called the government tech industry, when the electronic government is not developed inside the public agency, but when we also expose it to other IT entrepreneurs or commercial banks to participate and to contribute to development of electronic government. Well, you might remember that 5 years ago, the penalties and the fines was a problem. But after this database of penalties became accessible to banks and so on, as a result, we received different startups, such as Kaspa, Kolesa.kz now offers you the penalty inspection and penalty payment options. And these kind of opportunities became only thanks to the government deciding to go open API, when business is integrated with the state databases, and when it gives opportunity to pay and check whether a person has any penalties prescribed. So what's interesting that Okafta, thanks to this mechanism, has emerged, and its value is more than $1 million. So what we're saying is that electronic government will no longer be bottleneck. We do not want to develop and we do not want to monopolize it. We want electronic government develop in all the direction. We want it to be everywhere. We want to make sure that services of electronic governments are there where they provide utility for the citizens. For instance, the bank's portal. If you apply for a mortgage, there has to be a procedure of registering your real estate, newly acquired real estate. If you get a loan for a car, then you should also be able to get through the same portal your plate numbers and so on. But also, on top of that, we invite not only the commercial banks, but also IT companies to participate in these kind of opportunity. Traditionally, Almaty was also kind of standing aside from GovTech. But now, to the IT entrepreneurs of Almaty, we're saying that we need your support and we need your intervention for the electronic government and your brains that are market-oriented, client-centered oriented, and market experience. They will all help us, and that is why we invite you to collaborate with us and to form a driver for the GovTech. And as a result, these kind of platforms will appear everywhere, will become, will emerge everywhere. We have 2 satellites which photograph Earth. And these satellites, we take the aerial imagery, they are now forming a Kazakhstan Garash Sapare database. We have now signed an order to make sure that this database through API could be made available to IT entrepreneurs, so that distance zoning of Kazakhstan could also become available to the citizens of Kazakhstan. If someone, come up with an algorithm to forecast wildfires or floods, then such person can take the historical data and take all the space images since the launch of the satellites, take them and use them for his or her algorithm. So these kind of opportunities of correct open data through open API are being granted as we speak. That is why the next spiral for electronic government development will be related to strong collaboration with IT businesses and IT entrepreneurship. We believe that the city of Almaty will give birth to many more unicorns to come. And the first unicorn is the Kaspi KZ. Although many believe that's a banking story, but for me it's a technological success story. It's a technological giant raised in Kazakhstan. Why? Because it was evaluated by multiplicator indexes that the technological companies usually have. It was evaluated as e-commerce driver engine and a fintech company. That is why Kaspi KZ as a result of its IPO, demonstrated such high rates of capitalization. So there will be many more success stories like that. The very first unicorn of Kazakhstan is already there. So clearly, we have to now focus on other stories. Well, Kaspi KZ has demonstrated that when traditional sectors collaborate with innovations or IT sector, as a result, you get the symbiosis, and which gives new impetus for traditional business. And at this, edge of the different sectors, you come up with new products. And the Kaspi KZ actually is a result of a new project. And I believe that around the traditional sectors, agri-tech, oil and gas, there has to be IT companies that will then be able to come up with a symbiosis and come up with new unicorns. And as a result, to that end, we are creating additional platforms. We will be, of course, subdividing into different platforms. For instance, Kostanay region, they declared that they want to be a technological platform for agri-tech, because traditionally they have agricultural sector well developed, and they have some flagman companies working there, and they are ready now to launch an agri-tech hub in Kostanay. Clearly, in Almaty, you cannot really focus on anything specifically, but it will be a city that is, omnidirectional, and where in omnidirections it will create new proposals, new ideas for the market. Thank you for this invitation. We invite all of you to collaborate with us, and we are convinced that the city of Almaty is capable of giving birth to the right startups for our IT sector. And I believe that Almaty can also set tone in this particular sector. Even to Nur-Sultan. Nur-Sultan is a capital city, but it enjoys extensive, extraordinary support of the state, such as Astana Hub, for instance. It enjoys billions and billions of donations. There are different innovation grants, whereas Almaty is independent. It is sovereign in that sense. It has its own market. It has its own academic background. That is why I wish all the best to the municipality, and we're ready to support you should that be in any of your directions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You inspire us, you motivate us. I just want to, give up everything I do and become IT specialist and, aggressively engage in all of the IT projects that you have highlighted. We remember all of your initiative in Kaspost. We remember the BeanTech, Rikasa. Last year we attended the forum in Almaty. I remember the audience, 500 people, their jaws down on the floor, watching you and listening to you. So thank you very much. We're not saying goodbye. Mostly moving on to three parallel discussions that will actually go on and proceed now. The one where you attending will start in 2 minutes. It's 11:40, and it is moderated by Asiem Nurgalieva. The topic of the panel is the best practices of anti-crisis management, and they will speak about the new normalcies, new kind of ways of approaching the new normalcy and handling post-pandemic, post-crisis situations. Thank you. Asiem, the floor is now yours.
Asiem, yes, while we're getting it set, yes, greetings everyone. Yes, Asiem is now online. Thank you very much. Yes, hello, Baghdad Albertovich, are you staying for this session? Because just 5 minutes ago I was told there will be a replacement. Yes, I have to excuse myself. We have the meeting in the city. To be honest, I actually excused myself from the meeting with the Prime Minister to come and talk to you, but I'll have to excuse myself now with you. But most definitely there will be people from my side. In fact, I have 10 more minutes, and I can be with you for 10 minutes, and then I'll have to excuse myself. Sorry for that in advance. Yes, great. Thank you very much. Yes, I'd love to listen to other speakers. Yes, why don't we start with you? We now have more speakers tuning in. I see not everyone is online with us, but I have one request for the speakers. If you want to comment on the questions I'm going to ask, please raise your hand so that I see who wants to answer what question, because we're very compressed for time, and we wouldn't get a chance for all of us to comment on all the questions. I see that all the speakers are now online. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Today, in the framework of Almaty Investment Forum, we'll introduce participants to the new opportunities and challenges of the modern realities. Today, we're speaking of how we should change. The theme of our panel discussion is best practice of anti-crisis management, renew, changes we're making, and what is it that we should come with to the new year with new strategies for development, with special stress on the competence centers, among other things, and competence centers for progressive and proactive generation of managers, digital managers, and IT managers. So today we'll speak of many aspects for the changing strategies, and we'll talk about many ways of tech development, as COVID-19 had shown that those that were spearheading digital technologies came out more successful from the unfolding situation. For a start, I perhaps should introduce our guests. We actually started doing that. Now let me share with you the presentation, and we'll get started. For those who have not met me, my name is Asiem Nurgayev. I'm the Executive Director of the First Credit Bureau with a background in marketing and digital marketing for over 15 years. Also a President of the ICT Committee under Atamekin, a member of the IT Council under the Mayor of Almaty, and I also have my own project on Atamekin FinTech. Today, as Baghdad Batarbekach Musin, I already introduced him, Minister of Innovation and Aerospace Industry. Also, in panel discussion a bit later with us will be Rastislav Antonovich Konyashkin, Deputy Chairman of the Committee of State Service of the Ministry of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Colleagues, please turn on your videos, because as I understand we are broadcasting through Facebook and YouTube so that the viewers can see you. Yet another speaker of today's discussion is Yerlan Khazhakapanov, First Deputy of the Almaty Akimat. Also with us is the Askar Bizbekov, Chairman of the Board of the Social Entrepreneurial Company of Almaty. Also Mr. Khongar Bayev. And also we have quite a lot of speakers from business, from consulting companies. Askar Kozhakenov, Regional Manager of Gartners, is also online with us. I also see that Kairat Vansvash Majibayev, founder of Resmi Group. And also we have two more panelists with us, Yerlan Dosbekov, Managing Partner of Ernst & Young Central Asia, and Mr. Fadi Farah, co-founder and managing partner of White Shield Partners. And so, like we said earlier, we're starting our discussion. I'll say a few words to get us started. What I can note, given the ongoing trends, what's happening and what we have on our hands after the pandemic and the main trends emerging, I have a brief presentation with 10 main trends that I have identified so far. The first trend is government remote for Almaty, as today is the Almaty Invest Forum. Positive for Almaty resident is that it turns out you don't have to fly to Nur Sultan for one meeting. You can hold all your meetings online. And with that, we speak that Zoom fatigue, digital fatigue, is a trend that derives from the current trends. And generally speaking, the fashion world is also changing. We see that only what you wear on top is important. That's the tops of the fashion. And speaking of real trends, of course, with today, this year most likely, the concept of mobile first, the mobile first indexation was the most important. According to MC Flyers data, from February 2020, weekly uploads of mobile applications worldwide went up by 88%, and the return from those apps purchase went up by 25%. We also see certain trends in the real estate market. According to Colliers International Kazakhstan, the overall office rental stood at 28 billion tenge for the first quarter, and then we see a trend of office space freeing up from 20 to 50%. Either positive or rather negative impact of the current situation we see in the development of domestic tourism. In H1, 1.4 million people went for recreation, but then we see growth for domestic tourism as well, with some problems. The national parks are suffering because in many ways, many Almaty residents after the pandemic, due to lack of opportunities to travel internationally, went to the natural resorts around the city. We also see positive trends in the financial services markets. From the beginning of the year, the active audience of mobile banking went up from 8 million to 12 million people. So currently 12 million Kazakh nationals use internet banking functions. Another with positive impact of pandemic in the growth of food delivery. Currently, the food delivery market is assessed at more than $30 million, and the annual growth rate stands at the level of 15 to actually 25% per annum. The most active development of that market we see developing in the cities of Almaty and Nur-Sultan. Even in quarantine, women want to look refined, and this year Leonard Lautier managed the index of lipstick as a specific economic barometer. Even in the period of quarantine, the demand for cosmetics remains quite high, and of that we see numbers of wildberries for the 4th week of April. At the very peak of quarantine, sales of lipstick went up by 82%. And the 10th tray this is from the survey of general directors of Chinese companies, FMCG sector, namely, the country that recovered first after the pandemic. 55% of CEOs of FMCG in China plan to launch new products in 2021, and about 20% will refrain from launching new products, but we still see a positive trend. So this is briefly an outline of the current situation. And Baghdad Bakhtarovich, while you're still with us, I'd like to ask you first. At the time of the pandemic, there was major pressure on all the core sectors, such as healthcare and digital services. We remember, in principle, that we're looking for all the opportunities for remote document processing. Business tried to establish terminals. How did the country manage to make it through this pressure? What proved to be successful? Where do we see failures? Where we need to do more work? And to all the speakers, what was the most difficult in shifting the paradigm? How do we fight changes in the thinking with the introduction of technologies, lack of competence? What happened to all that, and what are the main trends in the post-COVID period that we may state going forward? Baghdad Bakhtarovich, you have the floor. Thank you. It is clear that the pandemic has crawled up very quietly, and we all went through a test of a kind, as was noted by head of state, and certain gaps were definitely identified. The healthcare system, the educational system have suffered the most and were most indicative of lack of preparedness to the new digital world. And of course, the first baseline element is the infrastructure, internet, which quality internet capable to pull the weight of the whole country has proven not to be there. And the problem, it's not our problem only, it's the global problem. All telecom operators in principle were moving in the part of overselling, and that was considered to be fine, as when one cell could cover thousands of users, but it was counted at x30, so 30 times more users can be in one cell, because they are not all talking at the same time, they are not all using Zoom at the same time, and so on. And this overselling had shown us that it's not right. That's the first thing. Secondly, the capacities at the base stations that existed, most of them, 90% of them, are not well, you know that the base station is connected to optic lines or through radio relay. It knocks on the door of its own center when it connects to the World Wide Web. And that transmission part, that one, 90% of it is unfortunately connected through radio relay. In Europe, for comparison, 90% is connected to optic fiber, and only 10% uses radio relay. So these are baseline problems that exist in the cities. I'm not speaking of the countryside settlements. It is clear that we have a clear understanding what the problem is, and now we have a plan of action, how we should work. Secondly, our e-government, which we took great pride in, and rightfully so. According to UN rating, we were always in good positions. But going back to customer experience, when people were actually forced online, forget about the public service centers, go online. There were so many problems identified at that time. Most of them are problems of customer experience. Every service was not really fine-tuned for the user of that service and was not really planned for life situations. One document to another document, it wasn't considering the real true life situations. So we have a great deal of work ahead of us. That was our start of re-engineering, redesigning the architecture of services, of putting together when it comes to the approaches to a real life situation. And we just had to move faster to open data, open API rather, that when we want the business to participate and to pick up the losses that the business considers required for their customer. For it's their customer, and they want to provide a customer, they want to please the customer, they lick it up really. They kiss up to the customer so that they don't get lost in the way. So it's clear there were problems with the core infrastructure that was showing with the 42,500 tenge, where we have problems with the IT infrastructure when it comes to disbursement of that government aid. When we analyzed all these problems and lessons learned had shown that in many ways these problems were faced by everyone globally. For instance, in New York, 20% of school students had no access to online education, which was stated by Deputy Secretary General of UN at one of the UN events. He's a resident of New York, and he proves that 20% of New York residents did not have access to online education due to different reasons. 10% due to lack of quality internet, and 10% due to absence of gadgets with the students. And it's clear that that's not a goal of aspiration. We should not strive for 20% of students being left without education. This is just an example to show that it was a worldwide notion. We should understand that, we should realize that, we shouldn't just knock on our chest and say everything is great. No, we're ready to recognize and we're ready to move forward to improve. For Ministry of Healthcare, we have developed a new roadmap and are revising the architecture, where in many ways we'll be collaborating with the business community, where we'll not be building a monolith, one bus and the likes. We'll work on more of a micro-service architecture where all the healthcare institutions can interact actively, freely. So that will require and is happening redesign and rethinking. Now, on the side of education, of course, perhaps we owe an apology to our citizens, because we do understand that by building a Kazakhstani platform of our own, of course, we were lacking in quality, but still 11 platforms, of which 3 have been advanced further. They wouldn't have appeared if it hadn't been for the pandemic. So today, EdTech, which is a term now, is capable of acting as to come up with the products. Today, one of the products is actively developing Uzbekistan, and we're actively supporting it. So if it hadn't been for the problem, we wouldn't have given birth to these new entrepreneurs who are ready to offer the solutions that they offer today. And generally, this is my general comment, Asim. Thank you. Thank you very much, Baghdad Batarbekovich. If you have time, just one more question, because we have a panel discussion related to anti-crisis management. What should the professional crisis managers of government should know, in your opinion? Most important thing and most interesting, and it's my observation, that at this time, many bureaucratic processes, a lot of red tape has fallen off. after it became clear that certain entities have problems with bureaucracy, and when problems are not solved, the president responded, and response to problems became faster without this formality and so on. So this period that taught us to work without bureaucracy as much as possible, we should take as many elements of that as possible, because in governance the main problem is that every government authority stands on its own position, and these walls among government institutions, government authorities, had fallen apart at the time of the pandemic. And it's clear with the pandemic going away, they may be built again, these walls. So most important thing for all the civil servants, we need to understand, we need to realize, as we've seen, that we can work without these divider walls. And we in governance, we should not take months to answer each other's letters. It's enough to pick up your phone or do a Zoom call. Most important thing, the whole government learned to work in Zoom. The whole government learned to work without inviting specific people to get some feedback. So I believe for governance, for scale, the pandemic has actually demonstrated very well how we can and we should work in a new way. Thank you very much. A great comment, and I believe that that's how things are. And in history of Kazakhstan, I believe you will remain for a long time as destroyer of the walls. We have other guests in the studio, and I guess I'll ask join our studio that's working from the Intercontinental Hotel. Colleagues, organizers, if you could please show us the studio in Intercontinental, because I was told we have other guests also from the studio, and we're continuing our panel discussion. In principle, we are talking today of renewal, transformation and operational renewal. We understand that the pandemic worldwide has changed also behavior, business models and processes, and that served as an impetus in the new round of regulation. And then the request to all the speakers, you can either raise your hands in the chat or turn on your microphone and comment. So my question is, you as business, when you also work in civil service, when you work, if you could please share your statement for the coming years, what are the three main points you could point out in your strategy of change? What most definitely do, what you most definitely will not do. So here I'd like to hear the opinion of the majority of the experts in the panel today. Yerlan Dasambekov, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Asim. Yes, that's a very interesting question. I would like to start with the following. When we speak about the EY, we regularly update our strategy. The latest update took place recently before the pandemic, and certainly the pandemic introduces its own modifications. However, the key elements of our strategy remain unchanged, and there are not three but four main key aspects that we pay attention to: clients, people, technologies, and values. So we believe that our strategy fully coincides with the modern trends. At the same time, the pandemic introduces its own modifications in terms of our market activity. Being the company working in the area of professional services, so we have revised the range of our services, and we will now focus on top of everything else, on providing the passive assistance, technological, practical assistance to our clients through transformation, in the process of transformation that all the businesses are going through when they're trying to respond to internal and external challenges caused by a pandemic. We have also revised our internal business models, and we, of course, revised the organizational of work and, work models. Up to 80% of our engineering company all over the globe are working from their home offices, but we are demonstrating certain flexibility, and those who find it necessary to come to the office will have such an opportunity. And answering your question about the three main aspects, I gave you four: the clients, the people, our technologies, and values. Well, in terms of what we would like to change radically and what we do not want to change and will not change, well, I don't think that we're ready to give up anything, or we can, get away without something else. So I spoke already about the remote type of work, and we have another practical example, and that's the business trips or missions. We had a global study, and apparently 50% of companies all over the globe are changing their policy related to business trips. 76% of employees are confident that demand and need in business trips will reduce after the pandemic, and the companies are hoping to use the online meetings as technology for the future as well. So for business trips, for our situation, are important, and of course we will reduce the pandemic, and we will see what happens next. However, they will not be restored to the earlier volumes. Office space and industrial premises, that's something that will be revised and changed by the companies. We haven't undertaken any serious steps to that end yet, but we're looking whether we will really need all of the office premises that we need, and any real estate. And in real estate, whether it's leased or it is owned, it will be revised as an asset, and all the potential decisions will be taken to that end. Thank you. Thank you very much. I see that Mr. Fadifada would like to speak, the managing partner of Wildchild Partners. As far as I know, your profile on socioeconomic forecasts, on predictive analytics, and as far as I remember, even this year, you won the Innovation Award. And if you could speak about that a little bit, and maybe, answer the question that I had in mind. Thank you.
Well, of course. Thank you, and thank you for having us today. There are two aspects here. First, the Innovation Award, that's something that we got as a firm recently in London, thanks to some of the work we've been doing over the past few years. But to answer your question, you asked for 3 points. I'll give you only 2. And these are fundamental ones: trust and resilience. Trust in the sense that what we've learned over the past year is not to rely on leaders, on people like me, on people that centralize knowledge and take decisions. What we learned during the crisis, that the masks we were wearing, they were built initially by people at home. It was C2C. There were no leaders, no policymakers, no companies, no civil society. People to people. And therefore, the first learning for Wildchild Partners has been to rely less on trust and more on decentralization. Therefore, working with the staff directly. When we were helping governments with our analytics, closing airports, opening airports, closing schools, opening schools, we were relying on a network of people on the ground. Not just the policymakers, the people at the airport, at the school saying, yes, you have to close it. Your model says yes, the policymakers think it's okay, do it. Therefore, trust, relying less on trust and more on decentralization. That's what we're doing as a company now, decentralizing some of the decisions. That's number 1. Number 2 is resilience. And resilience means resistance to shocks. The question is, what's the timeline for this? We used to think in terms of 6 months, 1 year, but maybe now we have to think in terms of 5 and 10 years, rethinking the time horizon. And that's what we're doing as a firm. Our innovation investment is not being done for the next 6 months or for the next year, it's being done for the next 5 to 10 years. We invest about 25 to 50% of everything we make into research and development, new scenarios, new algorithms, and so on. But the main learning here for our clients is not to do the big round strategy anymore. You have to think rapid response team, 24/7, scenario planning, and being super agile. That is the main learning what we're putting in place as a firm.
Thank you. Thank you. But now we have one more speaker willing to comment, Oskar Rekenov, the regional manager of Gartner. Hello. On my side, I can add that the ongoing situation has revealed the uncertainty and poor predictability of the situations that may happen in the upcoming several years. So as of now, we recommend our clients to move away from classical strategies, which set up certain steps for development or stages of development, to scenario-based strategies. Meaning, when you have 3 to 5 scenarios of potential scenarios, each of them having certain factors accompanying those scenarios, and subsequently undertake the steps depending on the scenarios that happen. And from one strategy, therefore, clients move away to several, multiple strategies. Karat Majibayev, can you comment on this issue? Well, as far as I know, you make strategy statements always, and it's been 5 years that I worked in a RISMI company, and I remember that every year we look forward to your document to, read, to learn, and to kind of have a beacon of what should be done next. Good day. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this Almaty Invest Forum. Well, I understand the issue is that of the how update is taking place. In the company, we believe we're going through the third iteration and of changes and transformation that were taken in all the spheres of the human activity. And COVID-19 has just underscored the potential weaknesses of our system, or gaps in our system, and has detected particular needs. And it would be wrong not to respond. That is why our strategy is focused on ensuring of sustainability of our business models. And what are the conclusions? First of all, in the corner, we have the protection of business, not the protection of business assets. Not the protection of business assets, but protection of people. Secondly, we also have the problem of addressing and tackling the crisis, so crisis response. We moved away to the prevention of crisis, not the post-crisis response. And apologies, dear speakers, please turn off your mics because we seem to be getting a loop and someone is hearing the interpreter and we cannot hear the speaker. Thank you. Okay, well, I'll briefly repeat what I'm saying. First, what we have done, we have ensured the sustainability. That's second, a key issue is a priority of our protecting our people. Thirdly, from a post-crisis response, we move to a crisis prevention based on the forecast related to the risk map. Each risk has its own risk donors, risk owners that are in charge of mitigating the risk and reducing the impact of such risk to our businesses. However, what's more important is that we now learn that we should, under no circumstances, rely on state support or state regulation. A couple of years ago, the process sounds like my sound is of poor quality. That's why I will be brief, and it is the end of my speech. Thank you. Yeah, we seem to have some technical errors or interruptions. Well, I believe the organizers will have to handle the technical problems. So if you use the translation, and if you listen to interpretation, please make sure that you choose the language that you speak to make sure that the interpretation doesn't overlap with you speaking. There's one more speaker willing to comment or answer the question. The question being the amendment and update of our strategy statement and the 3 new key aspects that we're adding and introducing to the strategy statement. Rostislav, the floor is now yours. Thank you, ICM. Thank you for your question. Well, Rostislav, we cannot hear you. You're not audible. How about now? Yes, now it's better, yes. Well, I would like to speak about the changing and modification in the strategy related to service provision to consumers, customers, from the state side. Well, Rostislav, unfortunately, I'm not getting the feed. I'm not hearing you. Okay, now it's better, apparently. Well, the studio is getting everything, in fact. Well, my comments are related to changing and amending the strategies of provision of public services to the population, the general public. We all understand that, and my colleagues have already said so, that we can't really prepare for all the potential options. However, we might want to consider, though, and the strategic option is to digitalize everything. The pandemic, the lockdown, has released that the user grew more demanding. Earlier, we could just provide the services, or just provide the opportunity of having services. However, because the user now faces them in a more frequent manner, the user becomes more demanding, and that is why we are refocusing towards the amateur online users. And what Mr. Musin has said, certain bureaucratic bottlenecks have already been addressed. And ourselves, being the drivers of digitalization, are now more bold or even more aggressive, I would even say. And we can promote some of the solutions amongst the public bodies and authorities and, push for the agenda in a more active and intense manner. Rasislav, thank you. Well, unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear everything because we seem to be getting some technical problems with the sound. And organizers, please pay attention to this fact that speakers might be struggling to hear and to grasp what's being said. Even myself, I think I am struggling to hear what's being said. And the sound from the central studio, you need to turn it off. Because the speaker can hear himself or herself, and that's not very comfortable. Well, we have one more comment. That's Mr. Kazhagapanov, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Kazhagapanov, how the city strategy is going to change? How has the pandemic affected the city development, the urban development? Good day, everybody. Can you hear me well? I truly also missed half of the speakers, half of the statements. Yes, we can hear you well. That's all great. Well, on the 20th of March, when we introduced the first lockdown in the city, we couldn't even have imagined what was happening, how the situation is going to evolve further, but we understood very well that the mechanism of public apparatus prevented us from fast decision-making. So upon the decision of the city mayor, an operative headquarters or operative staff was established. It was called the Operative Staff to Combat Coronavirus Infection. The staff was comprised of representatives of all the public authorities. It also had the heads of the law enforcement authority. That was very important. Well, because as you know, just within the 5 days, we locked the city down by creating 27 blog posts. Well, you know that the first instances of coronavirus infection were detected in the cities of Nur-Sultan and Almaty, and they were imported by the airplane, so to say. So that's why we know that the region did not have any infection, and that is why we decided to lock the city, to sort of seal the city to prevent this infection spreading outside of town, so spilling out from the city. So because we had the staff, we could take decision in a very fast and swift manner. We ensured collaboration with the medical institution and businesses. There were some businesses that we couldn't really block or lock, such as the food industry, drugstores, everything that's related to life support of the city, the vital services of the city, as well as the services of the city in charge of the city maintenance, such as, electricity, sewage, water. They also could not be blocked, and any decisions related to those services were taken in a very ad hoc manner. Well, I see I'm answering your question as to the conclusion that the city drew And as to the follow-up activities to combat corruption, well, sorry, slip of the tongue, fortunately, but how we plan to combat coronavirus. So I think the key is the speed at which decisions are made. The decision-making mechanism is not effective. It's not, I mean, really, it's not effective. It's not impactful at all. We have to, yeah, that's the word. Agile is the word. I attended the conference and they spoke about agile. Yes, you have to have this interagency agile decision-making. We have to be able to take decisions in a very fast and a very effective manner. Sometimes they can be poor, sometimes they can be wrong, but erroneous, but we still have to, come up with a decision. And if they're a mistake, we can easily withdraw and, take another decision. That's one. Second, it's important to get the feedback from the businesses. It's important to get the feedback from the general public. So the second is the feedback. All of our decisions take on the basis of the opinion of our business representatives and the general public. And number three, and I believe that's very important, we need to be ready to handle several scenarios. No one really knows how the situation is going to evolve. We must have pessimistic scenario forecast or optimistic scenario forecast, and we must prepare all of our decisions or found all of our decisions on the situation that will evolve and will emerge. So these are the three things that I had in mind: the agile, feedback, and the variety of scenarios. These are the same things that will be very important during the post-pandemic and even now. And by the way, operative staff is still operational, and all the decisions that are taken in the city in relation to combating coronavirus are taken at the staff. They are taken to the level of the mayor of the city, and then he is the one who has the final say. That's how it works now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, in continuation of the digital staff, I know we have Mr. Konurbayev, the Department of Digitalization. Are you here with us? Yes, I'm here. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, hello. What can you tell us from the perspective of digital governance? What are the points you're adding to your strategy statement? What are the main things that you can share with us? Well, a very important point to emphasize here is the possibility to develop role models. To decide on a direction, we must clearly understand who is responsible for what. And when we talk to business, when we talk to the IT community, we say that part of the business should be picked up by business, a part of coordination and problem solving should be done by government authorities. So for the interaction, we've built certain points of interaction, and as Oskar now emphasized, the point here is not simply a methodological support, but rather a full development, because when we say there is scenario modeling, but to properly adapt to scenario modeling, we must clearly and in an integrated manner be bringing teams. Just 5 or 10 years ago we were saying, well, 10 or 15 is a lot. Now we're more confident, we're higher quality, and we're more stable. Now we say to properly develop, we need to generally properly develop this role model and minimize the number of participants at play. We take the key stakeholders, and as part of that direction, we put together a team that will be most adaptive to develop these elements of scenario modeling. And if we see a dead end, we just move around and go into a different direction, other than thinking of some negatives. Most important thing is to properly decide operational performance, and based on that, aspire to achieve your strategic indicators. For the development of the city digitally, it was not castle. Yes, there are scenarios of flexible scenario modeling, but we have strategy 2050, whereby no matter what, we should move towards developing this digitalization and adaptation of digital government services at the level of the city. A second point is the level of engagement. As the strategy statement says, while before we were speaking of needs in different directions, and the market was supposed to support us, and now we say, no, that's not right. We need to engage the market. We must sell the idea to them. not force them, but engage them with our performance, with our goals, so that they are shared, so that we can together with the market achieve quality results. And then the market becomes not just a service supplier, but becomes a fully fledged partner of the city administration. And the city administration becomes a partner for the market. So, threefold answer to your question. We support scenario modeling, but most stress should be on flexible, sustainable, adaptive teams that are small in numbers. Secondly, maintaining partner relations with all the stakeholders, whether it's a city resident, business, or government authority. And it's very important to build together coordination, interaction, coordination support that should derive from the overall strategy. The strategy should not be something that was built from my vision only. It should be built up from the visions of the whole direction by all the stakeholders. So I'd like to emphasize the initiative of Bakhjan Abdirovich, the mayor of the city of Almaty, from the position of engaging the business council and the IT council and the city residents to create proper conditions for the development of every resident in the city, rather than the position of the city administration having a privileged position for that given moment. No, we develop as partners, and first of all, we're adaptive to change, and we must ourselves be the part, as the ProSci methodology says, we should become the part of that change process and become agent of change. Then the result that we provide will be a better quality. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Both you and Baghdad Marbikovich talking about this direction, you and Mr. Musin answering to the question to the rights of entrepreneurs, talked about the development of the market, and that's always important. Mr. Faro, would you like to respond to this, or should we move on to other questions?
Maybe just to there are three elements here, and the previous speaker, I think, were absolutely spot on. The first one is to build scenarios. We at Whiteclub Partners do something called the Whiteshot Navigator. That is an agent-based model. That means we look at every single person and how they interact with each other at the lowest units in a country, in a city. This allows you to understand what could happen going forward. This has been used in a number of countries and cities to anticipate what's happening with the epidemic. And this means, we're talking about innovation, we're combining health with social issues, with economic issues, all at the same time. And that's how you innovate. You don't innovate by thinking in silos, by thinking economics, by thinking health, or by thinking social. You have to combine all the variables at the same time. And this allows you to have the right scenarios. The second part is about coordination. For example, what we did in Nur Sultan Accelerator, we did a digital engagement with all the citizens, with all the key stakeholders, to understand what is it that they need, what are the requirements. Some of them were asking for less snow on the streets. Some of them were asking for the bus network to work. Some of them were asking to simply have an Uber-style system in place. This engagement allows you to actually hear and listen to the demand side. But the most important part, and I refer here to what we call the Yelbas initiative, Almaty, is training about 250 leaders of Kazakhstan on how to respond. Because for me, strategy today doesn't matter anymore. Tactique matters more than strategy. And to have tactique, you have people that need to have the right ability to respond in 24 hours. For this, you need to train them. You need to train them on technologies, on scenario planning, on policies, and how to connect everything together. That is fundamental.
Thank you very much. This was actually a great addition to our question. And of course, civil servants in governance and in not only in civil service but also in business, we couldn't foresee what will be the real situation in 2020. So my next question is, in your opinion, what should a professional crisis manager know to manage business to be in government service, diving deeper in technology and digital technologies, in crisis management, and in the search of new directions and growth points. Please, if you want to start with that. Yes. Was the question to me? We were losing you there for an instant. Yes, the question is addressed to all the speakers. Let's for 10 to 15 minutes on anti-crisis management, the main theme of today's panel discussion. And the question is, what should a professional crisis manager know to manage, in your cases, business or government? And to what extent top managers and city managers need technology from the perspective of crisis management, the search of new tools and new knowledge? Please. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Asim. I believe that, first of all, this whole situation with corona crisis has acted as a trigger for all the processes that we have actually launched last year. As soon as I started working as the head of the SEC, the mayor set the goal to transform the SEC Almaty, and we have taken a classical approach when it comes to the company development strategy. The strategy was developed quite quickly and we implemented. Of course, we had longer horizon for implementation. This year was planned for the preparatory period to consider pros and cons for different directions, for different growth points. But this crisis, as Baghdad Musin noted very rightfully, there's a positive side of the crisis when we really accelerated many processes. With the pandemic acting as a catalyst of our internal processes, we realized the number of people we hired the social entrepreneurial company. We have no need in such number. Yes, we understand we're a holding structure and we should look and first of all optimize the staffing schedule, starting with the business process, which we have revised quite quickly, tried to adapt quickly to the conditions, considering that the SEC was involved in the process, and there are new aspects of all the risks have to do with the participation of hospitals and volunteers stepping in and helping out with the equipment, with the doctors. When doctors were actually involved in saving lives and volunteers helping them with other things. And all the things helped us build new business processes. And last year we launched digitalization of the social entrepreneurial company and have moved all the paperwork into electronic document exchange. It's our local solution called Documentolog. We have created our universal contact center. That's a first. We've created our own Telegram chatbot channel. And we're now finishing work on our CRM system, where all community representatives, first of all, small and medium enterprises, SMEs, will get to monitor their inquiries that SEC receives in different directions. So this internal optimization allows us to respond very quickly, and the colleagues mentioned this from Dakimat and Lanto Tarkhanovich and Baghdad Musin spoke of that. We now can summon and conduct meetings very quickly. Yes, there's a disadvantage, of course, when the number of meetings went up several times. You could say that I'm going to a meeting, it will take you some time to just commute, but now you don't have that excuse. In 10 minutes time, you're told that there will be a call, and you work in a very intensive schedule, tuning in to a meeting to another, but the great advantage is that you don't have to travel physically to the mayor's office, you don't need to spend business meetings, and you conduct meetings just like this forum today. And we have a wider coverage of participants. So in that respect, I believe the crisis had opened up a great deal of opportunities, and I'd like to emphasize again that our team is working quite fruitfully with the support of the city. We worked with Fitch, and now we have been rated quite high for a quasi-government sector, given that it's a social entrepreneurial company. It's a first, and it's not happening for no reason. We're moving towards development of SMEs and creation of tools. as Khairat Kwanchpai said, don't wait from the government. We now create tools that will be useful for the SME and for the business community overall, not just some declarations, not just statements, but actual concrete tools that now and in the nearest future will be used. We'll have a board of directors meeting in late December. We'll approve our investment projects, and we'll go and tap the external capital markets. Thank you very much. I would like to ask the organizer if you could please, in section 1, if you could turn off the extra microphones, because we're now in the middle of the panel discussion, and we now have realized where the technical problem is coming from. Thank you, Oskar. Yes, truly an interesting response, interesting aspects, and I'd like to move on to the next speaker, Oskar Shakinov. If you could please also comment. We're talking about anti-crisis management, changes in the business model related to COVID-19 or COVID-20, if we should call that. We are now broadcasting live in Facebook, also on YouTube, and all the viewers also get to ask their questions through the comment section. But right now we have only one question to Yerlan Dosenbekov, and I'll be reading out in a minute. Now, Oskar, you have the floor, please. Yes, Yerlan was first to raise his hand, but okay, I would just like to speak of an interesting point. When we speak of digitalization and crisis management, I believe it's important to realize that there is a paradox. When digitalization unfortunately adds additional crisis notions on top of the core crisis. Why? This has to do with the digitalization itself being a complex system. It's quite sophisticated, and as any complex system, it leads to additional problems. Moreover, the very approach to digitalization means that crisis or crisis notions or communication with crisis accelerate very sharply. So when we speak of digitalization, it's not only responding to crisis, but it's also solving additional problems, and they most definitely should be taken into consideration while you're working. That's what I wanted to add. Yes, thank you very much, Oskar. And Yerlan, if you have something to add about crisis management, what should be known when you're a crisis manager in these conditions? Asim, I'm sorry, is this question addressed to me? Yes, Yerlan, do you have problems with sound? Yes, I don't hear you very well myself. Unfortunately, we don't hear you, Yerlan. Can you... How about now, Asim? We don't hear her. Yes, unfortunately, Yerlan, we can't hear you. We're now continuing our discussion of anti-crisis management, and the question is, what should a professional crisis manager know to manage business or to manage a state? Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, we do have some problems with sound, and I'll try to be quite brief because I've already said most what I want to say. We consider a crisis as a time of opportunities, and that's the fate of leaders, of strong companies, to use the crisis as a time when you can focus on what's most important to your business model. So-called core is model. We try to identify that core, and that's very important. Also, we're defending, first of all, not our business assets, but our people. So it's people protection first. As such, we try to also provide them with psychological support. This is something they were not getting not only in spring, but also in summer. So a very interesting point. We have engaged people in a campaign called virus of good. Every person in the company had to find 3 elderly senior citizens and deliver to them food packages that the company provided them with. So people switched from just defending themselves and their families, but also thinking of those who are having it worse, those who are going through more hardship. And that had a general revitalizing effect, and people became more confident in this situation. They've come to realize that they can manage different processes and even be leaders in this. And I'm absolutely confident that any company, whether it's a startup or a power engine, it should continuously think about the power of its balance. We don't talk about that much these days. We talk about only technologies for it's what helps us automate many things, helps people communicate. But there are classical things: power of balance, power of your balance sheet. It should be in your focus as a manager. I'm talking about financial culture. The next point, we rely on our strategy of competitive advantage. We look at what we're better than others, and that lets us decide what's core for us, and of which we should have more. And from that we can start thinking where we can become a leader, and we do so quite successfully. That's a great stress, in fact, for the team, for the leaders, to do something at anti-crisis measures to implement our key strategies. But now, in early December, I must say that it works. It works, and in these times, to stay a leader, this is the time when you crystallize your ideas. This is the time when you emphasize real trends that COVID-19 has crystallized for us.
What I want to say is that really I think, may expect several very difficult, very volatile years. I'm sure that the global, regional, national financial sector will be under a lot of stress because the shocks that were taken by leading economies of the world and the most dynamically growing and emerging markets, they cannot but affect the overall condition of the financial sector. We may not quite understand the tectonic shifts that the devaluation of the global main currencies will bring us, how that's going to affect our economy. We're now less confident in the social welfare mechanisms and tools. We're no longer confident that they can be socially oriented. We no longer believe that they can be less toxic, that we cannot be sure that regulation will be focused on reducing the cost of doing business, that it will be focused on improving the social protection, that it could be made so that the state intervention was more social oriented in terms of certain state strategies. And during the next several years, that all of those will be huge challenges, and every company, every public organization or business corporation will have to decide its mission statement, will have to understand how gradual development will be ensured, how this time will be used as a time of opportunities, how to make sure that this sector, this state, these companies is stronger and is more developed or is more competitive. So we will face all these outcomes, and we will have to formulate them and and how to become a stronger society, a stronger country. However, these are the very first outcomes that we might expect, the waves that we might expect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farah, do you have anything else to add? Because Mr. Mazhabayev has touched upon the topic of synergy between the business and the state. You are expert in this field as well, and I would like to hear what you have to say to this end, please. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. I think the points raised are fundamental. Let's think about it as a pyramid or an iceberg. At the very bottom, we have to think about what can Kazakhstan do? What is called productive knowledge. This is called economic complexity. Kazakhstan is currently rated 19 in the world. Let's say next to it, you have other countries like Morocco. There isn't much difference, I would say. The issue is not here. Kazakhstan can do things. Let's go to the next step. From reporting technology, we publish every year the Global Labor Resilience Index in Davos, which is done with Christopher Medvedev, Nobel Prize winner. And Kazakhstan there is ranked number 6. Georgia is 61. Is there a big difference from the technology point of view? No. But the issue is not here. The country is resilient. Where's the issue? The issue is the last level, exactly what you're saying. It's alignment between what is called the public sector and the private sector. And therefore, when we're talking about putting in place public policy, is the ability to look at citizens, the ability to remove competition, or let's say to monopolize in Kazakhstan all the monopolies that are in place. Be able to unleash the powers of the market on one side. On the other side, the ability of government, region, city to listen to citizens. Give the example I mentioned, the government accelerator, that is a digital engagement where we engage with both stakeholders, citizens, government, to put them all in the same place, if they're not COVID, or on the same platform, with each other. And then we listen and engage. And that's the only way to solve it. Otherwise, we're going to take another year, 2 years to get. The issue is in communication. It is not in knowledge. Kazakhstan has enough.
Rostislav, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farah. Rostislav, do you have anything to add to this? Sam, could you repeat your question? Can you comment in terms of anti-crisis management and who managers, anti-crisis managers of today are in the private sector? And then we will move on to the next item. Well, I do not want to repeat what's already been said. Well, anti-crisis manager is a manager who's ready to take the responsibility, to act swiftly, boldly, meanwhile considering all possible scenarios and risks. I think that are the key qualities that the crisis manager must have in order to respond to the situation and find the opportunities from the existing situation. Thank you. Well, in the remaining time, let's pay attention to human capital, and human capital is key, especially in anti-crisis management, where the successful management predetermine the strategies at the level of the state and of the business. We're talking about repatriation, retention, development of human capital. These are very important topics, and we can see the demand for specialists, especially in IT specialists, but it's not only about the market of developers, but the crisis managers, digital managers, architects, digital architects and designers, business technologists and so on. And I think the question is about that. And to all the speakers, you may also raise your hand and also talk of how the state and the businesses address the issues related to human development of human competences. Well, we seem to be having some connection problems, but we are seeing the colleagues. Yeah. Okay, well now, when speaking about the attraction of digital specialists, I think we must understand that the competitiveness of a particular employee or employer will be very, very important. And of course, that kind of competitiveness will depend on the flexibility of approach that the company proposes and how strongly it is willing to support its staff. As for the flexible approach, then we often talk about the informed consumer, informed staff member, and that awareness means that's important. So, and at remote work means that if someone is competent and in demand, then it can work in any companies, irrespective of where they are, where it is located. And I think that's, and the employer must be able to provide the motivation to that kind of staff member and to all the staff members. However, the motivation is not just financial, although it is also important, but engagement and participation in interesting projects. I mean, that's not always happening, but sometimes they take place. It's socially important projects, socially impactful projects. That's exactly why in EY the motto for us is the following phrase, while perfecting the business, improve the world. So people really do want to improve the world, and they want to change the world for the better. And flexibility in terms of organizing the workforce and organizing the work hours. The people, they want to have a balance between their personal, private lives and their professional life, and all of these aspects. And to what extent the employer is ready to grant these flexible conditions, they all will impact how the employer will be able to hire, develop, and retain professionals. And we're speaking about the professionals in IT, in digital sphere. Another aspect, from the government point of view, is that whether the Ministry of Education and Science must change the strategies for vis-a-vis the digital companies, and I believe that it has to, and they must. As far as I understand, there is a program of the ministry that implies investigating and studying the labor markets and forecasting the need in particular professionals who will be in demand in the upcoming short-term or long-term future. And of course the IT specialists, they play a very important role in this forecast. So that's all I had in mind, but going back to the employer, in these crisis times, we need to be able to motivate people, and that is not easy, considering all the circumstances that we have, such as remote work and so on. And I think success will depend on that, and the employer success will depend on his or her ability to attract, retain, and develop staff, and develop human capital subsequently. Thank you very much. Bayan, could you please continue this topic? As far as I know, there is a single communication space project that's focused at human capital development, and that's also focused on overall communication development. Could you please speak about that and also share your opinion? Thank you. Your microphone is off. Can you hear me now? How about now? Does it sound good? Colleague, can you hear me? What about now? Okay, may I add in the meantime, my name is Kayat Mazrabayev, to what Yerlan has said, my colleague from Ernst & Young, Kazakhstan. Well, we're now saying, today is an Almaty investment forum. Almaty is a cradle of a private capital, is a cradle of private entrepreneurship in Kazakhstan. As of now, the private capital is most concentrated in Almaty. Actually, the biggest concentration of private capital is in Almaty. Well, I do not want to raise this topic, and I would like to abstain from raising this topic, but I believe that human capital development must have a very delayed and very long-term time horizon. Otherwise, we cannot be talking about nurturing any human capital. In our company specifically, we're talking about attracting the company staff in, company strategic development, and that's a period between 3 and 7 years. And then we involve them by making them equity partners, so they become the co-owners of the company. But speaking about the IT industry specifically, then I have some regrets. And that Almaty is not an IT development center. I mean, it's not the human capital in the field of IT in Central Asia. And what needs to be done? How can we build the development of human capital in Almaty or in Kazakhstan? And that's a very big question that's not answered yet. Several years ago, when discussing with the government, with the Prime Minister, the issues of IT industry development, we spoke that at risk deprivatization, decentralization and import substitution in IT sector, because the role of the state in IT is excessive. The presence of international corporations is overwhelming. Presence of Russian IT competences and IT industries is dominating. And it is important for us. I mean, the pressing matter for us is to develop human capital in IT industry, because IT is not something relevant to every household. It is relevant to every company, and now every company is very critical about the quality of IT services. And I would like to know what other speakers think about that. I see we seem to have improved the sound. Can I continue? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We will now hear the opinion from Bayan, please. Thank you. Well, assessing the overall human capital development, we must refer to the situation that we have encountered just now. So there are micro indicators and there are macro indicators. In macro indication, we see that this kind of the whip effect that was caused by the pandemic is now very seriously affecting the overall environment. I mean, speaking about the consumer needs, consumer habits, because people were staying at home this whole year. Next year, we're going to have a serious problems related to financial liquidity and turnover liquidity, and its understanding on the physical presence of a good, or some product, when you produce it, when it's there, and it's represented in a visualized manner, physically. So this kind of stage is no longer there. It's almost gone. And there's another stage when the maturity and growth of a technological companies is upgrading to a next level, and every service which is represented and will be presented online becomes an alternative to already existing product. And because of that, and due to that, we understand that the need for the human development of this particular sector will change radically. So earlier, people would create physically the product, they will visualize it, they will have it like tangible in front of him or her, and then the other will choose that based on the physical demand, the physical need. However, now the people are in the position of visionaries. They're creating new business models, they're creating new business strategies, not the business strategy, but business services, which, while emerging in a new market, emerging market, they satisfy the existing demand of the existing market. So CB Insights and Gardeners, their follow-up strategy for the companies who are represented in both retail and luxury, they are in decline. They're plummeting, but not saying that the money are disappearing. In fact, the money simply are reshaping in a different, finding their way in a different product. So when we speak about the human capital, we also must speak about the nurturing and raising the human capital. However, in order to raise and nurture human capital, we need to create conditions for that. And the focus should not be on just development of IT sector. And as a person experienced in this programming and development of architecture, research, also hardware, I worked a lot with hardware. So creating the technological solution in form of an IT product whether that's within the within the framework of a program or architecture, process analytics. That's not a problem. The problem is to come up with the correct and most adequate problem statement. However, to have the problem statement, we need to have a visionary who will process this non-existing product, create it in his own mind or brain, and after having created that, that will be translated and transformed into a service. And for that service, he or she will start attracting, IT specialists, process specialists, and so on, and then only the human capital will develop. However, there are two aspects to this issue. To what extent the market should be involved, and to what extent the state should be involved. The state as a problem statement at the level of creating the visionary products is limited. It's very limited in its capacity and capability, because the state is a bureaucratic, strategic apparatus which works within its limitations, whereas the market does not have any limitations. The market can do anything it wishes, and therefore the market should get involved, should penetrate the market, and should create new ideas, and the state should create the environment for this, inducive to these new ideas, come up with a suitable environment so that the idea could be invented, could be coordinated with IT, process manager, and a financial manager who could monetize the method. So ourselves at the level of the city, upon the instruction from the mayor of the city, we create this element of the synergetic interaction platform with the ultimate goal of interaction with all the parties. So the idea is that virtually we bring together the largest university of the city of Almaty. On top of that, we bring technological companies so that they could build their problem statement on the same platform, through the city platform. On top of that, we want them to come up with the forecast demand of their future staff. So not right now, but as of now, but the forecasted months or 2 year or 2 years. So in that case, the talent will have his or her own individual development professional trajectory, and for that goal they will develop. So people. So if we take the market itself, people, then the market is overheated. However, the potential development of human capital is not limited. For that, we only need to come up with the right conditions, and we need to focus on the visionaries. And therefore, the mayor of the city, Mrs. Agentayev, stresses the importance of creative economy. This is a factor that will develop further, and it will be the visionaries who will create the further development, further vectors of development. They will be able to see the product in their heads. They will be able to transform them into electronic service or some service products, some other products, and then they will be able to develop it and attract people. While speaking of IT specialists, we're saying that, and I would like to underscore once again, these are the technical specialists. Very few of technical specialists can formulate the vision of, kind of the creative vision for a particular sector, the way the product has to look like. However, the creative representatives or visionaries, they create the product themselves. And I think the key here is to create the conditions so that they could interact in one platform. So that they could find each other, so that they could together, jointly create a product, and then only we have an expedited business process. And then we, as a city, as the scenario modeling of the program, will adapt to the leaders or agents of change. Thank you. Bayan, thank you very much. We unfortunately do not have any more time. Well, of course, I wish we could come back to the comment by Mr. Mazhabayev regarding the excessive representation of the state in IT sector, and that's something that we already discussed at our meeting with Mr. Kulibayev, that we're losing some of the battle without even giving a fight. There are sectors where non-Kazakhstani companies are entering easily and successfully, which is good on one side. On the other hand, we understand that we're losing or we're lacking some of our IT competences. And actually, such IT competences, they start with the lack of good competences. Mr. Farah and Mr. Zhakenov, just you have 1 minute of comment each. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the translation is working, but I'll talk anyway. So I hope it's working.
Translation is working. Yeah.
Just on one topic here that you mentioned, just to make it very quick, I'll give you a very concrete example. In Nur Sultan city, the population wanted to have an Uber-style, network where they can share the taxis. Population agreed, the mayor agreed, but we didn't have the IT coders. Simply a gap of IT coders doing the work. In the UK, 20 million was raised by the Office of Students to do a coding institute in 2018. And they trained more than 2,000 people just with this. We could do the same. In Singapore, the government did the Future Economic Council, launched the Skills Future, and they provided $500 to about many people to start learning coding. Those type of very short-term initiatives are very important. But let me close by another point. Mahmoud al-Bastaki was supposed to join us on this panel, and he apologized. He was very keen to actually tell you that the UAE in Dubai is launching the World Logistics Passport that has a very strong IT platform component with the city of Almaty. And he wanted to tell you this here together. He couldn't, unfortunately. But I'm just relaying his message and stressing on the fact that this is a major IT platform connecting the entire world. I repeat, the entire world, Africa, Latin America, with Almaty, through Dubai, through the World Logistics Passports. Thank you for the time and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farr. And Mr. Zakenov, just a brief comment, because unfortunately, yes, we're running out of time. Yes, it's a simple comment. Development of human capital requires an environment of a special kind, and lack of that environment is influencing us. As a rule, the trend today is of the world, the change of so-called diversity quotient. So I'll translate as the coefficient of resilience or sustainability, and that includes also a right to a mistake with the options of the market development that has more or less free form of funding. All of these things are interrelated, and without solving the basic issues, we cannot create the resource required. This is all from me. That was briefly what I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Askar. I'd like to thank all the panelists of the day. Today we spoke of anti-crisis management in post-pandemic world, and I wish everyone success and, of course, great health. And perhaps with this, I pass on the floor to the central studio. Thank you very much, Asim. I thank all the guests who participated today. Naturally, when you're online, there could be some hiccups, and yesterday they were saying if the cloud show, and Bayan was commenting that even in that situation, you may lose speed of your internet connection. So thank you very much for your patience, and absolutely thank you for finding time in your busy schedules. Fadi, thank you separately.
Mr. Fadi, I'm very grateful that you could find the time to participate here on our event, so see you soon. Спасибо большое всем.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to remind to all the other participants of the forum that we will now break from 1 till 2. Please do not switch off, stay online. We will now be showing videos where you can watch the projects being implemented now. These are anchor projects. Today we have signing of 55 memorandums for the total amount of over 3.5 billion US. Last year that amount was a little bit over $2 billion. And for these projects there will be an opportunity to see them in the videos we will be showing now. Thank you very much, and please stay online.
Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кең мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі. Almaty Invest.
Almaty Invest инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобалармен танысыңыз. Almaty City жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және логистикалық хабқа айналдыру. Алматы ЖО2 Қазақстанда электр және жылу энергиясын аралас өндіру бойынша ең ірі жылу станциясы. Көп функционалды отбасылық туристік тақырыптық саябақ, ол аттракциондар паркін, жабық ойын-сауық орталығын, аквапаркты, спа and resort қонақ үйін, ботаникалық бақты, коттедж қалашығын қамтиды. Способствуют строительство гипермаркета Леруа Мерлин и торгово-развлекательного центра Мола Порт. А строительство мультимодального логистического хаба позволит увеличить торговый оборот мегаполиса. Как Almaty Investment Forum 2020 планируется подписать 55 меморандумов на сумму 1,5 триллиона тенге. Стройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы. Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty City is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty Airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TETS 2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. Vamiet, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfendiyar of Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. Sema Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, and a port mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's planned to sign 55 memorandums in the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty investment, market yourself.
Almaty әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бұл мемлекет ресурстары мен бизнес арасындағы көпір, активтер мен жер телімдерін басқарады. Қаланың инфрақұрылымдық жобаларын және жеке бизнеспен серіктестікте инвестициялық жобаларды іске асырады. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлары бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежейді. Азық-түлік бағасы 15-20%-ға төмен жәрмеңкелер мен сауда павильондарын басқарады. Алматы Инвест бөлімшесі арқылы инвестициялар тартады. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бағыттарының бірі қаланың азық-түлік қауіпсіздігін қамтамасыз ету. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар тауарлар бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежеу. Өңірлік тұрақтандыру қорының қорларын толықтыру. Азық-түлік тауарларын сату үшін сауда жерлерімен тікелей әріптестік. Белгілі бір тауарлардың бағасы орташа нарықтық бағадан 15-20%-ға төмен сауда павильондарының қызметін басқару. Қаланың барлық аудандарында жергілікті ауыл шаруашылығы өндірушілерінің қатысуымен демалыс күнгі жәрмеңкелерді ұйымдастыру. Сонымен қатар әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы активтерді және жер телімдерін басқарады. Олардың негізінде қаланың бизнесмендері мен инвесторларының өз жобасын іске асыруға мүмкіндігі бар. Біз қаланың әлеуметтік маңызы бар мәселелеріне табысты бөле отырып жобаларды тиімді басқаруға көмектесеміз. 2019 жылы Алматының микро, шағын және орта кәсіпкерлігін қолдау бойынша бірден 2 бағдарлама қабылданды. Бұл қарапайым заттар экономикасы және Алматы бизнес 2025 бағдарламалары. Осы бағдарламалар аясында бизнесті ұйымдастыруға және дамытуға арналған көптеген құралдар бар. Осындай құралдардың бірі өнеркәсіптік парктер. 2019 жылы Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы өнеркәсіп парктер бағдарламасын іске қосты. Бағдарламаның мақсаты Алматыда шағын және орта бизнестің өнеркәсіптік инфрақұрылымын дамыту. Қазір өнеркәсіп парктерде құрылыс, жиһаз, азық-түлік және жеңіл өнеркәсіптерінің кәсіпкерлері жұмыс істейді. Алматыда 3 өнеркәсіп парк жұмыс істейді. Оның ішінде 3-і қала аумағында. Алматы индустриялық аймағының аумағында 2021 жылы тағы да 4 өнеркәсіптік паркты пайдалануға беру жоспарлануда. 2015 жылы қаланың барлық аудандарында стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы іске қосылды. Стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы бұл адамдық қолжетімділікте қызмет көрсету инфрақұрылымын құру, 1000-ға жуық жұмыс орнын құру, шағын және орта бизнес іскерлік белсенділігін арттыру, стихиялық сауда деңгейінің төмендеуі, көлеңкелі экономикадан шығу. 2019 жылы қала кәсіпкерлерді қолдау жөніндегі қарапайым заттар экономикасы мен бизнестің жол картасы 2025 бағдарламаларын әзірледі және сәтті іске қосты. Осы бағдарламалар мемлекеттік қаржылық қолдау құралдарын, мемлекеттік гранттар беруді және Алматыда шағын және орта бизнесті дамыту үшін кәсіпкерлерді оқытуды іске асырады. Өткен жылы құрылған қолдау кәсіпкерлік орталығы кәсіпкерлерге кеңес беру, оқыту және бизнес жоспарларды әзірлеуге көмектесу бойынша үлкен жұмыс жүргізді. Іс бастауы сәтті болғандықтан, орталық экономиканың негізгі секторларын одан әрі дамыту жөніндегі жұмысты 2024 жылға дейін жалғастырады. Алматы финанс және Алматы микроқаржы ұйымынан төмен пайызбен кредит беру қолдаудың тиімді шарасына айналды. Кепілдік несиелер Алматы микроқаржылық ұйымдарда 55 миллион теңгеге дейін және Алматы финанста 500 миллион теңгеге дейін 2 немесе 6% беріледі. 2019 жылдан бастап 67 кәсіпкер қаржыландыру алып өз бизнесін бастады немесе кеңейтті. Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін зор мүмкіншіліктер бар Қазақстанның ең ірі мегаполисі. Бұл еліміздің ең ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest орта және ірі инвестициялық жобаларды дамыту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасайды. Алматыға жергілікті және шетелдік инвестициялар тартады, кеңес береді, инвесторлардың жобаларын қолдайды, әкімшілік кедергілерді төмендетеді, қаладағы ірі жобаларды іске асырады және инвестициядан кейінгі қолдау көрсетеді. Бүгінгі таңда Almaty Invest 40-тан астам инвестициялық жобаны дамытуда. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз.
Социально-предпринимательская корпорация «Алматы» — это мост между ресурсами государства и бизнесом. Управляет активами и земельными участками. Реализует инфраструктурные проекты города и инвестиционные проекты в партнерстве с частным бизнесом. Сдерживает сезонный рост цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары. Управляет ярмарками и торговыми павильонами, где цены на продукты ниже на 15-20%. Привлекает инвестиции через подразделение «Almaty Invest». Одно из направлений СПК «Алматы» – обеспечение продовольственной безопасности города, сдерживание сезонного роста цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, пополнение запасов регионального стабилизационного фонда, прямое партнерство с торговыми сетями для реализации продовольственных товаров, управление деятельностью торговых павильонов, цены на определенные товары, в которых на 15-20% ниже среднерыночных, организация ярмарок выходного дня с участием местных сельхозпроизводителей во всех районах города. СПК также управляет активами и земельными участками, на базе которых у бизнесменов и инвесторов города есть возможность реализовать свой проект. Мы помогаем эффективно управлять проектами, распределяя доходы на социально важные задачи города. В 2019 году были приняты сразу 2 программы по поддержке микро, малого и среднего предпринимательства Алматы. Это программы «Экономика простых вещей» и «Алматы Бизнес 2025». В рамках этих программ существует множество инструментов для организации и развития бизнеса. Один из таких инструментов – промышленные парки. В 2019 году СПК Алма-Аты запустили программу промышленных парков. Цель программы – развитие промышленной инфраструктуры малого и среднего бизнеса в Алма-Аты. Сейчас в промышленных парках работают предприниматели строительной, мебельной, пищевой и легкой промышленностей. В Алма-Аты уже функционирует 3 промпарка, из них 3 на территории города. Ввод в эксплуатацию еще 4 промпарков планируется в 2021 году на территории индустриальной зоны Алма-Аты. В 2015 году была запущена программа НОТ – нестационарных объектов торговли во всех районах города. Программа НОТ – это создание инфраструктуры сервиса в шаговой доступности, создание до 1000 рабочих мест, повышение деловой активности малого-среднего бизнеса, снижение уровня стихийной торговли, выход из теневой экономики. В 2019 году город разработал и успешно запустил программы по поддержке предпринимателей «Экономика простых вещей» и «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2025», которые реализуют инструменты государственной финансовой поддержки, выдачу государственных грантов и обучение предпринимателей для развития малого и среднего бизнеса в Алма-Аты. Созданный в прошлом году Центр обслуживания предпринимателей Колдау провел колоссальную работу по консультациям, обучению и помощи в разработке бизнес-планов для предпринимателей. В связи с успешным стартом Центр продолжит работу по дальнейшему развитию основных секторов экономики до 2024 года. Эффективной мерой поддержки стало кредитование под льготный процент от Алматы Финанс и микрофинансовой организации Алматы. Залоговые кредиты выдаются под 2 или 6% на сумму до 55 миллионов тенге в микрофинансовой организации Алма-Аты и до 500 миллионов тенге в Алматы Финанс. С 2019 года 67 предпринимателей получили финансирование и начали или масштабировали свой бизнес. Алма-Аты – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алма-Аты «Алматы Инвест». «Алматы Инвест» создает благоприятные условия для развития средних и крупных инвестиционных проектов, привлекает местные и иностранные инвестиции в Алма-Аты, консультирует, сопровождает проекты инвесторов, снижает административные барьеры, реализует якорные проекты города и оказывает постинвестиционную поддержку. Сегодня Алматы Инвест развивает более 40 инвестиционных проектов. Откройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы.
В рамках единой программы поддержки и развития бизнеса «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2020» создана индустриальная зона на площади 490 гектаров, расположенная на территории Алатауского района крупнейшего города Казахстана Алматы. Индустриальная зона Алматы – дочернее предприятие акционерного общества «Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Алматы», созданного для развития предпринимательства в мегаполисе. Развитая инфраструктура индустриальной зоны и выгодные условия для предпринимательства обеспечивают стабильный рост инвестиций, в том числе иностранных. На сегодня участниками индустриальной зоны являются 53 компании, работающие по 6 приоритетным отраслям промышленности. В 2016 году был запущен тепличный комплекс BRB АПК. Объем производства составляет более 7 тысяч тонн овощей в год. В 2018 году начал работу завод по производству металлических высокопрочных сеток и панелей Tokyo Rope Almaty, чья продукция соответствует высоким мировым стандартам. Энергетическая компания «Энко» специализируется на производстве и поставке оборудования для тепло- и водоснабжения. В год производит около 24 тысяч единиц оборудования. За последние годы в индустриальной зоне были запущены несколько крупных проектов. Это мясоперерабатывающий комплекс «Бижан» с объемом производства 5500 тонн колбасы, мясных полуфабрикатов и деликатесов в год. КСМ «Техновид» с объемом производства около 500 тысяч квадратных метров энергоэффективных архитектурных фасадов в год. В 2020 году в индустриальной зоне открылся крупнейший завод по производству легковых автомобилей Hyundai Trans Казахстан. Индустриальная зона Алматы. Мы развиваем промышленный потенциал страны. Бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кем мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобалармен танысыңыз. Almaty City жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және логистикалық хабқа айналдыру. Алматы ЖО2 Қазақстанда электр және жылу энергиясын аралас өндіру бойынша ең ірі жылу станциясы. Көп функционалды отбасылық туристік тақырыптық саябақ, ол аттракциондар паркін, жабық ойын-сауық орталығын, аквапаркты, спа and resort қонақ үйін, ботаникалық бақты, коттедж қалашығын қамтиды. Әлемдік деңгейдегі Вамет көпбейінді клиникасы медициналық туризм қызметтерін және заманауи медициналық инновациялық технологиялар енгізуді жүзеге асыруға мүмкіндік береді. Асфендияров атындағы Қазақ ұлттық медициналық университеті жанындағы біріккен университеттік ауруханасы 6 ірі ғылыми орталықтар мен зерттеу институттарын біріктіреді. Сема медициналық орталығы көпбейінді емхананы, хирургиялық стационарды, жан сақтау, ота жасау блогын қамтиды. Алматыда фармкластердің ажырамас бөлігі болатын фармацевтикалық препараттар, медициналық бұйымдар мен техника өндіру жөніндегі өнеркәсіптік парк сауданың дамуына ықпал етеді. Леруа Мерлин гипермаркетінің құрылысы және Мол Апорт сауда ойын-сауық орталығының құрылысы. Ал Дубай Logistic World'пен бірлесіп, ал мультимодальдық логистикалық хаб салу мегаполистің сауда айналымын арттыруға мүмкіндік береді. Almaty Investment Forum 2020 шеңберінде 1 триллион 518 миллиард теңге сомасына 55 меморандумға қол қою жоспарланады. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Almaty – Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest занимается созданием и поддержкой благоприятных условий для привлечения инвестиций, а также упаковкой и продвижением проектов. Познакомьтесь с крупнейшими проектами, реализуемые в городе Алматы. Almaty City – проект в центральной части города, где будут расположены главным образом деловые и развлекательные объекты. Международный терминал аэропорта города Алматы, цель которого сделать мегаполис крупнейшим пассажирским и логистическим хабом Центральной Азии. Алматинская ТЭЦ-2 – крупнейшая тепловая станция в Казахстане по комбинированной выработке электрической и тепловой энергии. Многофункциональный семейно-туристический парк, включающий в себя парк аттракционов, крытый развлекательный центр, аквапарк, спа and resort отель, ботанический сад, коттеджный городок. Многопрофильная клиника мирового уровня Вамет позволит осуществить услуги медицинского туризма и внедрение современных медицинских инновационных технологий. Объединенная университетская больница при Казахском национальном медицинском университете имени Асфендиярова, объединяющая 6 крупнейших научных центров и исследовательских институтов. Медицинский центр Сема, включающий в себя многопрофильную поликлинику, хирургический стационар, реанимационный операционный блок. Промышленный парк по производству фармацевтических препаратов, медицинских изделий и техники, который станет неотъемлемой частью фармкластера в Алматы. Развитию торговли способствуют строительство гипермаркета Леруа Мерлин и торгово-развлекательного центра Мол Апорт. А строительство мультимодального логистического хаба позволит увеличить торговый оборот мегаполиса. В рамках Almaty Investment Forum 2020 планируется подписать 55 меморандумов на сумму 1,5 триллиона тенге. Стройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы. Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty City is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty Airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TES 2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. Vamiet, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfendiyar of Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. Sema Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, an apart mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's planned to see 55 memorandums in the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty investment, market yourself.
Almaty әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы. Бұл мемлекет ресурстар мен бизнес арасындағы көпір, активтер мен жер телімдерін басқарады. Қаланың инфрақұрылымдық жобаларын және жеке бизнеспен серіктестікте инвестициялық жобаларды іске асырады. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлары бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежейді. Азық-түлік бағасы 15-20%-ға төмен жәрмеңкелер мен сауда павильондарын басқарады. Almaty Invest бөлімшесі арқылы инвестициялар тартады. Almaty әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бағыттарының бірі қаланың азық-түлік қауіпсіздігін қамтамасыз ету. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлар бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежеу. Өңірлік тұрақтандыру қорының қорларын толықтыру. Азық-түлік тауарларын сату үшін сауда жерлерімен тікелей әріптестік. Белгілі бір тауарлардың бағасы орташа нарықтық бағадан 15-20%-ға төмен сауда павильондарының қызметін басқару. Қаланың барлық аудандарында жергілікті ауыл шаруашылығы өндірушілерінің қатысуымен демалыс күнгі жәрмеңкелерді ұйымдастыру. Сонымен қатар әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы активтерді және жер телімдерін басқарады. Олардың негізінде қаланың құрылымын дамыту. Қазір өнеркәсіптік парктерде құрылыс, жиһаз, азық-түлік және жеңіл өнеркәсіптерінің кәсіпкерлері жұмыс істейді. Алматыда 3 өнеркәсіптік парк жұмыс істейді. Оның ішінде 3-еуі қала аумағында. Алматы индустриялық аймағының аумағында 2021 жылы тағы да 4 өнеркәсіптік паркті пайдалануға беру жоспарлануда. 2015 жылы қаланың барлық аудандарында стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы іске қосылды. Стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы бұл адамдық қолжетімділікте қызмет көрсету инфрақұрылымын құру, 1000-ға жуық жұмыс орнын құру, шағын және орта бизнес іскерлік белсенділігін арттыру, стихиялық сауда деңгейінің төмендеуі, көлеңкелі экономикадан шығу. 2019 жылы қала кәсіпкерлерді қолдау жөніндегі қарапайым заттар экономикасы мен бизнестің жол картасы 2025 бағдарламаларын әзірледі және сәтті іске қосты. Осы бағдарламалар мемлекеттік қаржылық қолдау құралдарын, мемлекеттік гранттар беруді және Алматыда шағын және орта бизнесті дамыту үшін кәсіпкерлерді оқытуды іске асырады. Өткен жылы құрылған қолдау кәсіпкерлік орталығы кәсіпкерлерге кеңес беру, оқыту және бизнес жоспарларды әзірлеуге көмектесу бойынша үлкен жұмыс жүргізді. Іс бастауы сәтті болғандықтан, орталық экономиканың негізгі секторларын одан әрі дамыту жөніндегі жұмысты 2024 жылға дейін жалғастырады. Алматы финанс және Алматы микроқаржы ұйымынан төмен пайызбен кредит беру қолдаудың тиімді шарасына айналды. Кепілдік несиелер Алматы микроқаржылық ұйымдарда 55 миллион теңгеге дейін және Алматы финанста 500 миллион теңгеге дейін 2 немесе 6 пайызбен беріледі. 2019 жылдан бастап 67 кәсіпкер қаржыландыру алып өз бизнесін бастады немесе кеңейтті. Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін зор мүмкіншіліктер бар Қазақстанның ең ірі мегаполисі. Бұл еліміздің ең ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest орта және ірі инвестициялық жобаларды дамыту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасайды. Алматыға жергілікті және шетелдік инвестициялар тартады, кеңес береді, инвесторлардың жобаларын қолдайды, әкімшілік кедергілерді төмендетеді, қаладағы ірі жобаларды іске асырады және инвестициядан кейінгі қолдау көрсетеді. Бүгінгі таңда Almaty Invest 40-тан астам инвестициялық жобаны дамытуда. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз.
Социально-предпринимательская корпорация «Алматы» — это мост между ресурсами государства и бизнесом, управляет активами и земельными участками, реализует инфраструктурные проекты города и инвестиционные проекты в партнерстве с частным бизнесом, сдерживает сезонный рост цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, управляет ярмарками и торговыми павильонами, где цены на продукты ниже на 15-20%, привлекает инвестиции через подразделение «Almaty Invest». Одно из направлений СПК «Алматы» – обеспечение продовольственной безопасности города, сдерживание сезонного роста цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, пополнение запасов регионального стабилизационного фонда, прямое партнерство с торговыми сетями для реализации продовольственных товаров, управление деятельностью торговых павильонов, цены на определенные товары, в которых на 15-20% ниже среднерыночных, организация ярмарок выходного дня с участием местных сельхозпроизводителей во всех районах города. СПК также управляет активами и земельными участками, на базе которых у бизнесменов и инвесторов города есть возможность реализовать свой проект. Мы помогаем эффективно управлять проектами, распределяя доходы на социально важные задачи города. В 2019 году были приняты сразу две программы по поддержке микро, малого и среднего предпринимательства Алматы. Это программы «Экономика простых вещей» и «Алматы Бизнес 2025». В рамках этих программ существует множество инструментов для организации и развития бизнеса. Один из таких инструментов – промышленные парки. В 2019 году СПК «Алматы» запустили программу промышленных парков. Цель программы – развитие промышленной инфраструктуры малого и среднего бизнеса в Алматы. Сейчас в промышленных парках работают предприниматели строительной, мебельной, пищевой и легкой промышленностей. В Алматы уже функционирует 3 промпарка, из них 3 на территории города. Ввод в эксплуатацию еще 4 промпарков планируется в 2021 году на территории индустриальной зоны Алматы. В 2015 году была запущена программа НОТ – нестационарных объектов торговли во всех районах города. Программа НОТ – это создание инфраструктуры сервиса в шаговой доступности, создание до 1000 рабочих мест, повышение деловой активности малого и среднего бизнеса, снижение уровня стихийной торговли, выход из теневой экономики. В 2019 году город разработал и успешно запустил программы по поддержке предпринимателей «Экономика простых вещей» и «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2025», которые реализуют инструменты государственной финансовой поддержки, выдачу государственных грантов и обучение предпринимателей для развития малого и среднего бизнеса в Алма-Аты. Созданный в прошлом году Центр обслуживания предпринимателей Колдау провел колоссальную работу по консультациям, обучению и помощи в разработке бизнес-планов для предпринимателей. В связи с успешным стартом Центр продолжит работу по дальнейшему развитию основных секторов экономики до 2024 года. Эффективной мерой поддержки стало кредитование под льготный процент от Алматы Финанс и микрофинансовой организации Алматы. Залоговые кредиты выдаются под 2 или 6% на сумму до 55 миллионов тенге в микрофинансовой организации Алма-Аты и до 500 миллионов тенге в Алматы Финанс. С 2019 года 67 предпринимателей получили финансирование и начали или масштабировали свой бизнес. Алма-Аты – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алма-Аты «Алматы Инвест». Алматы Инвест создает благоприятные условия для развития средних и крупных инвестиционных проектов, привлекает местные и иностранные инвестиции в Алма-Аты, консультирует, сопровождает проекты инвесторов, снижает административные барьеры, реализует якорные проекты города и оказывает постинвестиционную поддержку. Сегодня Алматы Инвест развивает более 40 инвестиционных проектов. Откройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы.
В рамках единой программы поддержки и развития бизнеса «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2020» создана индустриальная зона на площади 490 гектаров, расположенная на территории Алатауского района крупнейшего города Казахстана Алматы. Индустриальная зона Алматы – дочернее предприятие акционерного общества «Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Алматы», созданного для развития предпринимательства в мегаполисе. Развитая инфраструктура индустриальной зоны и выгодные условия для предпринимательства обеспечивают стабильный рост инвестиций, в том числе иностранных. На сегодня участниками индустриальной зоны являются 53 компании, работающие по 6 приоритетным отраслям промышленности. В 2016 году был запущен тепличный комплекс BRB АПК. Объем производства составляет более 7 тысяч тонн овощей в год. В 2018 году начал работу завод по производству металлических высокопрочных сеток и панелей Tokyo Rope Almaty, чья продукция соответствует высоким мировым стандартам. Энергетическая компания «Энко» специализируется на производстве и поставке оборудования для тепло- и водоснабжения. В год производит около 24 тысяч единиц оборудования. За последние годы в индустриальной зоне были запущены несколько крупных проектов. Это мясоперерабатывающий комплекс «Бижан» с объемом производства 5500 тонн колбасы, мясных полуфабрикатов и деликатесов в год. КСМ «Техновид» с объемом производства около 500 тысяч квадратных метров энергоэффективных архитектурных фасадов в год. В 2020 году в индустриальной зоне открылся крупнейший завод по производству легковых автомобилей Hyundai Trans Казахстан. Индустриальная зона Алматы. Мы развиваем промышленный потенциал страны. Бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кең мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Алматы Инвест. Almaty Invest инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобалармен танысыңыз. Almaty City жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және логистикалық хабқа айналдыру. Алматы ЖО2 Қазақстанда электр және жылу энергиясын аралас өндіру бойынша ең ірі жылу станциясы. Көп функционалды отбасылық туристік тақырыптық саябақ, ол аттракциондар паркін, жабық ойын-сауық орталығын, аквапаркты, спа and resort қонақ үйін, ботаникалық бақты, коттедж қалашығын қамтиды. Әлемдік деңгейдегі Вамет көпбейінді клиникасы медициналық туризм қызметтерін және заманауи медициналық инновациялық технологиялар енгізуді жүзеге асыруға мүмкіндік береді. Асфендияров атындағы Қазақ ұлттық медициналық университеті жанындағы біріккен университеттік ауруханасы 6 ірі ғылыми орталықтар мен зерттеу институттарын біріктіреді. Сема медициналық орталығы көпбейінді емхананы, хирургиялық стационарды, жан сақтау, ота жасау блогын қамтиды. Алматыда фармкластердің ажырамас бөлігі болатын фармацевтикалық препараттар, медициналық бұйымдар мен техника өндіру жөніндегі өнеркәсіптік парк сауданың дамуына ықпал етеді. Леруа Мерлин гипермаркетінің құрылысы және Мол Апорт сауда ойын-сауық орталығының құрылысы. Ал Дубай Logistic World'пен бірлесіп, ал мультимодальдық логистикалық хаб салу мегаполистің сауда айналымын арттыруға мүмкіндік береді. Almaty Investment Forum 2020 шеңберінде 1 триллион 518 миллиард теңге сомасына 55 меморандумға қол қою жоспарланады. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алматы Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest занимается созданием и поддержкой благоприятных условий для привлечения инвестиций, а также упаковкой и продвижением проектов. Познакомьтесь с крупнейшими проектами, реализуемые в городе Алматы. Almaty City – проект в центральной части города, где будут расположены главным образом деловые и развлекательные объекты. Международный терминал аэропорта города Алматы, цель которого сделать мегаполис крупнейшим пассажирским и логистическим хабом Центральной Азии. Алматинская ТЭЦ-2 – крупнейшая тепловая станция в Казахстане по комбинированной выработке электрической и тепловой энергии. Многофункциональный семейно-туристический тематический парк, включающий в себя парк аттракционов, крытый развлекательный центр, аквапарк, спа and resort отель, ботанический сад, коттеджный городок. Многопрофильная клиника мирового уровня Вамет позволит осуществить услуги медицинского туризма и внедрение современных медицинских инновационных технологий. Объединенная университетская больница при Казахском национальном медицинском университете имени Асфендиярова, объединяющая 6 крупнейших научных центров и исследовательских институтов. Медицинский центр Сема, включающий в себя многопрофильную поликлинику, хирургический стационар, реанимационный операционный блок. Промышленный парк по производству фармацевтических препаратов, медицинских изделий и техники, который станет неотъемлемой частью фармкластера в Алматы. Развитию торговли способствуют строительство гипермаркета Леруа Мерлин и торгово-развлекательного центра Мол Апорт. А строительство мультимодального логистического хаба позволит увеличить торговый оборот мегаполиса. В рамках Almaty Investment Forum 2020 планируется подписать 55 меморандумов на сумму 1,5 триллиона тенге. Стройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы. Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty City is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty Airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TETS 2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. Vamiet, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfendiyar of Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. Sema Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and equipment that will become an integral part of Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, an apart mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's planned to see 55 memorandums in the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty investment market yourself.
Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы. Бұл мемлекет ресурстар мен бизнес арасындағы көпір, активтер мен жер телімдерін басқарады. Қаланың инфрақұрылымдық жобаларын және жеке
Эту? Пятиход. Объявляю, да, или что? Говорю? 2 часа. Микрофон включен, да? Еще раз всем добрый день.
Once again, good day everyone. Happy to see everyone in the second half of the forum. Now you will be hearing 3 parallel sessions with corresponding reports. We have some very interesting speakers here with me in the parts of megatrends, digitalization, how IT transforms into digital business, how to attract talent, agile, all these current fashionable trends, and I believe our speakers, among who we have Mikhail Lamtadze, Mr. Alfeorov, Mr. Trepka, and Seken Jumashev, and we'll start with Seken Jumashev, partner, KPMG. Seken, can you hear me? Good day. Good day. Thank you, please. Thank you. I can hear you quite nicely. I have prepared a presentation. I'm sorry. Can you mute yourself because I have an echo? I've prepared a presentation. Yes, thank you for that. So I'd like to share that presentation with you. Can you see my presentation? Yeah, we can see it quite well. So if you can hear it and hear me and see it. I'd like to start with greetings to all the participants of the forum. I'm very happy that we're conducting it despite the pandemic. You know, in the world is changing quite fast these days. And speaking of change, I'd like to present to you what's happening in the world now. Speaking of the population, the listeners, the participants of this forum, most of them are people in the age group of 35 to 50. These are the people who are now listening to my presentation. And of course, there are also Generation Z who are under 30. And now the trend is picking up, and that is a reality. So people who are under 30 now, I'm sorry, I can hear myself still. There's an echo. Yes, the people. Colleagues, can you hear me? Yeah, we hear it quite well. If you could mute yourself, please. Right. The people who are under 30 now, these people will be half of the global population. I'd like to note that these people are the driver of this whole digitalization, and they, in essence, are our suppliers, our customers, our employees, and so on. So these are the people who now want to change what we have had from the platform and what exists in the world today. And today I'd like to start with an example. Over the weekend my son came home, opened the fridge to see what his loving mother cooked up. And it turned out he didn't like much what he saw. So he went and ordered some food over a mobile app, which was delivered in 20 minutes time. And he used services of a third-party vendor, a company. So for this young generation that I started with, under 30, but then the difference between the fridge in his own kitchen and the fridge in the digital space, there's no difference for them. And this young generation wants to have all the services available, for everything to be mobile, to have a convenient life. So I'd like to do my presentation under this name. Being flexible means being sustainable. And today I'll tell you of approaches and models of digital transformation. And most importantly, I'd like to make sure that these 20 minutes of my presentation are quite info-intensive. Let me start with megatrends. Just a week ago, we've completed a global study. It's available online now. You can type in KPMG Harvey Nash. In the study, we looked at what's happening in the digital world, and for that purpose, we have interviewed 4,200 managers in 83 countries of the world. And what do CIO, these representatives of the global IT community, say? First, 51% of companies state that IT budgets for innovation, for new tech, will only continue to grow. 47% have noted that the pandemic has accelerated digital transformation irrevocably, so the pandemic had a positive impact on introduction of cutting-edge technologies. And 43% of tech leaders note and expect that more than half of employees will work remotely. So that tells us that this world without offices is becoming our reality, and it will work. Now, it's not something new. It's not something separate within a company. It's built on what you have now, what's surrounding you and us. So I'd like to note one more time that digitalization did not become something that blows you off your feet. No, digitalization, digital
мектептер жақсы жүргізілген, кейбір ондай оншалықты жақсы емес. Дегенмен қандай жасағаны ондай маңызды да емес. Себебі ең маңызды қашықтан білім беру бұл осы оқыту процесіне енуге мүмкіндік бермей тұр. Сондықтан біз қазіргі өсіріп жатқан, білім алып жатқан буын өз дамуында артта қалады деген ой бар. Мысалы, физика, математикадан біліп алып жатқан балалар бұдан алдын оқыған буыннан артта қалады деген сөз бар. Мысалы, офлайн форматта білім алғандармен салыстырғанда. Дегенмен үлкен трендтер бар, ол онлайн білім беруге трендтер бар, өтуге трендтер бар. Бұдан бұрын да қолданылған, және біз қазір көріп жатқан жағдайда қашықтан жұмыс істеуді, қашықтан білім алуда өте көп қолданылуда. Қазақстанда да бар осындай трендтер қолданылады, және университетте, жоғары оқу орындарда қазіргі таңда MBA-ді және басқа да курстарды енгізуге тырысып жатыр. Магистратура болсын, бұл әрине уақыт пен қаржыны талап етеді. Әрине мен де өз кезімде ақш-қа кеткім келді, білім алғым келді, ол кезде бұл маған қызық болатын. Және мен 2 ай бойы мен түрлі университеттерге бардым, Стэнфордке де бардым, және бұнда ең қызықтығы менің сапарымның әрине бұл трендтердің өзін қолдаушылар да бар, қарсыластары да бар. Қолдаушылар университеттің өздері, білім алушылар да, ал қарсыластар 3-5 жыл оқудың қажеті жоқ деп сөздер айтылады, және бұл білімді тегін алуға болады деген ойларды айтылған. Яғни қазір біз эфирге қосыламыз деген үмітіміз бар.
And it's otherwise turning into my own personal talk show, but the colleagues here are showing me that in a minute they'll be connecting us with Second Jumashев and KPMG, the top 4. They have managed to adapt so much in current conditions. Are working for free as part of their CSR, perhaps we're giving a lot of reports in the part of what we should expect of the
нені күтеміз, экономика қалай дамиды, экономиканың қай салалары құлдырауға ұшырайды, қайсы өседі деген сұрақтар қаралады. Және осы жерде сұрақ-жауап сессиясына қатысқан өте қызық деп ойлаймын. Сәкенге сұрақ қойсаңса, KPMG жасаған жұмыстар бойынша сұрақ қоя аласыздар. Өте қызық деп ойлаймын. Және Уалбериске айтатын болса, ол Алферов болсын, Уалберис ол Қазақстанда біздің өңірде жаңадан келген тұлға емес, бұнда түрлі өкілдерді көріп отырмыз. Уалберис компаниясының сіздерге кез келген жерде өз тауарларыңызды алуға мүмкіндіктерін аласыздар. Оның қызметі арқасында Уалберис қазір Қазақстан кеңесіне белсенді енуде, олардың жоспарлары зор, және біздің сауда желілерімен байланыс орнатады деп ойлаймыз. Бұл логикалық тұрғыдан дұрыс. Және бенчмаркпен тұрғысынан біздің компанияларды тарту, олармен сараптамамен бөлісу де аса қажет, және олар жергілікті тауар желілерден алатын сараптама да олар үшін маңызды. Бұл түрі кез келген компанияның дамуы үшін маңызды, бұл сыртқы шығатын компанияларға қажет. Және бізде трепкамызда да қатысады MasterCard компаниясының өкілі. Қазіргі кезде цифрландыру саласында түрлі трендтерді көріп отырмыз. Карта алу мүмкіндігі, мысалы онлайн режимінде сізге ешқандай заттай карта қажет емес, сіз онлайн түрде картаны ала аласыз. Және осындай қызық лаборацияда қатысып отырмыз.
қатынассыз төлемдер мүмкіндігін іске қоспақшымыз. Бұл бизнестің көлеңкеден жарыққа шығуға мүмкіндік, бұл қатынассыз жұмыс жүргізуге мүмкіндік, және жылдам жұмыс жүргізуге мүмкіндік. Әрине, Михаил Ламтадзе де жобасымен, оның мүмкіндіктерімен қазіргі кезде әрбір қазақстандық мақтан ететін компания, қазір базарда сауда жасайтын адамдар, қызмет көрсететін түрлі сервис өкілдері де оны пайдаланады. Енді біз қазір нарықты көріп отырмыз. Каспий бұл тек қана қаржының өкілі ғана емес, Каспий қазір жұрмайтын мүліктер бар, денсаулық сақтау саласында да, сақтандыруда да бар, денсаулық сақтандыруда, және біз Каспийдің платформасында түрлі өнімдерді, түрлі тауарлар сатып алуға болады. Мысалы, 2010 жылы біз технодомда сатып алсақ болсақ, немесе Планета электроникасы сатып алған болсақ, қазір біз Каспийден сатып аламыз. Осы экожүйенің өзі бізге пайдаланушылар, тұтынушылар ретінде осы қызметтерді бір бірыңғай платформада сатып алуға мүмкіндік береді. Ал 2030 жылға келетін болсақ, осы жерде Қазақстанға қазір жаһандық платформалар қысым көрсетеді. Это Amazon, Facebook, Alibaba, Spir, Яндекс, Mail.ru секілді платформалар қысым көрсетеді. Осы платформалардың барлығы шын мәнінде біздің нарыққа еніп жүргізуге. Мысалы, Яндекс таксиге келетін болсақ, қазір Орта Азия нарығында көшбасшы болып келеді. Және осы жердегі негізгі мән біздің қоғамдастықтың әрбір өкілі, дамып келе жатқан қоғамдастық өкілі, осы экожүйені салып жатқан қоғамдастық. Әрбір банкке немесе компанияға осы экожүйені өкілі болу міндетті емес. Бұл деген бәсекеге қабілетті болу міндетті. Және осы жерде осы экожүйеде өз орнын табу және осы жүйенің бір бөлігі айналу болып табылады. Және біз сіздердің назарыңызға модельді ұсынғым келіп тұр. Біз оны бағалау моделі. Бұл біздің әрбір компания жеке қарайтын боламыз. Біз қазіргі кезде түрлі сегменттерге қараған кезде біз моделіміздің анализге талдауға келсек, мысалы, компания осы трендтерге қаншалықты сәйкес келетінін қарасақ, талдау жасасақ, және тиімділік жағынан болсын, орталықтандыру жеткілікті деңгейде болса, мен 8
segments from our model where we see the internal counter and an external one. Speaking of the external counter, I'm sorry, I hear echo again. Can you please mute yourselves? Speaking of the external counter, we can speak of 4 more parts: product, segmentation, customer experience, channels of interaction, alliance with third parties, and so on. Now, speaking of the internal counter, that's what's happening within the company. Here we can see data management, technological infrastructure, organization versus people, and operations and supply chain. So in essence, while looking at a company, we see the segments, look at the external counter, that's who the company interacts with, and see inside how much the digitalization process are developing in the company and developing properly in the corresponding directions that can be characterized by 5 different levels. The first level is the basic level, and this model is most optimal to move towards its goal. In the next slide, I'd like to call upon you, and you can take a picture of this, and tomorrow, after my presentation, you can look at these 8 components and try around the current level of digitalization of the company. So in essence, for each element here, we have so-called desirable level, and for every level you can use a score from 1 to 5, and then you can sum
Sizin kampanyanızda ne жасалып жатыр және қалай қарай жүру керексіздер. Осын белгілеуге болады. Өз сөзімді аяқтай келе, мен бүгінгі таңда әрбір компанияға
needs to become an ecosystem. But at the same time, you need to understand that all companies are moving to a global trend when this whole ecosystem will work globally. And for that, it's very important for our Kazakh companies to start thinking at this time and start finding its own place in this large mega trend of forming different global ecosystems. I'd like to note that currently, flexibility is the new currency of business. That's why it's a very important aspect when a company can adapt to all changes and be digital in any conditions. Thank you very much for your attention, and now I stand ready to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sekция, for your presentation. Apologies for technical delays and disruption about the studio suffering from technical internet. Anyhow, who was able to fill in with my speech presentation on London schedule. Thank you very much for your contribution. We are very close to work with your company and with you personally, and we met a lot. Thank you very much for your support. And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you, Sekция. Mikhail Lamtadze can speak, is it? Apparently I spoke about that and Abde about them, and Sekcja Jumashev spoke about them as well. Mikhail, welcome and congratulations to you and your whole team with the dazzling victory. And that's the landslide victory, so to say, the first unicorn council, and lots of kind and nice words addressed to you, because we're all inspired and will admire what you have done. And the awareness and the penetration of Kaspi brand is so high, and now, of course, we should give the floor to you. Good day, distinguished participants, all the participants of Almaty Investment Forum. Well, in my presentation, I would like to speak about the unique business model which was created in Kazakhstan and which is successfully evolving. And first and foremost, I would like to speak about our strategy and principles of our work. Well, first of all, like in any company, the key driver and the key or the foundation of a daily work is the mission. And the mission of Kaspi is to create innovative service which improves the lives of our favorite and beloved clients. Our work is based on a very important principle, and that we believe that innovations and technologies improve our lives, simplify our lives, and that they increase the living standards. Therefore, in our work, we are guided by technological and innovative approaches and solutions. I think my presentation is not being seen, is it? No, we cannot see your presentation. Okay? To give me just half a minute, I'll try to run my presentation. How about now? Yes, yes, we can see it now. Thanks. So therefore, the foundation of our work is our mission and our great belief and confidence that technologies and innovations can improve the life and can improve the quality of life. Well, speaking of innovations, then Kaspi, well, has been coming up with new products. In 2008, we had the rebranding and we launched a new brand. And since then, every year, gradually, we have been coming up with new innovation, technology-based services and products. The uniqueness of our ecosystem is that it is the only example in the world when company started from financial services, then added some online payments, and then added the electronic commerce. And around this foundation to help people manage their own finances, make some purchases, buy goods and make some payments, we have accumulated that as a kind of overall service. And of course, the core of our business is a unique mobile application, which likely integrates all the services into one super application. Well, if we look at all the services that the Kaspi offers these days, then all of them are based or built around the daily needs of the citizens of Kazakhstan. So we are not just the largest retail bank, we are also the largest platform for electronic commerce or the largest platform of online payments. So in one single application, you can pay any of the 5,000 services, whether that's education, transportation, charity, utilities. So any regular daily needs the household has, it's all there. Also, our platform evolves around the QR code, phone number. Kaspi Gold is also one of the pillars of our business. And in the 9 months of 2020, the Kaspi ecosystem has funneled 1.6 billion of payment, and that's on its own demise is a very important and a unique factor. Electronic commerce is also one of the key platforms. More than 450,000 items can be bought with delivery, and we have a whole range, starting from smartphones to books and to furniture. Our team works on expanding the assortment and the range of goods and commodities and products available, and more partners join in, and they make their goods available in all the cities of Kazakhstan, including the delivery, while expanding the range of goods offered through Kaspi. Well, as for the number of partners, then we have more than 28,000 partners. Most of the companies are represented as SME, Kazakhstani brands, international brands, commercial companies, servicing companies, and so there are many partners that we have, and we keep in adding value for SME. And it's actually very simple. Kaspi keeps on investing in technologies. He's the one that makes huge investment, and by acceding to our technologies, by acceding and joining our marketplace, and this kind of platform of electronic commerce, the small and medium-sized enterprises, they get access to all this marketing, delivery, and all of this. And of course, on top of that, we have financial services. Of course, the financial services were the foundation of everything. That's where we started. But we have perfected the financial services, and now all the products can be available online through our application with the electronic signature, digital signature, with the enhanced security level. So this kind of integrated ecosystem, you barely can have an application that incorporates everything. I mean, there is a similar business model in China specifically, but there are very few examples of super applications like the one we have. And also, we have launched Kaspi Travel. That is an opportunity to buy airplane tickets in a very simple, simplified and plain manner, understandable manner. And if you update your Kaspi KZ application, then you will see the added feature of Kaspi Travel. And we hope that with the help of this new feature, we will be able to bring additional value to our clients. We launched the Kaspi Travel with Santa Fe platform that we procured this year, and we're very happy that this new team has joined in. It's a very talented team, very experienced in air sales ticket, travel services, and we will hold this a new service, and we did it, as if we did it for ourselves. It's kind of homemade for ourselves. So, and we hope that our clients will like it too, and of course we look forward to receiving some feedback in order to improve this particular feature. Well, looking at the future, forward-looking, then we can, China. We can look at China that has a similar business model. There are big ecosystems such as Alibaba or WeChat that offers a range of services similar to those that Kaspi has, started from electronic commerce up to payments, up to QR code payments, or finances online. But at the same time, the uniqueness of Kaspi is that Kaspi has only one super application, whereas Alibaba has a number of different applications with the help of which they deliver the services to their consumers. Well, speaking of development of our application, then Kaspi already has more than 8.5 million monthly users. It is the most popular super application in the country, and 38% of the users come from Almaty. While the rest, 62, are distributed across other regions of the country. When we speak about daily needs of a household and the services that we launch, the result of that is a phenomenal performance in terms of visits and engagement rates with Kaspi Gazette application. 51% of monthly users use the application on a daily basis. It means at least every second user uses and opens our application every day, and that's one of the best indicators in the world. And it's comparable to such services as social services, messengers, and WeChat, that's Chinese ecosystem, which offers similar services, demonstrates excellent performance, and we aspire to increase the number of services and become more and more useful to our consumers, our clients. Amazon, by the way, has twice as shorter. So it's a smaller indicator because the electronic commerce platform, and therefore most of their services are about buying and selling, not like us. As for the innovation companies, and speaking about the success factors for innovation companies, then of course the core is the quality of services that are offered by the company to its clients, and that's key, that's utterly important. An innovation company implies that you, on a regular basis, offer some new services, and if your users are not happy with your current service, then such users will not use your follow-up, the next new service, and that's a very important factor for development of any company. Our team pays a lot of attention, significant attention to the details of client experience. Therefore, when we launch new services, our users and our clients start using them with Kaspi. And which company financially improves your life financially, and 66% of the citizens of Kazakhstan said it was Kaspi KZ. That made 129%, 233 billion tenge of online purchases with delivery or with self-pickup from the shop was made through Kaspi KZ. And that, on one hand, is a high growth. On the other hand, during the lockdown and restrictions this summer, we have invested a lot in order to make sure that our services are accessible, affordable, that the deliveries are well organized, especially with the operative staff at the municipality of Almaty. We work very closely with the municipality. We also work with the State Commission under the President of Kazakhstan to make sure that courier services and our partners could continue providing their services by delivering goods and products when all the shops were closed or had the wrong restrictions. Also, Almaty, as you know, that constitutes a big share of all the purchases. 31% of all online purchases through Kaspi KZ were made in Almaty. The same goes for non-cash payments. Kaspi is a driver of digitalization of the country, as well as transformation, a kind of shift from cash-based economy to a non-cash-based economy. In 9 months of 2020, we have processed the non-cash payments for the amount of 15 trillion tenge, and the growth was 187%. And contactless payments with the help of QR code, with the help of beloved Kaspi Gold. Bank growth in 2019 made 143% growth. And that's a phenomenal, or that's even a breakthrough performance, and it's a result. And I believe that in the upcoming couple of years, Kazakhstan, in terms of penetration of non-cash payments and payments by bank transfer, will be the leader in the world. Until now, one of the leaders was China, who, with the help of Alibaba and WeChat, has contributed to digitalization of many daily routine activities or payments, even for the users in China. But in Kazakhstan, we demonstrate stronger results, and that was thanks to the clients whom we use, thanks to the partners, and we all see the value of non-cash payments, especially when no one really wanted to use cash during the pandemic or given the pandemic. And on our side, we will continue investing in this direction. Well, looking at this slide, it's just one example. In 2015, in September 2015, 6 million payments were made in Kazakhstan. But in September 2020, already 300 million payments are being made in Kazakhstan. So that's the 50 times increase. And together with our clients, we're one of the drivers of this growth. In 2015, we launched Kaspi. There are a few questions for you, including the ones that we receive here in the studio. So if you do not object, I would like to ask them now. Well, you might know that 4, 5, we have a conversation around high-tech, fintech, startup, Silicon Valley, who's making a whole documentary, and lots of people are talking about that, and there are lots of discussions about fintech and the derivative thereof. But we're not talking, you were doing. You didn't do the talk the talk, but you walk the walk. So whenever a company becomes successful, then the questions in the competition arises like, why them? Why not us? So I have this question, which might be a little bit personal, but still, do you believe that Kaspi KZ is so successful thanks to your education, thanks to your background? Well, I think the key success factor for Kaspi KZ was our excellent team, our outstanding team of professionals who creates these unique products, and they create them as if they do it for themselves. Every time they pour their heart and soul into every product. And I believe that's the key success factor in ensuring our success. So I think that's the most important. Consumers do not need the technology, they need the product. And the task for the team, the goal for the team, and to find the best technologies, to develop the best technologies, to develop the best solutions so that these products could then be offered to the people of Kazakhstan. Well, in terms of education, well, we believe in education and we invest in education. For instance, I already have 4 people who graduated from executive business management at Harvard Business School. We would like to send 10, maybe 15 people more during the upcoming several years. We also have different internal training and education programs. We have Kaspi Labs, where we raise and educate data analysts capable of working with big data. We also want to have some additional programs for IT specialists. Because we need and we want to educate the IT specialists or program writers, the coders. That's also a success factor because they are the ones who, on a daily basis, can come up with an innovative service and who can gear the technologies towards the use for use of the people. Well, summarizing, it's team and it's people that I have. My colleagues and my colleagues and my teammates are one of the most outstanding people. Well, if you ask me about the Harvard Business School, then I would say I'm sure the Harvard Business School can accept many people from Kaspi KZ. Well, I have this question because I've been talking to the variety of large-scale businessmen in Kazakhstan, and we had different collaborations with some top universities, and they said, well, Ascar, MBA and all of the components of this education, postgraduate, is more of a marketing from those educational institutions. In fact, everything is accessible online, and during the pandemic, sort of stimulates or drives people towards online education. And Coursera in fact promise and is a key factor in development of educational sector. And MBA is yesterday, it was yesterday. So there are these disputes and many have questions. They hear all these messages, global messages like, why do I need an MBA, even executive MBA, when I can go and take, coding languages and do it in 2-3 months without having to go abroad, without having to spend any money. And that, of course, pushes our youth as well. And I would like you to say something about that. Well, clearly, the movement towards entrepreneurship is great, but you are a bright example of a top manager in a business class or first class, leader the passengers who are hired staff. Well, to that end, if you could offer your comments, that would be very interesting.
Well, for us in Caspian, the opinion is that education is the most important asset that a human can create in their life. You can lose anything, but you never will lose your knowledge, and you will not lose what's in your head. And based on that, we're strong believers in education. I personally believe in education because my parents didn't have the money, and I always had a pedagogue on math, physics, and English. I could be wearing shabby clothes, but I was always learning. I always had the best teachers, and my mother believed in that very strongly, and I guess it passed on to me. And speaking of Caspi, we're strong believers in education, and like I said, we do invest in education and also provide additional tools, whether it's MBA or not. That's just the tool. If you have a goal, and for that goal you want to achieve something, change the industry, or work in a different country, or just meet a large number of very smart people, whether you have ideas and want to meet investors, all these things are just tools. But MBA for its own sake, it's just not worth it. But you have a specific task, and should MBA be helpful, then yeah, go get it. It all depends on a concrete individual. But I disagree with people who say that MBA is no longer necessary. But if you have a goal, and if MBA is helpful from a good, prestigious business school, then yes, go to that business school. If a 3 months coding course helps you with your goal, do that. If learning English, first one is, does that match our mission? Does it improve the lives of our favorite customers? Will it bring value to customers and partners? Would it bring it to the country? Would it bring it to the business? These are the controlling questions we ask ourselves. And if we see that cryptocurrency brings about value and improves lives, then it will appear. If you're to ask me, does cryptocurrency improve lives? I don't think we can give an answer to that. I, for instance, don't understand how it can improve life. Yes, maybe it will help one speculate and make money in it and raise hype on it, but what kind of value does it bring to a common person? We don't see that. If we are to see that, then we definitely will develop that service, and most definitely will do it better than others. Travel, for instance, we launched because we believe that's a major vertical. We can organize a truly great customer experience and help our beloved customers to buy tickets with benefits and travel in the future, and then help partner companies to also grow their business. So we saw the value there, so we came up with that service. And similarly, we work with our e-commerce. That's why we launched that app. So should cryptocurrencies bring any value to common people, then we'll have that service. Otherwise, if it's just a temporary blackout, then it will not be our service. I think it's the most appropriate answer that everyone was looking forward to. That's the main focus, your audience, your customers. And then another question, Mikhail and everyone, hi, why did Kaspi decide to use QR and decide not to use Apple Pay and other analogs on Android? A good question. And they'll work with specific devices. We on our end decided that we have one customer, we have one app, And irrespective of the place our customer wants to make a payment, we want to come up with a universal service and to make and quite easily scalable. So we have focused on our own solutions. We've launched QR in our Kaspi KZ Super app, and this year we've also launched Kaspi Pay for entrepreneurs, which is developing quite successfully. And with the help of our app, on the one hand of the buyer, Kaspi KZ, and the entrepreneur with Kaspi Pay app can do a transaction, can receive a payment, and all of that happens very quickly, very cheaply. We've come up with the cheapest price for acquiring, 3 months at 0% in the beginning. On top of that, and I believe for our users, it will be a lot more beneficial and a lot more acceptable when there is one universal payment instrument. If we were to launch Apple Pay, then okay, we would have launched Apple Pay. Okay, it would work for maybe 10 of devices out there. We don't make our decisions like that. We want all of our clients to have the great solution, not only the people with an iPhone or people with a Samsung or some other Android device. That's why we develop our own payment solutions. Thank you. And the last question, Mikhail, from a young man who says, Kaspi is now everywhere. It had become omnipresent, and I, as a businessman, would like to ask you a direct question. I don't know whether it's appropriate for me to read out this kind of a question. Yes, other prospects for development of alternatives to Kaspi. I believe the question has to do more, is there a room for any other marketplace given Kazakhstan's market size? So when it comes to innovative ideas, most importantly is to answer, does that bring value to the customer, to the consumer? Yes, you can develop any business. And there are quite a lot of examples throughout the world for that. The main plus of why Kaspi, if I were to think about electronic trading, I'll have two opportunities. First one is to come up with my own solution to sell my goods. On the other hand, there's marketplace, where within the app there are 8.5 million users. I can join in the existing technologies, payment instruments, marketing tools. The goal is not to just create your own marketplace. No, I want to make a successful business. If I want to sell online, Kaspi gives me all of that. Otherwise, as any business, you can create any business. When we think of our own solutions or ideas, we always say it's always better to go into the blue ocean than into the Red Sea. So no service that you now see at Kaspi, not a single service was made in a situation when these services did not exist. It's just Kaspi had made them more convenient, much faster, with attention to detail from design and technology perspective. Everything we did already existed, but somehow Kaspi was the one to manage to make its services more higher quality and more convenient at use. But at the same time, we'll continuously create new opportunities for ourselves and for our partners and the users. Of course, you can do more. The more there will be new startups, innovations, the better it is. And it's better for the country, for all of us, and for the consumer and for the competition. Thank you. All the best. Thank you, Mikhail. Yeah, everyone should drive. Most importantly, see your target properly. Thank you. Tell you a bit of the company. So, if you could please see my slides. Can you see them, colleagues? Wonderful. Yeah, let's start from the beginning. All right. Just a moment. Somehow my slides are not switching. Let me do it manually. Yeah. So yeah, colleagues, let's start. I'll tell you a bit about the company. Wildberries was founded in 2004. Originally, we are from the Russian Federation. So we first opened in the Russian Federation. According to SimilarWeb, we are in top 10 most visited sites of the Russian Federation. According to Data Insight, for the 4th year in a row, we are the largest internet shop in the Russian Federation. When it comes to volume of online sales, over 50,000 employees, over 70,000 brands on our platform. Our buyers make more than 1.2 million orders a day, over 8 million visitors a day. In our warehouses, we have over 129 million goods. For the year 2020, in 11 months of 2020, the turnaround, the company was about 372 billion rubles. The categories of goods, they vary from garments to shoes, food, sports, kids goods. Sports goods became especially high demand during the time of the pandemic because people were interested in becoming physically active while sitting at home. We're in 8 countries, all countries of the Eurasian Economic Council, including Kazakhstan, 2 countries of EU, Slovakia and Poland, and also Ukraine. Here you can see the performance of our orders from 2012 through 2019 and the performance of our turnaround for the same years. On top of selling goods, we're now actively developing digital content, digital goods. Right now on Wildberries, you can buy airline tickets, online gym courses, educational courses and lectures, and we're actively developing this direction. It is quite a priority direction in our work, and we plan to further develop going that way. On this slide, you can see geography of our points for pickup, our own and partners networks, plus automated machines. They are available in all the countries of presence in the Republic of Kazakhstan. We're represented quite widely, and I'll talk of that in a minute. On this slide, you can see all our warehouses for shipment for our suppliers. Suppliers can they can ship their goods to this warehouses and start selling from our platform. And now, of course, of our work in the Republic of Kazakhstan, we have over 577,000 unique users, over 5.5 million orders. Currently, over 80 Kazakh suppliers present in our platform, over 1,600 outlets for goods pickup. I'd like to note that this number has grown in folds from 2018 when we arrived. That tells us that we're developing in the region quite actively. Now about the work with our suppliers. We offer a convenient service for the vendors. You register in 5 minutes. We have automated document exchange. We're currently testing a new tool, FBS, fulfillment by supplier, which means shipment of goods, of orders from the warehouse for the buyer at a reduced commission, but that only works for certain categories of goods. And of course, for all our vendors, we provide free webinars teaching e-commerce in general, and in particular working with our platform. So why do vendors choose Wildberries? Firstly, coverage of the audience, which is quite sizable in all countries of presence. Convenient service of fulfillment. We provide acceptance and storage, distribution and sales. The supplier can administer their shipments on their own. conduct their lineup in their own online offices, and we pick up a lot of burdens through the coverage of the customers. And of course, transit to our warehouses happens on our account, and of course 24/7 support service for all our vendors. So with this, one of the key arguments that can speak in our favor is the number of our vendors. As you see, there are currently over 72,000 suppliers, and most importantly, we're now focused on working, first of all, with the local SMEs in any region. No exception. Priority for us is SME. For we're convinced that SME is the pillar of any economy, and this segment should be developed as it's the most flexible and as it's the most vulnerable, as you know. So we help our SMEs, and as you can see, most of our suppliers are SMEs. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'll be happy to entertain your questions. Thank you, Denise. Now we're awaiting questions on WhatsApp, but before that, I'd like to have a brief discussion with you. It's the second year in a row we're inviting Wildberries. Now Tatiana Vakachuk is generally a very close person for mass media. I think she made an exception for Forbes. Maybe I'm wrong with the publication, but she gave one interview only. But an interesting business model and interesting approaches. I believe some global things, those are more or less understandable. Can I ask the colleagues to bring up on the screen the presentations? If you could just remove the presentation off the screen, yes, so that we can see a live discussion. So Denis, a question. It's clear that you're quite well represented in Kazakhstan with some serious geographic coverage, but still, how do you see your prospects for development? Do you consider Kazakhstan to be just a part of your market, or you have a wider outlook on the Central Asian market? Do you have any other plans and directions for development? And I will further elaborate on this question, but I'd like to start of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and generally in accordance with the trends of the Kazakhstan market. It is no secret, and it's happening at the state level, at the ministerial level. It is no secret that... Denise, I'm sorry. Can you close the presentation so that we have the full screen? Yes, of course. Yes, close demonstration of your slides. Yes, it's closing. Seems to be closed. Yes, sorry for interrupting. Please carry on. It's all right. Sorry for this technical hiccup.
Well, towards this development, and actually it's all proof that it's not just a region, it's a very well developing market that we're all interested in. Yeah, for us, it's more than just, no. Yeah, we discussed with libraries and as well as with management of your company in Moscow. And I remember there was an initiative inside of the Wildberries related to enhancing their presence in Kazakhstan. And does Kazakhstan look at any potential strategic collaboration with local commercial partners, trade partners, or the company or the corporation plans to just develop on its own, in an isolated manner as Wildberries, or are you looking at potential collaboration options with the local partners? Well, of course, we are focused on, driven towards partnership relationship with all the business community of Kazakhstan, and that's firstly about the suppliers, collaboration and partnership with the suppliers, and that's speaking about the business. That's our priority. Well, and with the so-called the peers, we're ready to collaborate as well. We're open for any kind of proposals to that end. Yes, we want to collaborate, you know, in isolation. We can't do much alone. And I know that. Well, it all depends on the approach of the company and the company leadership, company management as to its development. We're aware of some international examples when global corporations would enter the emerging markets independently. Some would enter with the collaboration with local partners. Every company has its own strategy, and we've been discussing this issue for almost a year. As to how the Wildberries will collaborate with other stakeholders that are there in Kazakhstan, whether Wildberries is interested in partnering with others, because your expertise, well, and your expertise, your knowledge, of course, could be very useful. We have just a lag with internet, unfortunately, and I just said that it would be interesting to see if Wildberries could collaborate with some local businesses, not only in terms of, you know, selling together, but also in terms of learning from each other. Exchanging best practices. And, you know, the think global, act local, this statement remains very relevant. And I think the time has come to ask this question directly, really. We have not yet, we're yet to see this, you know, practical example or implication of this collaboration. Last year, I've been very closely collaborating with Wildberries, and this year I don't see that. Well, I'm speaking about the city. I mean, on behalf of the city, on behalf of Social Entrepreneurship Corporation. I remember your representative coming last year and attending the financial forum hosted by Mr. Kirimbetov, and the mayor attended that forum, and that's where we met your colleagues from Wildberries. We discussed the potential growth points, and somehow it just got interrupted, you know, discontinued. And I would like to understand whether you still have those plans in terms of development. If you're saying that you're open, then how do you see the further development of collaboration? What is the format that you see? Well, it is a comprehensive issue. Well, it's no secret that the pandemic has disrupted many of our plans. Maybe not has completely changed some processes, but affected the processes in terms of slowing down thereof. And here we go. We, you know, plan some things, and we keep on thinking with our colleagues and working on different aspects of collaboration and cooperation. And of course, we're not giving up that thought. We haven't given it up, but you know, of course, we will keep you updated of our progress. Well, I will be very frank. Social Entrepreneurial Corporation is the beautiful platform that is suited perfectly, that's located perfectly for building this resource bridge between businesses and the state. In this very instance, the We Corporation is a joint stock company. In fact, we are the City Wealth Management Fund. We position ourselves as an investment fund. So I'm speaking not, you know, I'm not talking just about the mutually beneficial relationship or investment, but I'm speaking as the interlocutor. I can bring you close to counterparts here in Kazakhstan, where we can be the crossing point by using the Almaty Invest, which is a one-stop shop for all the investors, find some interesting solutions. We've been very active in the trade development. As you know, the regional gross product is pretty high. I mean, regional gross product share and commerce is pretty high. And recently we spoke to Majid Fetai, it's a Dubai big commercial group that owns the Carrefour franchise. And all in all, this is a forum devoted to investment, to attracting the investment to the city of Almaty. Almaty, being the largest city of Kazakhstan. Well, I think this is just platitudes that I will not be repeating anymore. So I think the key message of our forum is invest in Almaty. So welcome to Almaty. Welcome to our platform, and we will be very happy to see our partners. We are, in fact, present in all the regions, every region of our country. That is why my colleagues will gladly join this initiative, and I'm sure that we will find some, common ground for growth and collaboration. I think we have some questions. There might be some questions from the studio as well. Oh, here I have a question. How do you share the, how do you evaluate, how do you see the share of your market in Kazakhstan? That is a difficult question, in terms of analytical statement. It's difficult to say, but I know we have a share, and it's not small. But, well, in terms of percentage, well, I cannot give you an accurate answer. I really do not want to be misleading. How about Uzbekistan and other Central Asian countries? Are you present there as well? Not yet. Do you have any plans? We're looking at all the opportunities. So, okay, clear. Well, the last question. Well, we've been sort of tormenting you about the development and your plans and the future. Well, I understand you don't want to disclose all of the things, and you might have some commercial secrets and, some secrets related to your development and your market penetration, market share, some things come. And to that end, do you hear me? Yeah, okay. Okay, well, we've been having some sound disruption. So today, during the forum, we're signing a big memorandum between the municipality, the city of Almaty, Social Entrepreneurship Corporation of the city of Almaty, and Dubai and DP World. Unfortunately, the chief operating officer from DP World, Mahmoud Al-Basaki, was unable to join us today, but I think the idea is pretty simple. I think it will be a very good message to be heard by you and other participants of the forum. We have launched an initiative of developing a multimodal hub at the airport of Almaty. Well, you know that we're building the second terminal, that soon an international terminal will be built, that all the project design and construction contracts have already been signed, everything is ongoing, already in progress. So this kind of multimodal hub will allow us in a very fast manner, develop the trade, kind of kick off the trade, and it will be like a commercial club. And you, being a participant of an e-commerce sector, it would be advisable for you to join this multimodal hub and then enjoy some of the preferences, some of the benefits that this membership in a hub we offer. So it's not a question, I think it's a comment that I would like to share with you, and I would like you to take to your management, your top management. Almaty is seen, by the government of Kazakhstan as a logistical hub. Also, we have a very interesting initiative, which is establishment of the largest logistical hub in the region, together with DHL. I think that will be a very interesting direction, and also wholesale distribution centers could also be is another direction. That is why I would like to invite you to Kazakhstan. I would like you to come as a big delegation and look at all the opportunity that the city has to offer, all the opportunity that our Social Entrepreneurship Corporation has to offer, as well as funding that comes along with this partnership. As EC, Almaty has received the credit rating of BBB-, and we will be accessing the money market very soon. So I think we have some common grounds. This was the food for thought, and I believe I have planted some seeds that will yield in the future. So thank you very much for your feedback, and we will look forward to seeing you in at an offline forum next year. Denis, thank you. I'd like to remind you, this was Denis Alfyorov, head of the Wild Breeze department, one of many. And Denis, have a good day and nice weekend. Thank you. Stay healthy. Next speaker, Mr. Trepka, MasterCard company. Thank you. We seem to be, being faster or ahead of our schedule. So far, it's all good. So the floor is now yours. Hello. Thank you for this invitation. I'm very pleased to be attending today's forum, Almaty Investment Forum. In my part, I would like to speak about the megatrends. The key topic has to do with digitization. Well, in terms of Almaty, it will be very interesting to look at how the whole ecosystem is evolving. Our ecosystem related to smart city is being evolved. That's exactly the reason why I would like to start with smart city slide. Well, looking forward, of course, it will be good to look at the development of digital initiatives as well as non-cash payments. My name is Rafael Trepka. In MasterCard, I'm in charge of development of our company in Central Asia, in such countries as Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan as well. Well, when I'll go through my main, body of my presentation, I would like to underscore several topics that are important for MasterCard itself. How MasterCard is a technological company which already has an experience of working more than 50 years in developing the payments, developing the non-cash payment systems in the world. What's important for us is to make sure that these payments are simple, but innovative at the same time, and always safe and secure. That's also an important part of our mission. Delivering to every corner of the world the payments for the sake of our clients, of our consumers. Well, if we look at the vision of MasterCard, then the vision complies very well with the vision of Kazakhstan, or the vision of the region, which is a world beyond cash, or the cashless world, so to say. So on this foundation, if we look at the smart city topic, then how different solutions can very well support the life of the city, of the region, and of the country. How different developments of the smart city help develop the cities, the countries, and the whole economy. Like I said before, everything is based on safe and secure solutions. During the pandemic, you all saw very well how different parts related to social sphere were developed, how salaries and social welfare was paid and transferred to the accounts of different, the people, applicants. Sometimes it is faster to receive or to transfer welfare to a card. Sometimes a card that's in your purse. During the pandemic, we also saw how the whole sector of SME was changing. Many businesses had to shut down or had to suspend their activities. And let me talk about several solutions that we offer to SME. Well, in terms of the city, or speaking of the city, it has already been said, and that have been mentioned in relation to the airport and the development of Almaty Airport. So everything related to transport is important, and that includes airlines, public transportation, metro, buses, taxi, and all of the new trends such as car sharing or anything, the shared economy, bike sharing, and any others. they also gain important significance. When we look at the whole ecosystem related to the city, it's important to look how it all correlates with education. How can we help with our solutions to schools, to school children and universities? On the other hand, what we should also consider is healthcare. What additional solutions can be offered on the basis of payment, e-payment, electronic cards, electronic payments, something that could help improve the healthcare sector as a whole and the experience of the whole healthcare sector. And tourism needs to be developed, a tourism that has stagnated during the pandemic, and we need to look at the future and when the travels will, restart again, and that should not be only in terms of the leisure travels, but also business trips as well. Well, I would like to speak about some specific examples. I already spoke about the school card, or the school people card, or university card. So we should not only look at payment solutions to pay for your daily purchases, but also these payment solutions can very well exist as a way of controlling the entry points to the school. For instance, if a student cannot carry his mobile phone, or he or she can have a card or a special kind of mini card, smart card, something that where you can download your original baseline card or transportation card, all of sorts of passes, and include different payment systems, and it can also serve as a proxy card, when entering the schools or passing through the security systems. And later you can use the card to pay in the school cafeteria or get some cash. At the same time, there are different solutions for healthcare. If I'm already with my doctor, and if I receive a prescription, that I will have to then take to the drugstore, pharmacy, and then I do not need a paper. It can easily be connected to my card, to a payment application, so that when I go and buy a prescription, I could already know. And so the pharmacy already know what I need. So in this sense, these payment solutions could be used for getting prescription and using the prescription. There are also payment card-based transportation solutions. Say I'm in Almaty today, and tomorrow I'm in London or New York, and I want to use same pass, same card. I don't want to change and buy cards and so on. And to that end, of course, contactless solutions are well developed in our NRC technology. There can be simple tickets, or I might, buy a day pass and just get one payment for all the trips without having to pay without having to make multiple payments. During the pandemic, together with our partners, we worked a lot to develop and take further the NRC technologies and others. For instance, increasing the threshold of NRC, to make sure that it's safe and secure. Also, in terms of health, we needed to exercise a more kind of singular approach on taking about the contactless payments. So that was the main part in terms of mega trends and digitalization. And it was good to look at how a smart city develops and what kind of different solutions we might need to integrate to make our city smart.
In the second part, I'd like to tell you about different technologies that we have also implemented with our partners. A few photographs of the Almaty Metro, the project that was launched some time ago. And in 2020, we see such payments as Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, already existing in the market. Like I already said, the contactless technology is developing quite well. Also, in previous sessions, in the part of development of fintech, we can see how different fintechs are developing in the country. And in our opinion, well, we're very closely looking at tourism business development, doing different researches such as global destination index for the city, for the regions, different programs that Kazakhstan participates. We had different projects on the theme of tourism development and how we can support it together with the city of Almaty. And in the end, for me personally, it was especially interesting to see Shumbulak, and I was looking at the Alps in Austria and other countries. And after that, it was very interesting to see Shumbulak, and for our cooperation with Shumbulak, it was very attractive for development of tourism business, as it can be very interesting for residents of other countries, and that can also help in development of the whole region and the city. I will also by several banks of Kazakhstan, and here I show several global examples of how MasterCard is developing very well, and it's very good that banks in Kazakhstan have also started developing such solutions. What I'm saying now, that's it's very interesting to look at the side of taking payments, because there are different cards, different settlement solutions, payment solutions, and places where you can pay with such. A whole new technology, a whole new mega trend is emerging with software POS. One of the solutions of paying with tapping with the phone, it's a software that could be added online, and thanks to that we can also have launched this solution in Kazakhstan and in the region. And even more interesting from the fintech perspective, that fintech from Kazakhstan, from the region, are also developing such solutions. Card issuance, taking payments is also important, but additional trend that emerged through the pandemic was the possibility of wiring money or paying salaries through what we call MasterCard set. It's a possibility of different parties, including internationally, and transfers are also available between individuals. You can send money internationally and receive money internationally. This is even more interesting because at the time of the pandemic, when we don't get to travel, but I want to send money quickly to friends and family, we can use the money send technology, which is a safe way of sending money. Of course, transfer, I will mention here, are peer-to-peer. There are many other use cases of making payments between two businesses, and in the same manner you can receive money from public services, from the government. Another good development we see in Kazakhstan, with many additional new opportunities. Yes, there's a possibility of transferring money when, for instance, in the communicator actions. And also for Kazakhstan, for the region, we have come with a solution called MasterPass. It helps in the development of and inconvenience in online shopping. Several examples with merchandisers in Kazakhstan, such as, for instance, Rahmet. And in other countries, we see cases of our cooperation with the railways of the Czech Republic and taxi service Singapore. And of course, MasterPass supports additional online payments to make it more convenient, faster, and safer to live rather than leaving your card data on the internet for your future shopping needs. A few more examples. For instance, it's one thing to talk about different technological solutions. For the more you shop online, the more you should pay attention to security, and I mentioned this word on several occasions. And MasterCard is looking very carefully at different cyber risks, protection from, and we have accelerated projects with our partners in Kazakhstan and the region to protect not only transactions but banks, whole organizations with a variety of solutions. When it comes to cyber risk and cybersecurity, we always look at different levels. For a start, I said that our experience is over 50 years of different solutions with different firms that we work with, and that helps us a lot in ensuring security of payments. I also would like to emphasize how important is the whole sector of SMEs and even micro business that very often had to close at the time of the pandemic. Very often such businesses don't have the solutions or opportunities open to larger merchants. Very often this has to do with understanding of competition, where one can additionally find buyers, where you can channel of sales, how to better organize your marketing campaign. We also come with different offers and work with banks to offer merchants understanding of what happens in the market, in the overall sector, and how better to be more competitive in the market. And as I highlighted in the beginning, it's quite interesting to look at how new different firms are developing in Kazakhstan and the region. We call them startups, fintech. MasterCard also supports such solutions globally. Our program is called Start Path. I advise you to visit our internet page, try your chances. Of course, it will require going through a whole mesh, but for those who make it, it's a very interesting program that we've been developing for 6 months now, and we connect different firms with other partners from any part of the world, and you can develop very quickly from Kazakhstan, from the region, and you can connect with Europe, Asia, and beyond. Thank you very much one more time for the invitation. And before the questions, I'd like to conclude with saying that from MasterCard perspective, we always look from our main theme of doing well, doing good, and additional supporting and expanding cashless secure payments. Thank you very much, Rafał. Thank you very much for your detailed and interesting presentation. If you have a chance, if you could please share your material. We get such inquiries in the studio. People want to see it. Some may have been joining later, some sooner, some have left the studio. So we'd be grateful if you were to send us your presentation to distribute among the forum participants, as it is very interesting. And I have several questions we have on our WhatsApp channel. The first question is, does MasterCard plan to install its POS terminals in parking sites of the city? We still can't use cards for parking. Thank you for the question. Before this function, for more than 4 years, I worked on development centralization in Central Europe. For me, it's always very important to get information as to where else people don't get to use their card or apps. And I'd like to say, yes, it's not MasterCard that supplies terminals. MasterCard always works with the acquiring banks who implement their terminals. We're more helpful on the technological side of the solution, offering different varieties of solutions based on different technologies. And after this forum, if I can get additional information, whether it's a network in a specific region, please do talk to us, and I will continue working with our partner banks so that such solutions will be supplied. Like I said in the second part, it's not only issuance of card, but also development of payment taking. It is very important for us and for the development of the market. If possible, after the forum, if I can get more detailed information, please do send to us. We, as social entrepreneurial company, also developing a project, which is a legacy project, a project for development of parking lots in the city of Almaty. So this issue, I myself as a user can tell you, you come to a terminal, you can't pay, everyone's using Kaspi, people use cards, contactless, you can even pay by phone number, but in parking lots we still don't get the level of comfort that Kazakhstanis became so used to. So in this regard we will be sending to you all the materials because we work with MasterCard, and I believe it would be interesting to continue this work further. Second question is, what does MasterCard do to popularize payment technologies among the representatives of SMEs? I believe it's a very important question. You know, the largest problem is the shadow economy, the gray area, the fear or lack of desire of small and micro business to come completely clean. What does MasterCard do in that direction? Several questions in one. First of all, of course, we can look from the perspective of shadow economy, and here in English we say passive or active. Of course, if it's an active shadow economy, if the two parties agree, it's hard to combat that, but there are additional solutions when it comes to taxation system and legal system. Very often, things that we look at, of course, one person would like to pay. For instance, the parking lots. I'm not saying that parking lots are shadow economy, but very often people want to pay, but they simply don't have the possibility, the opportunity to pay cashless. And it's very important to understand what are the additional sectors. It could be farmers markets, people that sell fresh produce when they come to the city. There are no solutions for them. I earlier said that the technology tap on phone, because there are mobile apps, and that helps a lot. In many countries, this used to be the case for taxi services that wouldn't take cashless payments. Now that is developing very well when it comes to electronic payments. Once again, the technology of tap on phone helps. First approach is to look at the reasons, whether it's active or passive, plus additionally what are the key sectors, because for every sector there could be different solutions. Also the money send that I already mentioned, it can be very helpful in transferring money. This is what happens with money send. It's all very transparent, it's all visible. You see how electronic payments are made, and there's more of a legal side. How can you consider aspects of shadow economy? Second part will have to do with education and the fears of how does it work, or what are the solutions out there. Of course, MasterCard also works with banks. There are different ways to send different information to educate via media, SMEs. What is a payment? What are the convenient ways? What are the solutions out there? If I want to make and take payments for my shop or online. Additionally, we offer different platforms. Of course, most banks have different processing capacities with installation of an online shop. If not, MasterCard has such solutions that we call simply payment gateway to help banks that further offer different solutions for SMEs. And finally, these are different conveniences and for different outlets where SMEs make payments and also take payments, where you can use payment cards and payments. That perhaps is the most interesting part when you teach people in new technologies. You teach the market and increase awareness in the market, and as feedback we get the business out of the shadows. It's not just a fair, it's a science, managing change, and it works at every stage we speak of it. So please, welcome. Please do come to us, and I think together with you we can work more. I even have an idea that together with the Akimat of the city, with you and the Digitalization Committee, we can. It doesn't have to be on
the trends. Well, the rewards and loyalty. So the first part is about the different utilities that we can offer to the client. It can be cashbacks, it can be discounts, it can be different points that you can then exchange for different products and services. Of course, there was a range of programs where the client could receive a lot of scores, points, for instance, for flight. And that's not only true to Kazakhstan. In the world, there are different programs related to flight miles and all. They have dropped. I mean, are no longer popular because, as you know, the flights have declined. If the airline has its own loyalty program, then some serious changes are happening there. But as I can say in the there's a lot of information that my points will not disappear this year, like they did last year, the year before, so that I could use them next year, for instance. And clients could also receive cashbacks, I mean, some shops, because now the time for internet transaction has come. So if the banks in Kazakhstan are still giving a lot to their clients, and in fact that's much more than banks of Western countries do and offer to their clients. And if the banks used to accrue the cashback for all the transactions, then nothing changed for the clients. Simply, clients, they continue paying with a card. And the difference is that I no longer, I just continue receiving my cashback from offline, because I moved from offline to online. However, if a particular merchant had additional cashbacks or additional points, then some changes might have happened. Another part that needs to be explained is that the bank and program organizers, they have different additional expenses during the pandemic. We can also observe a trend that the banks and the companies that propose and offer different loyalty programs, then for them the level of points and level of cashback has reduced, has dropped. That has to do with the economic situation, and if the bank still continues incurring some significant expenditures, then of course they can no longer afford paying, big cashbacks or incur high points. And that's actually what about the remorse, about the clients getting certain bonuses. As for the loyalty, how often do I come to make my purchases and how repetitive I am? Say, customer loyalty means it's a client that gets together very frequently and that, is kind of encouraged to go there again. So if the program has to do with merchant, it's not changed. The program, the market in then again, there are no changes because people continue getting their cash back, and because of the decreased, shrinking economy, also the cashback volumes drop as well. I recently read in a Harvard Business Review a short article. As far as I understand, Singapore Airlines, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, then in the reward system, the Singapore Airlines and to their reward system, so they have came up with a very interesting solution. Of course, during the pandemic, all their airplanes were landed, and the people and the scores that the people will have accumulated by their loyalty system could be spent on board of their airplanes. I mean, but landed airplanes, and in the business class, as people had 2 or 3 hours spent on board of airplane and pay not cash but pay bonuses, pay with miles that a passenger has accumulated during active travel. That was a very interesting creative solution, I believe, and just a food for thought for your company. But the last question, I think it's a very interesting one. Does MasterCard plan to work in fintech sector to support acceleration programs and startups in the field of creative industries as a whole? And what I mean, creative industry, so if it has to do with payments, then of course it's a niche, yeah. MasterCard has a program that's called Startup, where we additionally develop additional parts and aspects related to fintech, and we have another program that's called Acceleration, how fintechs can issue cards, how can they develop in different countries. So you can, a fintech engage program of startup.com, and read more. So if it has to do with payments, we of course are interested. If there are additional creative solutions which you might think would match our banks, then of course you could use MasterCard as an introduction for a variety of the banks. Even if, if we propose the better solutions for the bank, merchant, acquirer, and bank card holder. Thank you. We have, well, if you're not too tired, then we have very last question. What is the product of your company is in the highest demand, and why? Why? The MasterCard product, of course, we speak about the technology, then of course the product is issued by the banks. Well, during the pandemic, and speaking about the megatrends, the debit cards, which go through a variety of phases, and we also have credit cards. So it can be just a virtual card at the beginning, or it can be the digital first. So I just get the same conditions which I would receive through my plastic card, but now I receive them in a digital form. And the card is in my purse, so I kind of use my purse, but at the background there is a card. And of course, additionally, I can receive the plastic card so that to use it further with the ATM or tellers or any other place that doesn't receive the digital cards. So it could kind of irreplaceable. So these are the most simple, most demanded, most needed product that goes through a variety of phases, through a variety of development. We all need our ongoing account, which is safe, which is accessible, which is fast, and digital card is the one that gives you this kind of access, instant access. Of course, there are lots of solutions related to cybersecurity of data and travels, but I think the closest one is, of course, having this digital debit card. Thank you very much, Rafal. We had 2 hours discussing megatrends in the field of digitization. While there are lots of board words in Russian language which sounds English, but they're in Russian. Thank you very much, Mr. Trepka. Thank you very much, Mr. Carr. Thank you for such a detailed and, in fact, an interview with you. And I hope that our collaboration within the framework of SPK, our SEC and digital development of digital infrastructure of Almaty will flourish with your support. Thank you very much. Stay healthy, stay well. And we just have one more working day before the end of this week, and I hope to see you soon again. Thank you very much. Also, have a good event, and thank you. I'll be looking forward to your additional questions. Thank you. Well, let me remind you that we are hosting an Almaty Invest Forum. Today, we had a high number of speakers, very interesting speakers. And our next session is called The Global Champions. It will take place in the format of presentations or reports. We have 4 keynote speakers: World Bank, Jean-Francois Marteau. Then we have Doris Bradbury, American Chamber of Commerce. We have Yulia Kusidi, our very active partner from European Business Association of Kazakhstan. And Ms. Li Ying, Belt and Road Initiative City Group.
Буквально с минут на минуту.
Just any minute now. Jean-Francois Marteau will start his speech.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Jean-Francois Marteau. I'm the country manager for the World Bank in Kazakhstan. I have a lot of echo. Is it normal?
Да. Можно эхо, пожалуйста? Вот эхо у... Звук, может?
Yeah, I think it works now. Sorry. I think now I can't hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. I'm going to do my presentation. Thank you very much for the organizers to invite the World Bank for this presentation. I'm going to share the screen, the presentation now, and I hope it will work. Okay. Are you seeing me, or are you seeing the presentation or not?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think, yeah, we're seeing your presentation now. This is the proper one?
Yes, I think it's the proper one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to try to present is the result of what the World Bank has been looking into firms in Almaty, both in the local and global context, and a bit what we plan to do in Almaty over the coming years. So I'll start a bit with the context in the world, and then the specifics of Almaty vis-à-vis other regions in Kazakhstan in terms of firms, and then what we are trying to do. First, on the world context, and I guess other presenters before have talked about the macro context, so I won't go too much. Most of the countries in the world are in recession, which creates a big challenge to our well-being and also to the attractiveness of any country. I've not seen big growth in productivity. Kazakhstan is the same, but we can see that Kazakhstan has been kind of having a lower productivity growth than most of the countries in the same level of income and development. So what that means is that in the long term, it's not only by big investment that Kazakhstan will reach the high income status that I think the country wants, but the growth will have to be based on while on manufacturing, it's other regions in Kazakhstan. And then in this field, we've been looking at how Almaty has evolved in terms of productivity, which is the blue the value, and we take for that the value added per worker. And what we've seen is that over time, over the last 10 years, while Almaty has created a lot of employment, but the productivity of each worker has remained more or less constant. It kind of went down and went a bit up, but there hasn't been a growth in the productivity of it. But Almaty, as well as Nur Sultan, is really strong in those services sector. And the labor productivity in Almaty has been mostly stagnant. So you created 35% more employment, but each productivity was the same. If we look now in terms of the oblast, which is you can maybe see it here, the oblast has actually had a kind of stagnant employment, but the productivity of these people has increased, but much lower than in Almaty city. The employment growth in the service sector in Almaty was driven mostly by the dynamics of commerce and other service. When you look at transport and ICT, there was not a lot of creation of employment, or a bit of creation, but they also saw a big increase on the value added. So if you look at the services that increase their value the most, transport and ICT are the ones that stand out right now. But for the biggest ones, they remained mostly constant. What is interesting to see as well is that the firms, the sales per worker, which is one of the big indicators that we have, compared to the rest of the country, is a bit under while the oblast itself is higher, and otherwise it's mostly the oil areas that have the biggest value per worker, which is normal. But what is very striking is that Almaty, on the other hand, is one of the most innovative regions in the country. You have a much higher share of companies that are introducing products, innovation in processes, while at the same time the exports in Almaty are very low compared to most of the other regions. And the oblast has a bit the same characteristic, is that the economy is kind of inwards looking, and the level of innovation is lower. What is also interesting, and especially interesting if you look at the future, is that the firms in Almaty invest more than in other regions, which is a good thing. It's one of the highest percentage of fixed assets. That was before COVID, but that means that several firms in Almaty wanted to export, which is good. They also are the ones that experience the most challenges in skills. So if you look at enterprise surveys, in the oil regions and in Almaty, they don't find enough skilled workers, and it's half of the companies in Almaty that would like better skilled workers, which is a much higher percentage than most of the other regions. Which is consistent with the fact that you have more high value added services in Almaty. it's also the region in which firms seem to have the most constraints in terms of getting access to credit and access to some of the services, especially electricity. There again, the city kind of scores worse than the oblast. So it's something that has to be looked at. Is that means that for firms in Almaty, you probably think that there should be much better conditions for firms, and that there is a lot of room for progress. And land access, both in the region and in the oblast, is one of the biggest constraints, and it's one of the regions in the country in which this constraint is the strongest, together with Nur Sultan and Aktobe. So, which means that both in the city and around, access to prime land to develop is a problem. You are also, and that surprised me, Almaty is one of the regions in Kazakhstan in which companies think that they spend the most time in red tape and dealing with requirements of regulations, and where the competition from the informal sector is the strongest. So all this kind of shows that while Almaty is probably one of the most attractive places in Kazakhstan in terms of business environment, the enterprise surveys show that you think things could be improved. So when we look at that on our side, we looked and we discussed a lot with the Almaty city, and we think that the overall vision in the long term that Almaty has put in place should normally help solve some of these problems for the firms, and allow to better fulfill the economic potential of the city. This slide is actually the city's long-term strategy. So I don't need to go into it. So we are currently discussing with the city, and we would like to support it and to leverage the strengths and opportunities to achieve this vision. And for that, we actually have been working, both ourselves and our subsidiary IFC, which deals with the private sector. We've been working with the city and in Almaty for a long time, both on the governance. We also worked on the credit rating of the city through IFC. We did a study on air quality. We did some on energy efficiency. We are trying to analyze how Almaty can benefit from the Belt and Road, because and our calculations show that Almaty is probably the place in Central Asia that should benefit from it the most. Some training centers that help solve those issues. So it was an approach that I think other NDBs are also trying in Almaty in other sectors, and I think it was successful. We also have been trying to foster innovation through a grant project that is managed now by the Ministry of Digital Development, with matching grants for startups, combining private sector companies and universities in Almaty in power energy, in smart power grids, and that worked well as well. So we are trying to develop those instruments, and we are working with the government to see, once this project is finished, so that such kind of financing mechanism can be further developed. Now, what we would like to do further, and to really make sure that this Almaty city vision can become a reality, is there is, in our view, a very big issue of financing gap to support the vision of the city, especially in terms of infrastructure investment. And we think that there is a need to increase both public and private financing of the city. We think that there is the city has created this business council, which is a very good idea, and that has already had a lot of proposals, and I think that the city should continue that. But what is going to really be critical in our view, given also the land issues in Almaty, is really to strengthen the institutions and the organizations so that Almaty can develop as an agglomeration, which would include both the city and the part of the oblast that are near the city, because that's where you'll be able to have the best use of the synergies between of the region and have the most value added generated out of it. So that's something on which really we hope that together with the city, the oblast and the central government, we can work together so that the development of the city can be even bigger, because there is still a lot to do in the city, and it still remains competitive at Central Asia and globally. But with a very depressed environment like the current one, we really need to make sure that inside we are the city and the stakeholders in the city manage to organize themselves well. That's all that I had for today. Thank you very much. And I don't know if there are questions or if we should switch to the next presentation. Thank you.
Monsieur Jean-François Marteau, merci beaucoup pour votre rapport intéressant. Little my French, so thank you thank you very much. Thank you for your report. It was very interesting, and thank you for your time and for the experience and expertise that you shared with us today. So let me allow us to give a floor to another speaker. You can turn off your presentation, please.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. And as I said before, we have just one day left until the weekend, so hopefully you finish this working week with great results and success to your job and prosperity and health, which is very important. I think the most important asset today is our health, so I would like to wish you to have a happy weekend. Thank you very much, Monsieur Jean-François Marteau.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And we have American Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Doris Bradbury. Please, Ms. Doris, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is on?
It's on. It's on.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, of course, to the organizers for inviting me to take part in this forum. I'm really very honored and very happy to be here. Okay, so first of all, I'm a long-time resident of Almaty, longer than anyone can imagine. So I'm really here, as a resident of the city, as well as executive director of the American Chamber of Commerce in Kazakhstan. And I do feel a special attachment to this beautiful city and a responsibility as a resident to offer some modest thoughts and suggestions for the city's future. I know that all the Almatinsi have a deep love for their native city. The foreign investment community shares this attachment to a city where they enjoy living and which opens up many opportunities for business development and action. Moreover, Almaty has always served traditionally as a base for striking out in many different directions, and that would mean expanding business elsewhere in Kazakhstan and throughout Central Asia regionally. Almaty is a dynamic and vibrant city that doesn't stand still. Local entrepreneurship is alive and well, notwithstanding the comments by my predecessor from the World Bank. He's given a very detailed economic overview, and I think mine is a little bit more general. I see small businesses. I mean, every day I've been here since, for this entire year. So walking around the city and knowing my part of the city very well, I see small businesses that have been forced to close, no doubt about that, but they are very quickly replaced by new businesses. So the sense is that the city is open to new ideas and new initiatives. Even municipal improvements are taking shape before our eyes every day. And the city has become more beautiful, both before and even since the pandemic. This gives us great hope for the future. I see from the forum agenda that over half of the speakers and guests are either AmCham members or partners with whom we have worked for many years. However, I should perhaps say a few words about AmCham for those who don't know it quite as well, perhaps, as our members and partners. First of all, the American Chamber of Commerce is not an exclusively American business association. This is a common perception, misperception, I should say, that I often need to explain. AmCham is Kazakhstan's largest, most diverse, and most active international business association. Our members are both large and small in all industry sectors, from Europe, both East and West, Asia Pacific, Turkey, the Middle East, Canada, and from Kazakhstan itself. Apart from industry, the AmCham membership includes international financial institutions like the EBRD, IFC, International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank, and the Asian Development Bank, as well as UN organizations like the International Organization for Migration, UN High Commission for Refugees, UNICEF, and a whole number of NGOs, not only businesses. AmCham also has many active long-term partnerships with the OECD, IMF, World Trade Organization, World Health Organization, the World Bank, and Islamic financial institutions. This diversity in our membership constitutes a unique resource for AmCham, because our major focus, which is advocacy with the has many monthly meetings in a council that was created for AmCham exclusively to represent the foreign business community 10 years ago by Prime Minister Masimov. We had the privilege, the great privilege, of working with Mr. Masimov and with his successors for the past 10 years. And this continues today with our current Prime Minister, Askar Mamin. Along with the Prime Minister, and this includes, or included, Almaty's Hakim, Bakirjan Sakintayev, who as the Prime Minister worked very closely and very, very supportively with AmCham for over 3 years on many issues to improve the country's investment climate. We had monthly council meetings that included also the most powerful cabinet ministers. The Prime Minister always chaired the monthly meetings, always. But there was always a very good panel of the economy ministers who were there as well. Those ministers who guide Kazakhstan economically and who listened very carefully to our suggestions and tried very hard to implement them, or if not instantly implementing them overnight, they made progress. They worked towards the suggestions that we made. And we were also able to meet with the ministers between our sessions to follow up on the issues that were raised, and this was enormously productive too. So AmCham has been quite lucky over the past 10 years, I would say, in being able to work really very closely with the government and having enjoyed their attention and their respect. It was a process we had to develop. I think both sides needed to learn how to talk to each other, how to listen to each other, how to respond. It's been very exciting, and it continues. The last council meeting in November was devoted to an examination of Kazakhstan's economic recovery plan. And our speakers included the head of the OECD Eurasia unit, virtually, of course. We received a video from Paris for the meeting, and he delivered an intensive analysis of the pandemic's global economic impact with scenes are emerging even before the end of this year, which is only a few weeks from now. Optimism for a strong, though gradual, economic recovery is the dominant sense globally and in Kazakhstan. The OECD stresses a gradualist approach without quickly removing the economic support that the government has been providing and that will still be needed during the recovery phase. And, although I say we're optimistic about the recovery, I should add that the recovery phase is going to be slow. It's going to be a bit painful. It's definitely going to take time and patience, but it's going to be there. It's going to be there. It's already visible, and it's already going to start probably after the new year. The OECD and many other sources stress that recovery plans will offer an opportunity to rethink economic development in the years ahead, to encourage greener growth, a new commitment to renewables, which was evident in President Tokayev's September address to the nation. The address by the President outlined an ambitious plan for restructuring Kazakhstan's economy. Serious reform in all sectors, long overdue, I would say, in governance, privatization, even pandemics. And the next time, there can be no excuse for lack of preparation. The preparation needs to be very responsive to investing in a better medical system, better medical training, and better hospital facilities that will realize the goal of serving Kazakhstan's population as it should be served. Affordable health care for all, wherever and whenever it is needed. AmCham believes that Almaty is uniquely positioned and ready to undertake these systemic changes so that it can match the city's natural beauty and appeal with an up-to-date investment climate that will attract serious investors with much to contribute to Kazakhstan and its southern capital. And thank you all. I wish all of you lots of luck in the future, good health, take care, and we look forward to Almaty's further development and Kazakhstan's further development. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your report. I think it was very interesting and exciting for us to hear from you the news and probably about the AmCham. And I think we have just a few questions, if I may. So probably if you could just share some thoughts on AmCham in more details, because I know that I was a member of AmCham and I was a member of Eurobac, and sometimes you mentioned about misperception, and it's so true. The people, they're just not aware of how to become a member of AmCham and what maybe in a few words, some benefits of becoming a member of AmCham. Because today the main topic is invest in Almaty. I think AmCham is in the avant-garde.
Yes. I didn't really intend to promote AmCham. I wanted to quickly explain that we're a little bit different from what people sometimes imagine us to be, but I can certainly, be very happy to tell you more. The organizer of the conference, at least one of the organizers, is Centris, right? Centris Group. Well, Centris has been a very long-term member of AmCham, both Centris Securities and Centris Insurance, and I know all the people over there, so I'm very happy to work with them. I mean, Centris is a very good example of a Kazakhstani company, a very healthy one that's developed over many years, and that we're very happy to have among our membership. And that too is we have Kazakhstani members like Centris. But AmCham, there are AmChams all over the world, first of all. I mean, we're affiliated in a very loose sense with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in Washington. But this, as I said, it's fairly loose. Each AmCham, and there's one in just almost every country of the world, decides for itself, what it's going to focus on. It's up to us. And, we developed here in Kazakhstan, along with whatever the priorities seem to be for the country, and along with, our tremendous friendship with Karim Masimov, the Prime Minister, who gave us a big boost in kind of pushing us towards advocacy. And we were very happy to go in that way because part of the mandate of AmCham, wherever in the world, is advocacy with the government and consultations and a working relationship. So we kind of went that way. And that's been a major benefit to our members. We do other things too. We have a lot of working groups. We actually have 25 working groups spread across Kazakhstan. And normally they meet in person in 5 different cities, but right now they're meeting virtually, of course. So it's not only Almaty, it's also Nur Sultan, Atyrau, Aktau, Shymkent. They divide up our 25 working groups, and this is a big benefit to our members too, because the working groups focus on things like tax reform, new tax legislation, foreign investment, HR, healthcare, customs and trade. I mean, I could kind of go on and on. So this brings people together in these groups to discuss and to find out what local, what new legislation is, to decide is that what they need, or perhaps would they like to suggest something different, et cetera, et cetera. They can send petitions to the government, and we will very often follow up on their problem areas in our meetings with the Prime Minister. We have a lot of very good publications. We do a magazine called Investor's Voice, which comes out every 2 months, and the EBRD has very kindly called it the best business magazine in Central Asia, and we try to keep up the standard. Wow. We do a lot of events. Normally we have business networking events that bring together maybe 100 people in a restaurant or hotel for drinks and dinner, once a month. Unfortunately, that is not happening at the moment, but everybody's anxious to get back to that again, because one of the benefits, one of the reasons that members join is because they want to meet other businesses, they want to meet other CEOs, they want to get together and discuss business over a drink. We also have, holiday events. Thanksgiving we just missed, unfortunately, last week. But normally that brings together families, and like 400 people will often come to Thanksgiving and to our national holiday, the 4th of July, in the summertime. And these are very, very big events, family events, not business events. But again, it gives people a chance to network. We have a very big gala every year, an awards gala. Usually right at all of them. But the main focus is advocacy, and it runs through just about everything that we do. Over a 10-year period, it's just become baked into absolutely everything that we do. Identifying topics that are problematic and that should be presented to the government, taking them to the Prime Minister every single month. I mean, this is a lot of time for the Prime Minister. To have an hour and a half of the Prime Minister's time once a month is, I think, a big deal, and we're very grateful to have it. And we have all the ministers there as well. Our next session, we do conferences as well every year. And again, it was just a week or so ago, we did a virtual 2-day conference on pharmaceutical security and food security, preparing for the future. And this was all about areas that were most important during the pandemic. I mean, even when there was a total lockdown, people were allowed to go out to buy medicines and, of course, food. But I think, as we all know, there was a problem with supply chain for pharmaceuticals. It broke down at one point, both for the pharmacies and for the hospitals and for the clinics. Again, I mean, this can't really be blamed on anyone, because no one expected the demands that we made under the pandemic. But this needs to be facilitated so that it doesn't happen again. For food, there was always a lot of food. Have risen exponentially over the past year. And although the residents of big cities like Almaty and Nur Sultan make government at the very top who listen, which is what we're here for. As far as the membership, I mean, we're open to all members, really. I mean, an application has to be approved by our board of directors, but that's a rapid process, and certainly no applicant would ever be rejected on the basis of country or industry sector or anything in particular. We're quite open to having new members. We love expanding the membership. As I said, it's, in my presentation, this lends a richness, a diversity, and a strength, I think, to AmCham. We really do truly represent all businesses, and not only businesses, This is very beneficial, and I hope we bring all of that to our members.
Right. Thank you very much for such detailed answer. And we have another question. I think everybody in the world are, we're seeing a lot of market sentiments, and we see that Dow Jones is growing and all the markets are growing, and we see that there is a high expectations of Biden administration. And I'm not trying to talk about politics here, but my question is, despite the fact of the pandemic, we see the growth, and we see the great interest from the U.S. companies in Kazakhstan, and we see specifically from Tyson Food, and you know so far about the deal which is in the process,
right?
As far as I know, and I think there's a great potential, because what I heard from the initiative group from outside, from Kazakhstani side, from Yerkin Tatishev, he said that there's a great interest from the Tyson Food, and especially when you were talking about food security. And I think that Kazakhstan could be probably a great market for the food security. Can you just share some thoughts on that?
Well, when I talked about food security, I talked about pricing, but in fact, I mean, food security would be based on the development of agriculture, no doubt about that. Kazakhstan presently imports huge amount of food. I mean, I don't know what the statistics are, but I would estimate just from my own shopping experience that it must be 90% of the food that one sees in the shops. And yet, Kazakhstan has absolutely enormous agricultural potential that is unrealized, apart from wheat, I would say. We've done a lot of thinking and a lot of work on agriculture. We're very happy to see, just this past year and a half, a lot more agricultural firms coming into Kazakhstan for an investment in agriculture. And this is great. It would be very good to have Tyson here. I mean, they are going to join AmCham. We've been talking several times with them to find out what the current status of their kind of work with the government. I mean, they're still kind of pending, I think, signature of contracts and finalization of their arrangements. But they will be here soon, as far as I know. And there are a number of other very large agricultural concerns that are coming in as well. There's Lindsay, they're already here. They're already operating Lindsay, which is an huge irrigation company. There's also crop dusting company called Weatherly, aviation. There's a longtime member of AmCham, which is Eurasia Group, which represents John Deere, plus a whole number of other agricultural companies. So there is foreign investment here already, and it could be more, but Kazakhstan also needs to create a base for its own agriculture to develop. There are so many issues that have been pending resolution by the government, and it's really very important. There are farmers out there. There's a lot of land. It's not being utilized. Land reform is needed. I know this has been a political sticking point, but I think Kazakhstan really has to do something so that land can be bought, not just leased by farmers. When a farmer owns land, he is motivated, therefore, to develop it, to really develop a productive farm, and to envision passing on this farm to future generations, to his own family. In the more highly developed countries, the United States and Canada, agriculture is a very, very affluent business. But I'm not sure it's seen that way here, you know, and it needs a new image. And there are a lot of family farms passed down from father to son, generation to generation, that do extremely well and that are a source of pride to the family and to the country. I'm sure that Lindsay and Weatherly probably developed from entrepreneurial family businesses. Maybe even Tyson. I don't know too much about the development of Tyson, but it's certainly a giant in the United States. And there are many other issues, you know, I don't want to get into all of them that are holding back the development of agriculture in Kazakhstan. And, you know, the government needs to work on its own issues, not just look to foreign investment. Sure, it's great that Tyson and Lindsay and Weatherly and John Deere are here, are coming, whatever. But there will be even more companies coming in. But, you know, there's a huge amount of potential here for Kazakhstan to do its own farming. That would really be the base of food security. Kazakhstan can be fully self-sustaining in agriculture. It can be absolutely secure. There's no need for any insecurity about food in Kazakhstan. Of course, you know, one always wants to import, you know, more exotic foods and so on. That's fine. I mean, Uzbekistan is, you know, very rich in fruits and vegetables that maybe can't be grown in Kazakhstan themselves. It's nice to bring in exotic fruits and vegetables from all over the world, but you shouldn't be relying on them entirely. The base, the security will come from Kazakhstan's own agriculture. So that's something that needs to be tackled right away. And it's Kazakhstan's own responsibility to do that.
Right. Okay. Very grateful for your time, for your detailed report. I think interesting facts that we heard about AmCham. I think all of you guys who just come in and join AmCham, I think it's a good organization. I've been for years a member of AmCham, and I think we found a lot of, you know, the connecting points, so for mutual beneficial and prosperous organizations. So thank you very much, Ms. Bradbury. Thank you for this sort of interview. Sorry if I asked too many questions, and see you soon. And I know there's I always say that this is one day before the weekend, so have a good time tonight. And I hopefully that you will join at 1800. We're going to have a very interesting discussion with the mayors of Tashkent and Kazan and Almaty. So there's going to be a Mercer there as well. So I think it's going to be a very great time. And Eldar Abdurzakov is going to the whole position of the host. So I think it's going to be interesting and exciting to hear what they did during the pandemic, their expertise and thoughts on that. So please join us online. And thank you for your time. And see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, now we will proceed with our forum. And the next speaker is Li Ying, Belt and Road Initiative City Group. Our Global Champions discussion. Ms. Li Ying, can you hear us? Well, I think we're still ahead of time, despite very interesting discussions. We save some time. We will soon have Ms. Li Ying from Belt and Road Initiative City Group And I think it will be generally very interesting to listen to our next speaker, our Global Champions session. Well, while we're waiting for our guests, I would like to remind you that in just over an hour we will have the telebridge in which the mayor of the city of Almaty, Mrs. Agintayev, mayors of Tashkent and Kazan will participate. We will also have the Mercer representative, and we will also be able to understand how Almaty ranks compared to other cities. And there will also be a representative of GFCC, and I believe this is the most expected session. In parallel, we have sessions on creative economy. Okay, the speaker is joining in. Also, I would like to remind you that today more than 50 memorandums have been signed for the amount of 3.5 billion USD. Actually, that's a billion more than last year. And that is that's a sign that investors have not just lost their interest to Almaty, but they demonstrate persistence when it comes to investing in Almaty, and we like that. We cannot but recommend that. And in 10 months, the amount of investment to Almaty made slightly above 700 billion tenge. That's just preliminary data for 10 months, and that's already more and higher than a similar period last year. So I believe that what we have discussed with Ms. Bradbury. Okay, I see Lee In is joining in. So I think it's a good promise for development of the city economy. Miss Lee In, are you here with us? Hello.
Hello. Sorry for the slight delay. Okay, Miss Lee In, please, you have the floor. Good. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation to the forum, for having the opportunity to speak here and to meet all of you. I'm very pleased. Thank you. In September 2013, in the course of his visit to Kazakhstan, Chairman of PRC for the first time came up with the initiative of creating an economic belt of the Silk Road in the Nazarbayev University. Thus, Kazakhstan has become the place where the concept of one belt, one road was proposed. The countries of one belt, one road have resources and economic additions and great potential and space for cooperation with each other. The interconnection of politics and infrastructure, trade without barriers, and close connection among the peoples allows for larger scale, multi-level and deep regional cooperation. In 2020, the quality development has become a key term for joint collaboration for one road, one belt. Despite the impact of the global pandemic and the global economic drop, trade cooperation of China with countries along the one road, one belt has seen colossal successes. As of May 2020, the government of China has signed 200 documents on cooperation, 34 trillion. And overall value of imports, exports of services has reached $117.88 billion US. Secondly, the volume of foreign investment of China is continuously growing. From 2013 through 2019, direct financing and investment of Chinese companies to the countries along the road and belt has exceeded $100 billion US. Average annual growth stood at more than 4%. Thirdly, construction of platforms for cooperation is gradually growing. As of the end of 2019, overall investment to foreign zones of economic and trade cooperation that were added to the statistics of the Ministry of Commerce of China reached 41 billion US dollars. The overall volume of investment in cooperation in the countries along the route reached 35 billion US dollars, which has created 330,000 local jobs. Fourthly, the size of attracted foreign investment has been growing steadily. From 2013 through 2019, countries along the Belt and Road had seen direct investment into China of over 50 billion US dollars and have created over 22,000 enterprises. Thus, a witness and participation of the concept of road and belt, Kazakhstan has created an important role in its founding and development. Kazakhstan, located in Central Asia, is a major country of the world that is landlocked. The country is also among the top 10 global exporters of commodities and food products, and has wealth of oil and gas and mineral resources. The unique geographic placement makes Kazakhstan a trade center connecting countries of Eurasia. Rich natural resources give the country inalienable advantages in attracting foreign investment in the development of economic cooperation with countries of the world. Long-term stability of the political situation and the society has laid forth a strong basis for foreign cooperation. As a major trade partner of China and a country, a center of investment Central Asia, Kazakhstan has become an important bridge of cooperation of China and countries of Central Asia. Kazakhstan and China add to each other in bilateral practical cooperation, which has become an example of cooperation within the initiative of Road and Belt. Currently, the countries have already opened around the year ports, 5 oil and gas transboundary pipelines, and 1 international border cooperation zone, the dry port of Khargos Eastern Gate, and the road Western Europe, Western China. Series of projects were realized on cooperation in production capacities in a variety of industries. The number of bilateral investment projects has reached 55, covering many industries such as construction, processing industry, food products, and so on. Citigroup cooperation, hereinafter Citigroup, is one of the examples of investing in Kazakhstan, which has been active for over 10 years in the Kazakh market. Citigroup was established in 1979. From the time of its foundation, the company is playing an important role as a trailblazer of economic reforms and a window expanding for the outbound openness and has successfully opened up the path of innovative development, which leads to reforms and of openness and modernization of China. Citigroup is a major integrated transnational conglomerate. The company has a business structure that brings together financial services and industrial investments. The company's business covers over 60 areas, including finance, energy, processing and production, engineering, medical services, publishing, tourism, property, and so on. The company has created over 100 subsidiaries in more than 60 countries. From 2010, Citigroup annually has been in the rating of top 500 companies of the world published by Fortune and is taking 126th place in 2020. In late 2006, Citic Resources, a subsidiary of Citigroup, has completed acquisition of Karajambas-Munay oil field in Kazakhstan. Then Citigroup invested funds in construction of their first bitumen plant in Kazakhstan. Then Citic Construction has become the key contractor in this project. In recent years, supporting the initiative of One Road, One Belt and the lit path, Citigroup, deriving from the interests of the state, is cooperating in financial and industrial areas in Kazakhstan. Citic Capital, Citic Bank, Citic Environment, Citic Agriculture, Citic Securities, and other subsidiaries rely on reputation and resources accumulated by Citigroup thanks to its projects of cooperation in Kazakhstan. One after another have entered the Kazakh market. The plan for the development of Citigroup in Kazakhstan fully complies with the development strategy of China and Kazakhstan, ensuring local economic development and provision of quality services to enterprises of both countries. In the future, Citigroup will, as always, assist in implementation of the Belt and Road Initiative, Belt and Road concept, fully using its advantages as the major integrated conglomerate. The company, on the basis of its current projects, will ensure implementation of expected goals, will actively look for new investment opportunities, and generate new chances for cooperation with Kazakh companies. Hand in hand, promote economic and trade exchanges between the two countries and for the regional economic development of the two countries. We stand prepared to be the conduit of China-Kazakhstan cooperation, a participant of the strategy of Lead Path, and the builder of Belt and Road. Thank you for your attention, and I wish everyone health, happiness, and success. I wish the forum success. Thank you, Ms. Ian. I would like to note your simply perfect Russian. I was quite surprised. You speak Russian so clearly. I got confused. I thought you'd start speaking English, and then you started with pure Russian. And I'm very happy that you've mastered Russian so well. And thank you very much for such an inspiring speech that you have just made. We have great historic, economic, and cultural relations with China. We're very happy to work with you. It's all happening very actively. Quite recently, we had a large delegation. We have meetings, and they're quite honestly pleased and surprised to see how well the city authorities respond to different inquiries. And I hear the principle is being implemented live when the deputy mayor meets not in the administration but meets in the meeting of the social entrepreneurial corporation, and it shows the importance of understanding that the city administration has turned towards the citizens and the business community. Thank you very much for your contribution, and I wish you success, health, and prosperity. And I hope that we'll most definitely be seeing you again in the next forum, this time offline. We'll get to shake hands and we'll get to sign memoranda, and we'll work for the mutual prosperity of our two countries. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Distinguished participants of the Almaty Investment Forum, we continue the forum. We are now working with some serious advancement in time. We're ahead of the schedule. Let me ask my colleagues whether our next speaker is ready to talk to us. That's our partner, Yulia Kusiri of Euroback. I, as a person with background in business, I was a member of Euroback, and I am a member of Euroback. We all know how many interesting initiatives were proposed by Euroback in this period of time. So here is Yulia. Yulia, good evening. How are you doing? How's your health? Good evening. Everything is good. Very happy to be with you today. Thank you for taking with understanding that we're slightly ahead of the schedule. Well, basically 21 minutes ahead of the schedule. Well, I've been ready for a long time. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Yulia. Let's start with your presentation, and then we'll discuss. We'll start the discussion. Yes. Thank you, Yulia. Yes. Good evening, distinguished forum participants. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers. Of course, the Akimat, and personally Akim, Mr. Sagintayev, for summoning this forum, and of course for the opportunity to talk about the European Business Association of Kazakhstan. Let me now launch my slides that we have prepared, and there. And just 1 second, let me make it in more convenient format. I hope everyone can see and hear. Yes, everything's perfect. Wonderful. Well, Euroback is the European Business Association of Kazakhstan. This year, on February 20th, we have officially celebrated our 20th anniversary. You see our new logo. Our organization, the association, was created and summoned in 1999 upon the initiative of European companies and international organizations. We are a non-commercial, absolutely independent structure representing business interests of European, transnational, and Kazakh companies. We, like I said, are independent. We have no financial support, neither from the EU government nor the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Our main goal is the promotion and advancement and establishment of long-term relations, of mutual business relations between Kazakhstan and Europe in business and in public areas. We are a strong platform for a variety of constructive dialogues between business and the state for our joint work to improve the investment climate and business climate in our country. In our country, I'm a Kazakh national, born and raised in a small town near Almaty, and my hope of my childhood was to live and work in Almaty. This is my most beloved city and the city of my dreams from my childhood. So let's go back to Eurobac. Our main goal, as I mentioned before, is establishing a dialogue and cooperation with the government of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and that's one of the most important aspects in our work. We're a member of the working group of the Foreign Investors Council under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. We're members of the Coordination Council on the matters of attracting investment on the chair of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and also our association is a member of an international amalgamation of European business organizations from all over the world, and that of course is a major access to a large number of countries, companies, governments, and so on from all over the world.
The key directions of our activities are regular meetings with the public authorities, active work in a law drafting activity, preparation of different position papers or strategy papers. We have 7 working groups. The motto of our association, we do not meet for the sake of the meeting. We need to have an outcome and a result of some sort, and that certainly influence the quality and the content of any meeting that we have. Participation in trade missions, hosting of roundtables, meetings with the top management of the Eurobac member companies. We have Eurobac talks, for instance, where we help disclose a particular personality, whether that's an ambassador or another top manager. From the human viewpoint, we show the human face of an individual. We have a variety of programs where we award companies, members of Eurobac Association, for their projects in social sphere. We also have outstanding projects which I love very much, the educational university in the practical sphere, HR and human resource management. 110 university students had an opportunity to talk to HR, marketing and PR directors, and these guys get this opportunity to have some practice of internship of work in an international company, and that of course is invaluable when our youth has an opportunity to access these businesses and how they build how they learn how to build networks from their early childhood, so to say, and early professional years. Well, this is the combination or the breakdown of the company in terms of sector representation. The tourism is 12, that suffered the most, and I will be talking of what we have done to that end. 20 years, we're celebrating 20 years anniversary of our effective work in Kazakhstan. Since 2020, we have already conducted 2 online, in fact, has helped us expand the geography of participants, and I think that truly is thanks to the pandemic that we were able to bring all these people together. We have Czech Republic, Georgia, Germany. Like today, you're going to have the mayor from a variety of cities, and that is a unique opportunity, incredible opportunity, and an advantage as well of having this very harsh transfer to online. The place attractive for investing. And during 15 years, we've been supporting this mission, maintaining this mission, upholding a mission. And of course, that's an excellent instrument to position Kazakhstan as one of the most attractive locations or countries for investing. Well, going back to 2020, we certainly, encountered something unimaginary, something unprecedented. No one really expected COVID-19 and its implications for the world. And of course, I wish we were an exception, but we were not. So during these difficult times, Eurobac continues promoting its agenda by supporting the companies, members of the Eurobac, and we maintain our dialogue with the government. Oskar has mentioned that we work closely with the social entrepreneurial corporation. We work with the ministries, work with the municipalities, and we try to provide all the support that we can to the members of the association from different sectors of the economy while maintaining a dialogue, while staying in a dialogue with the government. And I've been working Eurobac for 21 years. and I have the full right to declare that the government that is always open to dialogue, that it is a government that hears, and what's most important, that it does not hear at the high level, but that are the people who, at any level, executive level as well, are engaged, are committed, that they want to do our country a better place, and we are therefore in a continued dialogue, in a continued work on a daily basis with all the layers, so to say, of the government. So, and for us, of course, for the companies, the members of the association, it's an incredible opportunity. And we live in a country which is open and which understands the importance of collaborating with business structures and business associations. Well, of course, we understand that these circumstances have changed the agenda, and we will be now focusing on public health care, and similar to AmCham, we work on the package of economic support to the sectors that suffered the most. The travel conditions, the quarantine conditions. So many of these topics were relatively new for the associations. However, considering our experience in adjacent sectors of the economy and also well-established structure of our working groups and working committees, we were very able to transfer and kind of to change the focus towards these newly emerging and urgent sectors. Well, it is likely that this kind of format will be preserved, and despite that, we continue collaborating and interacting with all the interested parties and stakeholders. We will continue developing a number of interesting events and activities. There are a number of activities that we implement jointly with the municipality, and Social Entrepreneurial Corporation is an active member of all of these activities. And any association, and first and foremost, is an excellent platform for setting up new contacts. And therefore, networking is a religion. Well, that's my religion for sure. In life, it doesn't matter what you know, but it matters who you know and who knows you. And of course, association to that end is a wonderful platform or arena that can be used to expand your networks and to expand your business. Today, nevertheless, and this is, of course, the top on the agenda is combating coronavirus. And to that end, I would like to say a couple of words about the EU activities. Well, you knew that European Union has acceded to the WHO alliance on COVAX manufacturing. 400 million euro were allocated to support the program, whose goal is only one, to receive 2 billion doses of a potential COVID vaccine and do everything that needs to be done to make sure that the vaccine is available and affordable in all the countries of the world. In the beginning of summer, the European Union has extended its support to healthcare system in the amount of 3 million program within the framework of a WHO program, and the internal package for the EU itself is 750 million euro, and the budget of the European Union for the upcoming years, starting 2021 till 2027, will have extra funding for the pandemic-related activities. Of course, that budget will help restore and recover the company. That's on top of the national measures of support that have been undertaken by EU member states. The economic stimuli of European Union will help to liven up the investment and trade connections of the European Union member states and Kazakhstan businesses. In order to understand more about the activities of European Union, you can read and familiarize yourself with the statement of the President of the European Commission made on the 16th of September this year. So, of course, we say that any crisis is an opportunity, and we believe that these opportunities will help to achieve very ambitious goals of the European Union to establish a climatically neutral continent by 2050. The EU will invest in renewables, environmentally clean transport, sustainable food production, and environment. Well, there are lots of opportunities to develop business relations between the European Union and Kazakhstan. I am very, very hopeful to see all of you at our online events, but even more, I'm hoping to do that in person when we will be allowed to meet again, and I hope that will happen sooner than later. And I wish you and all your family members a safe and a happy reminder of 2020 and a beautiful, energetic, charged with life 2021, so that we could really have a breakthrough, so that we could learn all of our lessons and had a better life. Thank you, Julia. Yes, super positive you are. I mean, well, they were mega trends, but you were mega positive, yes, and the trends that you have presented about the Eurobac activities and EU activities, I think that was very, very useful, and I invite all the participants to collaborate closely with Eurobac. We don't have many of such associations. The ones that are effective, the ones that come up with interesting initiatives, and the initiative that was mentioned by the mayor of the city, and that is your initiative to set up the foreign investors councils. And to that end, of course, we have some significant progress, and I wish you and us success in implementing this initiative. And I believe that the content that you propose is interesting to us, to the city, in terms of attracting the FDIs to the city. I believe all the financial sentiments, the growth that we see in the market, and despite the pandemic, we can observe and we can see that even the biggest skeptics about the market growth, are particularly impressed by, are shocked even by what's happening with cryptocurrencies, and the ones who are kind of more conservative and stick to Dow Jones. So we observed that, and we've had a representative of the World Bank, we had representatives of the other IFIs and expert communities who spoke about rather interesting and positive trends. S&P spoke at 10 o'clock in the morning, and he had a very positive outlook in all of his presentations. So I think it's not all for nothing, and I think it gives us hope and gives us certain certainty that everything is going to be well. And this whole skepticism, this whole depressive environment, this sad and dark and gloomy news that coronavirus is here or there, then surging there and surging here. So all of this news, all the statements were very, very difficult to handle. And as doctor said, we just have to get used to living with this virus, have to get accustomed to this virus being with us for quite a while. And in fact, the medical community made a leap. It would take years or decades for a vaccine to be developed, but now it's been done within 1 year, even under a year. We see, one and again, vaccines coming up. The first vaccine was produced by Russia. We have just few minutes for discussion. And we also have slight changes in our program. We have another speaker joining in. So, Julia, could you please speak about the initiative, the Foreign Investors Council that we plan to launch under the mayor of the city of Almaty, with no new composition and new interesting plans? Thank you, Oskar. I'm very happy that we have this opportunity to talk about this. The Foreign Investors Council of the city of Almaty is a structure which us as European Business Association proposed to establish. The main idea being establishing a dialogue platform, and we propose to the members of this council become an association, become a member of an international organization, and through the membership and association, then you could participate in this Foreign Investors Council under the municipality of Almaty. Well, the core idea behind establishing the structure or this institution is to make it 100% effective or efficient. Should the companies have questions about the general investment climate, or should they have questions related to doing business in Almaty, we would like for them to have, this live opportunity, real life opportunity to discuss this with the mayor and to advance these topics in a very constructive and expedited manner. We believe whenever there is a dialogue, there is an opportunity to solve and discuss any issue, any problem, the way it has to be done in a very professional manner, at a professional level. We're very happy that all the associations who proposed this idea have supported this idea, and I believe that very soon we will start meeting, we will start working, and I'm sure there will be plenty of topics. Well, I would also like to add that Almaty is not just a unique city. Almaty is the biggest city of our country, and it is important to make sure that the city is livable, that it's comfortable. We talk about environment, we talk about the current situation, but healthcare and education are key. And Almaty has excellent schools, international schools, and it's of course very important that when an investor takes a decision about investing or not investing, so such investor always thinks about the people who will come and implement the project, and for that our city needs to be very comfortable and very accommodating, including for foreign citizens, not only those who come as tourists, but also for those who will live here and work here for a while. In fact, we have many foreigners who came to Almaty and do not want to leave now, and I hope that our city, due to all these changes, due to this news that the thermal power plant will finally be shifted from coal to gas, and we will have pure air to breathe in. So I believe that's a great achievement, and credit should go to Mr. Sagintayev and his team. I know how much efforts were invested, were poured into this shift. And I'm happy that we will have this platform and we will be able to talk in an open dialogue with the authorities of the city and solve these issues through a flexible and swift system without stumbling upon some bureaucratic offices or structures. Yulia, for your positive feedback and for your wishes. And our next speaker is Laurova Demisinova, Executive Director of Bolashak Association. Laura, well, we have 12, maximum 15 minutes. So please. Thank you, Yulia. Okay. Thank you. Good luck. Good day. Thank you, Oskar. I will be brief, and I would like to talk about our association, and should there be any questions, I'll be happy to take them. Well, all in all, as you all know, the Bolashak Scholarship Program was established in 1993 upon the initiative of Elbasi, the leader of the nation. Actually, this is one of the first associations that is, in fact, the alumni that brings together all the graduates who ever enjoyed and received the Bolashak Scholarship in our country. We are one of the largest NGO, and we, in fact, have more than 2,000 scholarship recipients. Well, since it's a business forum, 1,660 members of our graduates work in the economic sector, industry sector, and financial sector. Last year, the association has approved its new strategy for 2019-2025. And thus, having started the international best practices, including the YPO Kazakhstan and YPO Worldwide, the association has introduced the club membership system.
This time, we have Bolashak Investments Club, Entrepreneurs Club, Law Club, Bolashak Lifelong Learning, Bolashak Science. These are different clubs working in different directions, interests both professional, there are also sports and family clubs. Due to the ongoing pandemic, the club's work is now online. All these clubs were launched last year, and March of this year, Bolashak Women's Club was launched, where a mentorship program was launched this past September. As part of this program, Bolashak girls with management experience have become mentors for young girls. It was very important that all the girls are from the regions of the country rather than the largest cities. This program has prepared a course of training which will complete next week, and we have prepared a program for the mentors. We organize meetings with them with different coaches, professionals, psychologists, coaches of emotional intellect. The association has always been paying special attention to the development of entrepreneurship in the country. We have held 3 fora of Bolashak Business Forum, where anybody willing could join, not only the alumni of the Bolashak program. We have organized several startup contests called Bolashak Startup. We've published first compilation of successful business cases in 2019, and 3 fairs of innovation ideas, Jostar Otanga used to the motherland. And this year it went on in Zoom, which perhaps let us expand our for participation. We saw not only Kazakhstanis from Russia and Kazakhstan for the first time. We also had international guests. Also among the speakers, we had the speakers from Russia, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan. Some other initiatives, we remain open in the station to develop business entrepreneurship for youth. Also in 2018, together with the Almaty Akimat, we have held a 10-day camp for development of entrepreneurship among youth. Jaz Kasuker, young entrepreneur. Part of the participants found investors or business angels for their business projects. As many organizations have been strongly affected by the coronavirus pandemic, and in 2020 we've organized a new dialogue platform on Facebook called Bolashak Tribal Talks. On that platform we raise issues. We have already raised issues of economy, of labor, and impact of coronavirus on labor resource of the country, future of creative economy, trends in education, and many other topics. The moderator of these talks is Darmian Sadalkhasov, head of Datska Group Consulting Company. There are 8 corporate funds, members of the association. 7 of them are original. The most active original one is Bolashak Almaty. Generally in Almaty we have about 3,000 Bolashak alumni. Also, we have chapters in West Kazakhstan, in Shymkent and Atrau, as well as other regions of the country. And a separate aid fund is one of the major charity foundations of the country, Bolashak. Most of the work is that programs called Every Child Deserves a School. We have 43 classes of inclusive education for children with special needs. Also dub Hollywood movies to Kazakh. We have translated 34 movies so far. COVID-19 had also impacted our association. Many Bolashak alumni this year did not stay outside of the stream events. We have organized charitable events for amount of 110 million tenge. We participate in the Biz Birgemiz We're Together program. We have prepared food baskets for the most vulnerable, TV sets for orphanages, for online education. In conclusion, I'd like to know that our association is open to any new projects within the framework of our chapter, and we also remain open to those who share our ideas, but those who are not alumni of Bolashak but have recommendations from the members of the association. Should you have any questions, you can find us easily at bolashak.kz and in social media of Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. I'd like to separately congratulate all the listeners with all the December holidays, the coming independent years. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Laura. I believe we can work closely with the association within the program that ACC Almaty is currently pursuing. Before the start of the pandemic, practically all our offered guest speakers who discussed the most important burning issues for students, their future employment, development of entrepreneurship, matters of social entrepreneurship. I believe that this will be an interesting collaboration. And in social media, I was approached by a girl from the association who graduated, I don't remember the exact name of the university in the UK. We started sharing her information in social media, and everything has gained hype around that information. There are a lot of suggestions, and I believe that we truly experience what the Akim of the city, Mr. Sagindayev, said about the human capital development. We can do that with you jointly and prepare a platform of a kind, including on employment. Our most recent session with Narhos, where the students are quite active, who are actively engaged in the life of the city. So Laura, I'll be happy to work with you in this direction with studentry and with graduates. I dreamt all my life to become alumni of Balashakh. It's never too late. Yeah, you say so? And in my plans for the future, I don't know, my grandma was waiting for this, saying, she said it's must do, must have, is Balashakh scholarship, but I believe we will and can and will work together constructively. Yes, of course, with pleasure. So looking forward to our collaboration, getting feedback as to how to develop talents, how to employ them, because I see that the majority of the graduates, yes, there are some elevated expectations after Western universities that there will be employers queuing up to hire them. That is partially true, but we also see the other side of the coin, a different reality where employers sometimes don't know where to get experts, not only graduates of the Balashakh program, but great specialists. I believe they are in great demand, and for the Almaty SEC is a great platform to exchange information. We have a lot of different sessions throughout the course of the year. All of that is now accessible. Simply, there's no need to organize receptions, do everything online, no matter where you're physically located. It could be anywhere in the world, and everything happens quite fast without any excessive bureaucracy. So once again, Laura, thank you very much for your contribution, for the opportunities that the association offers for collaboration. So I wish, as it has become a tradition of today's forum, a great conclusion of the work week and great weekend, health, success, and prosperity in your undertakings. Thank you, Laura. Thank you. We have an office in Almaty. They'll most definitely be talking to you. I'll get your contacts from the organizers of the forum. Yes, thank you very much, Laura. Until we meet again. All right, distinguished participants of the forum, I'm very hopeful. To be honest, I was expecting that it will be lengthy. It's hard to sit in one place, but time flies. We have very interesting speakers in the next door studio. We have people from Creative Economy asking me to join them there, because the topics you're developing in Almaty SEC and the project office for the development of creative economy and creative industries, possibly if I can do so with organizers, I will go there. But let me remind you simply that in a few minutes, 15 minutes time remaining till the start of the main session, the remote bridge with the Akim of Almaty, Tashkent and Kazan, also representatives of Mercer and GFCC, the operators of this. It will be moderated by Eldar Sadish-Abrazakov, President of Kazakhstan Growth Forum, our key partner and co-organizer of today's event. So looking forward to seeing you all. Please tune in advance. I believe it will be very interesting. Ask your questions, be active. because it is really a great chance to ask your questions of mayors of major cities, of sister cities of Almaty, given the competition unfolding today among the big cities, including Tashkent. And I believe it will be interesting to hear of the experience they are ready to share with us, and the experience we have gathered in these challenging times, not only for the city, the country, but the world. And so we're looking forward to seeing you all. Please tune in advance. Let me remind you, we start at 1800 hours. It will last for 90 minutes. There will be opportunity for questions. So thank you very much. Let's stay connected. Please do not switch off. Almost didn't say don't change the channel. Thank you.
Almaty is the largest city in Kazakhstan and a leader in economic indicators. This city's main competitive advantage is the creativity of its human capital, providing emergency investment opportunities in a wide range of new economy sectors. On November 27th, within the framework of the Investment Forum 2019, Akim Bakirjan Abdirovich Shagintayev presented the Almaty Development Strategy 2050 to the public and outlined key areas for economic development of the city, aimed at making structural changes. Reforms in fostering innovative technologies and export and oriented industrial development shall become major development priorities in the coming 30 years. An immense amount of work has been completed on each of the listed areas in 2020. High results have been achieved and development plans were outlined. Business support. Almaty successfully implemented state programs to nurture, among them the Economy of Simple Things, the Business Roadmap and Almaty Business 2025. Established last year, Koldao Entrepreneurship Service Center had done a tremendous job in consulting, training and assisting entrepreneurs develop their business plans. In 2020, the largest industrial zone of Almaty launched 3 production facilities with a total investment amount of 28.8 billion tenge and 442 jobs were created. Almaty Development Strategy 2050 has named creative sector and IT industry development as its key priorities. The Industry Development Roadmap for Creative Industries has been designed conjointly by the Department of Culture and Creative Council, chaired by the Akim of Almaty. The program for creative hubs, one of which is to be based in the athletic village located in Alatau district, is currently being implemented. The city has adopted a program aimed at modernizing libraries to operate in a new format as centers of attraction for young people. The Creative Industries Park will be concentration for the creative industries. In 2019, a new digitalization department was created in Almaty. As of today, the department has developed city digital development strategy in major areas. During quarantine, the digital has quickly mobilized IT resources and introduced digital tools to address urgent problems caused by COVID-19. The measures taken contributed to stabilizing the situation during the pandemic and provided additional protection to city inhabitants from unnecessary contacts during quarantine. A lot has been done in terms of social protection. Socially vulnerable groups of society received sponsor support in the form of monthly one-time payments, food and household goods, personal protective equipment and antiseptic. The city, together with its partners from Stort in Almaty, worth a total investment in the amount of 1 trillion tenge. These projects will constitute a basic infrastructure to develop new economy sectors. The city has an important task to face ahead, to gradually restore the economy and provide support to new opportunities. The time of crisis is the time of opportunities and new solutions. The city is ready for new challenges and is open to new ideas and approaches. Almaty is the largest city in Kazakhstan and a leader in terms of core socio-economic indicators. This city's main competitive advantage is the creativity of its human capital, providing emergency investment opportunities in a wide range of new economy sectors. On November 27th, within the framework of the Investment Forum 2019, Akim Bakijan Abdirovich Shagintayev presented the Almaty Development Strategy 2050 to the public and outlined key areas for economic development of the city, aimed at making structural changes. Reforms in fostering innovative technologies and export and oriented industrial development shall become major development priorities in the coming 30 years. An immense amount of work has been completed on each of the listed areas in 2020. High results have been achieved and development plans were outlined. Business support. Almaty successfully implemented state programs to support and develop entrepreneurship, among them the Economy of Simple Things, the Business Roadmap and Almaty Business 2025. Established last year, Koldao Entrepreneurship Service Center had done a tremendous job in consulting, training and assisting entrepreneurs develop their business plans. In 2020, the largest industrial zone of Almaty launched 3 production facilities with a total investment amount of 21 of the core objects of concentration for the creative industries. In 2019, a new digitalization department was created in Almaty. As of today, the department has developed city digital development strategy in major areas. During quarantine, the digitalization department has quickly mobilized IT resources and introduced digital tools to address urgent problems caused by COVID-19. The measures taken contributed to stabilizing the situation during the pandemic and provided additional protection to city inhabitants from unnecessary contacts during quarantine. In addition, a lot has been done in terms of social protection. Socially vulnerable groups of sponsor support in the form of monthly one-time payments, food and household goods, personal protective equipment and antiseptic. The city, together with its partners from store chains, has done a great job to keep prices down, and this made it possible to completely satisfy needs in essential goods. The city paid special attention to public health care, providing timely assistance in the fight against the virus. Exiting the coronavirus crisis, one has to take a fresh look at city development, where we should adjust and restructure our plans. Between 2020 and 2025, it is planned to implement a large anchor project in Almaty, worth a total investment in the amount of 1 trillion tenge. These projects will constitute a basic infrastructure to develop new economy sectors. The city has an important task to face ahead, to gradually restore the economy and provide support to new opportunities. The time of crisis is the time of opportunities and new solutions. The city is ready for new challenges and is open to new ideas and approaches.
Good evening, colleagues. We continue our work, and today, for the sweetest, in the end, the most interesting, today we have a panel with mayors of cities, with international experts, and today we're meeting and discussing the new normality of the mega cities. What is it like? For this year is extraordinary. The pandemic has changed everything that we knew before, and today cities live in new normality. How does that happen today? We have brought together a very high-ranking panel. We're very happy to have with us today Akim of the city of Almaty, Bakijan Abdirovich Shagintayev. Happy to greet you. We're also joined today by the mayor of the city of Tashkent, Juhanger Abidovich Artik-Khojayev from Tashkent. Well, I'm the deputy. He'll be joining us later. Okay. And today, also with us, we have Mayor of the City of Kazan, Isur Raisevich Mechin. Very happy to greet you. Today with us is the former Prime Minister of Georgia, Nicholas Zoravich Gilauri. Nicholas Zoravich, happy to greet you. Very happy to see you with us today. Also joining us are our guests, Roberto Alvarez,
the Global Federation of Competitiveness Councils. Hello, Roberta. Great to see you here. And we also today have Slazhin Parakatil from Mercer. And we're happy today that the mayor of Almaty today announced that Almaty is now starting to use the Mercer City Attractiveness Index for Almaty to improve this quality of living. And we have very low start with the place number 177, but we hope that improvements will come for us. And thank you for joining us today. We're happy to see you all.
Perhaps I now have introduced all the panelists of the session. Part of the guests will be joining us in, and perhaps I would like to ask every one of our guests to speak with 1 minute welcome remarks, and then our other guests will join in, and then we'll engage in a lively discussion. Please, I'd like to start with you, Bakhchan Abdirovich. Good evening, good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today we're working all day online with our annual format of the Almaty Investment Forum, which this year switched from pandemic due to the pandemic in completely different conditions, and I'm very happy, and I'd like to thank all the colleagues who are present today. And some colleagues are just joining in. Hakim of the city of Tashkent will be joining us very quickly. We'll greet him separately. Also, Mayor of the city of Tashkent and Sir Raisevich. Today also with us we have former Prime Minister of Georgia, Nicholas Zoravich Gilauri. I believe that in years since independence, the government that Nicholas Zoravich was the most reformist one, and that helps, and he helps a lot the government of Kazakhstan in promoting business and doing business World Bank rating, and we're grateful to the consulting support by Mr. Gilauri. I also great Mr. Alvarez and Parakatil, because it's very important. We're not only one of the largest cities of the country, but also of the region, and it's very important for us to see how competitive we are today. So we joined Mercer today. We're in a position 107, but late last year we adopted our development strategy of Almaty through 2050 and have set an ambitious goal that by 2050 we should join top 100 countries of the world, but with the help of all the opportunities available to us, financial, human resources, and of course strictly following all the recommendations of such international organizations. I believe that by that time that ambitious goal is achievable. Once again, welcome, and I'm looking forward to a very good session. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bakhchan Abdirovich. Perhaps an ambitious plan to join 100 top best countries for quality of living. I believe that meets the interests of the residents of the city and business, for we believe attractiveness of the city depends on it. Quality of life in the city, a lot depends on it. It brings talents and investment to the city. Perhaps we're now ready to start with the presentations of our guests.
Alberto is joining us from Brazil. He is the Executive Director of the Global Federation of Competitiveness Council. He is the person who is he's behind the Competitiveness Decoder initiative of the Global Federation. And we're happy that Roberto joined us today. He has been awake, I don't know, Roberta, since, did you go to bed today? Or you stay
Sometimes.
awake? But Roberta, thank you for joining us from Brazil. Please, floor is yours.
Me do. Okay. Yeah, I think that. So, Eldar, this is an amazing time for cities. And I remember that a bit more than a year ago, I was there in Almaty with you and Mayor Bakstan Sagentayev and others. So thank you so much for the invitation. I have good memories from being there. And what I want to do here is to share a few ideas based on the things that we've been doing in the GFCC, as you said. So just to get it started, maybe to set the stage here, I want to comment about my organization, the Global Federation of Competitiveness Councils. The GFCC, it's a global multi-stakeholder organization. We have members that are corporations, universities, government agencies like Japan Science and Technology or the government of Canada, and private sector entities like industry chambers, councils on economic development and competitiveness. Combining our members and fellows, we have a footprint today in 35 countries. And one of the key things in the GFCC agenda, and that has appeared over the years, it's really what does it take, and what matters, what's important to be competitive. This is a conversation that we started, as you said, back in 2011, actually, and really about competitiveness measurements. In the GFCC, we don't have an index, but we built an online benchmarking tool. That's the competitiveness decoder. We have data from 35 different countries, more than 130 metrics. We also have imported to the decoder the whole UN Contract database. And on top of those, we have implemented data analytics or statistics tools and visualization tools, really to allow countries to compare performance across a variety of metrics instead of positioning them, creating or giving them a tool to analyze dynamically competitiveness over time. We did that, as I said, we implemented in our tool the competitiveness decoder. And one of the key things, or one of the key drivers that we can identify to drive competitiveness, it's really innovation. One of the things that we implemented in the decoder, and here this is not X or Y, it's just an illustration. We have grouped countries based on their innovation performance. We have Japan and the United States in one group as the leaders. We then have Germany, Canada, the UK, and China. China is the fastest mover in a second group that is really challenging the leaders. Then we have a third group that includes a series of small countries, but very globalized, like Sweden, Finland, Singapore, and others. We have a fourth group that, as you said, includes my own country, Brazil, but also Kazakhstan, countries that are in some way in between. And finally, as a fifth group, we have countries that in some way come in from behind when the subject comes to innovation. And I'm sharing this with you first to really to stress the importance of innovation as the main driver for future growth, but also to say that what we have identified over the years, is that the importance of cities in this game is gaining momentum. So what I wanted to do here with you briefly is to share ideas on three things. Why cities? This is for sure something that all of you who are leading cities and are mayors know very well, but I really wanted to share with our global audience here today. Second, what are some of the key issues or drivers that we are seeing and talking with our members from around the globe in the GFCC about the competitiveness of cities? And third, I wanted to tell you a bit, really to share a story and to tell how one city that's not one of the global cities, and maybe you have not heard about that city, has done to build a more dynamic, innovative ecosystem. So, to cities. Today, like we all know that around the globe, any major issue is related to cities. from food to energy. Cities consume 70% of the energy in the world. They consume between 75 and 80% of the food that's produced in the world. So if we want to address any global challenge today, this is really about cities, and this has been said. This was said by the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon. So anything that we want to do today to fight climate change, to address global issues, it has to do about cities in a world that is increasingly globalized, and that by 2050 will have more than 2/3 of the global population living in cities. But also, we know that mega cities, cities that have more than 10 million inhabitants, are gaining importance in the global economy. They respond for 7% of the global population, but 15% of the GDP in the planet. These are like the mega cities that we have in the globe. They are distributed, and Asia plays an important role. So it's the fastest growing region in the globe with mega cities. And for those are highlighted in red, they are 4,000 kilometers away from Almaty. So if you take a flight, 5-6 hours, you can be in each one of those cities in red. But if we want to getting together and talking about competitiveness with cities, as I said, we have been seeing and identifying in our organization that cities are the key, I would say the cornerstone of today's competitiveness. And when we talked about the competitiveness of cities, we're generally talking about costs and value, the capacity of cities to create value, to create new industries, to innovate, and how cities perform in cost, how able are they to be efficient in some way. And there are 4 metaphors that emerged from that whole process that point to some critical issues in the agendas of global cities today that I want to share with you. The first notion is that a competitive city is a frictionless city, or it's a seamless city. There are 2 main aspects that we need to pay attention here. The first, mobility. Cities in which citizens and businesses are not wasting a lot of time in traffic, going around. And the second thing is the business environment. The same notion of being a seamless city applies to how businesses work with government, the time it takes to get a permit, how the time that companies and citizens need to navigate the regulatory or the institutional system of the city. So the first metaphor for a competitive city is this of the seamless city. The second is about a city that evolves, that recreates itself, a city in which you have new industries coming up, new and innovative companies, a city that changes its own landscape. And there are 2 ideas here. One is for sure innovation, and having the capacity to innovate and to turn knowledge into economic value. And the second one is entrepreneurship, building new businesses, building new models, building new partnerships. And one idea that can be applied not just to the business sector, but also to have an entrepreneurial government or public sector that builds the future. The third archetype that came about from that whole process is the one of the well city, a city that does not waste or does not create a lot of waste, does not create a lot of pollution, where citizens can live better, when people can live better. A city, because of that, where the costs for health treatments or the systemic costs can be lowered, and a city that does that by design. There are 2 ideas or 2 components here. The resources efficiency, water, energy, food, the use of land, emissions, but also how you do that in a systemic way, considering all the environmental aspects. And finally, the fourth aspect or the fourth archetype for the competitive city is this notion of the free city. A city that is globally connected, in which people feel empowered to pursue their careers, their businesses, their participation in society. And there are two main aspects related to that, and we can measure those main aspects. One is global connectivity, in terms of how connected your city is to the globe by whatever infrastructure links we can think about, but mostly in terms of the people that the city attracts and how open the city is to foreigners, to people from around the globe, and how livable is the city. If this whole set of four metaphors and the metrics that we could create based on those, it really boils down to one aspect. The competitive and innovative cities are really about people. And I really mean it. The capacity to attract talent. And if we consider that cities are competing for a bigger share in the global economy, they're competing for investment with other players, but they're mostly competing for talent, for skilled people. So the synthesis of this whole thing, it's really about innovation and the capacity that cities have to create livable environments and attract global talent. There's a variety of metrics and indexes, and all of them about cities, and all of them consider aspects like human capital, institutions, the social environment, and they're much in line with those four archetypes. Just to finish, I wanted to share.
Но в заключение я хотела бы рассказать об одном только примере. И это пример, который из моей страны.
Brazil, a country that has 210 million inhabitants and that has immense social problems, that has immense economic challenges these days. And what I want you to do is to take you to this city that you have probably not ever heard about that. It's a city located in the southern part of Brazil, down there, and its name is Florianópolis. And Florianópolis is located in an island. I think that probably the weather is a bit different between Florianópolis and where you are now. I think that people are going to the beach in Florianópolis. But what I'm here to share with you, it's really not about the beach. It's about how that city became the most innovative in Brazil, an emerging nation. And just for the sake of comparison, São Paulo is the largest city in Latin America and in Brazil. The city of São Paulo has a bit more than 12 million inhabitants. The whole metropolitan area of São Paulo has more than 20 million. But Florianópolis has only 500,000 inhabitants. And in terms of the economy, the GDP per capita in São Paulo is getting close to $20,000 US. São Paulo is the main financial hub in Latin America, the main manufacturing hub. But Florianópolis is in some way coming from behind. It's around $12,000 US. But this whole thing, it's how that city that was a kind of lame, sleepy, not known because of innovation, is getting where it is now. Back in 1960, they founded the first university, the first research university in Florianópolis. They used to have more like education-oriented universities, but not research universities. And this is like the picture, and that red dot that you see, it's where the university is located. So the whole island is this Florianópolis city. A few years later, one of the professors went to Germany, and he got inspired by the German Fraunhofer Society. And they created a foundation, a private sector entity that was founded back on 1984. Since then, the private sector entity, working with the government, working with the state government, working with a variety of companies, has implemented 2 tech parks, 3 business incubators, a variety of programs to train people and develop entrepreneurial skills, a venture fund, virtual, let's say, or an electronics OEM. Based on that, as they had that capacity, they created a hardware accelerator, and that whole thing started to spread around the city. The 2 tech parks are highlighted there. But really what I wanted to share here with you is this. This is an emerging nation. This is a city that was completely off the map, even in Brazil, in terms of being innovative. By the way, Brazil has 27 states, and that is one of the capital cities in Brazil. But it was not known because of innovation. It was not known because of entrepreneurship. But this is a ranking that was recently created in Brazil. 1 is the average. And what's the average here? If you divide the number of tech startups per the number of inhabitants in the country, and you rank all those cities in this emerging nation called Brazil, average is 1. São Paulo has 4 times more startups per habitant than the rest of the country. But Florianopolis, in 25 years, was able more than 10 times startup and innovative companies than São Paulo, the largest financial, economic business center in Latin America. And all of this made this emerging city a mid-sized city known all across Brazil, starting to connect globally, and even inspiring other things. That same island and people who worked on companies, worked in some of the tech accelerators, they're now starting to build new ventures across the continent, or in let's say, not in the island. And what I have marked here, it's a new deployment, it's a new commercial business innovation district that's being built from 100% by the private sector. But some of the leaders, they had worked in previous ventures that were originated by the foundation that I mentioned before. So this is just to highlight, coming from an emerging nation, not from Silicon Valley, how in a space of 25 years, investment in people and this whole work about weaving the innovation ecosystem can make a city that was not known for technology, global business, whatever, the most innovative city in one of the 10 largest economies in the globe. Just to finish, we know that you all are facing amazing big challenges in your countries because of the pandemic. But this is also a time for change. There are cities that are making the choice to drive the development of sustainable technologies, to make their cities more livable, to invest in mobility solutions. And there's a way of connecting those things. Organizations like the C40 have been making the case, systematizing information on how innovation, entrepreneurship-oriented initiatives can be coupled with livability and sustainability. So I'll leave you with this amazing sunset. I imagine that all of you will recognize it. I took that picture with you, Eldar, more than roughly a year ago. But I really wanted to finish with a few comments or questions that I want to leave for all of you to reflect. Once to live in your city, the whole thing about livability and the capacity of the city to attract talent, it's a key issue in the global competitiveness agenda. Who's weaving the innovation ecosystem? Who are the players? I mentioned the case down in Brazil because the actions that led to the stage when that city became the most innovative in the country resulted from an effort that was endeavored over and over the years by civil society and business in partnership with public sector. How can we build those partnerships in order to weave the innovation ecosystem? How can we make your city or all cities more sustainable and livable? And we must really emphasize this as talent people, young, skilled, talent people want to go and live, study, do business, build their businesses and build the industries of the future in places that are livable and they are sustainable. And finally, where's your strategy? Where do you fit? And I mentioned that I would be back to you about mega cities, because in the region where you are, there's an immense opportunity to complement the city portfolio. Back to you and back to your sunset, Eldar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's quite a extensive presentation, which doesn't make our life easier, because we're now hesitating either to be as wealthy as São Paulo or to be as livable as Florianopolis and innovative. And that's why we'll be hesitating with the mayor of Almaty to decide which avenue we'll take. But hopefully we have Slazhin with us, who are joining us with Mercer. Mercer is a global HR consultancy firm, which is primarily assess different countries, different cities, and brings the city attractiveness primarily for expats. But we're happy that using your index today, which is designed for expats, but I think very suitable and for us too, for local people. We also would like to have the standards of life of the expats, and we're happy that the administration of the city of Almaty is taking this index and would like to improve to the international levels the quality of living in Almaty. And Slazhin, please share your view, how you view the developments, how you see what is the outlook for the cities in Eurasia.
Sure, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation from the Almaty Investment Forum. And this is a great honor to be here to discuss about the quality of living, about the city attractiveness. And I think, as Alberto was mentioning, this is a key topic right now when we are discussing with cities and with companies. I'm just wondering if you can see well my deck.
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, I'm just trying to see whether I can put it full screen so you can definitely see better. So one of the things which I want to make sure that when we discuss about these city attractiveness, and I kind of hear that there's a ranking, and ranking is extremely important also from the perspective of looking at the overall vision on how you brand yourself and how you can bring this talent and attractiveness. When you look at these locations, as Alberto was mentioning, different rankings, different topics, different ways of looking at cities, you kind of look at in a different aspect also. And when you look at it, and I was, last year, or when I was discussing with my kids, we were doing kind of surprise to them for holidays to go somewhere. And reaching at the airport, we kind of said, how to keep this a surprise. And we told them, we are going somewhere for holidays. And we said, let's go to Dubai. And obviously, this was all before the COVID was still a peaceful area before it happened in March. So what we kind of looked at it, and I'm a Swiss. I'm based in Geneva, though I'm originally from India, but I'm based and born and brought up in Switzerland. So my mentality is very much Swiss and looking at in a square time to time, and I prepared an Excel sheet, and saying, these are the areas that we need to go and visit. These are the things that we need to do. And these are the things that we will be enjoying, and beach and camel and whatever and so on. So it was kind of maybe military in a way, or not much neutral, but very much military on how I wanted to organize it. But what I want to come over here is that when we were back on the return, I asked my kids, what did you enjoy? What was the best, favorite, attractive things that you liked in your location when you are? So obviously, I've got 3 kids basically, one of 11, a daughter of 11, a son of 8, and a daughter of 4. So the son was, immediate. He jumped on it, and I love dune bashing, and I love swimming pool and so on. Obviously, he said he loves food as well. That's pretty well. And obviously, my elder one, she liked more other stuff. With my wife, which was cultural, but at the same time visiting, but also mesmerized with the gigantic malls that are available in the location. But what I want to come up over here is just to say that we all have different ways of looking at the city attractiveness. It's a kind of combinations of all these elements. You can be dune washing, it can be shopping, it can be cultural, it can be the infrastructure to reach the mobility, to come in and to go out from the location, to have to move. So it's a combination of safety, of infrastructure, greenery, parks, public transport, health nowadays is even more important, people and talent. So it's a combination of city attractiveness, of quality of living all together. Just want to give you a quick background about the Marsh & McLennan companies and Mercer. So basically we are 4 companies within Marsh & McLennan companies known as MMC. Mercer, which is more looking at global consulting, talent, health and retirement, and specialized on that. We have Marsh, which is a leader in the risk reinsurance and intermediary service investments. We have Oliver Wyman, which is a leader in management consulting, and Guy Carpenter, which is more on the management consulting area. So all these 4 are complementary in what we do and as we do. So I'm part of Mercer branch as such. I think when you look at all, why should be a city attractive? I think that's a question that, each one needs to be asking themselves. And we kind of heard a little bit all these elements. And I think for me and from my perspective, there are few areas that needs to be really highlighted. One is businesses. And why businesses? Because we need to attract businesses in the company. And attracting businesses automatically brings indirect revenue into the city, and obviously taxes brings new possibilities to invest in the infrastructure of the location. You need to make sure about the resident. I think we always and cities always think kind of looking at from a different angle and say, let's attract the best talent into our location. Let's try to bring all the companies into our locations. Let's be the first. I think the most important is also to look at how residents, people living there, so whether it's expatriates, whether it's foreigners, and mostly the people who are living there and citizens, they are very important to make sure that they are happy with what they have, with their system. Because the differences between that can vary quite a lot between an expat coming up with some kind of ideas that they need to have because they are being paid by a company to come and work in that location. They will have a set of mind. They would like to have the best hotels. They would like to have the best restaurants, best thing. Well, one case is also because they have been paid by the companies to go into these locations, and they have the means to have in the infrastructure or in the education. It's even more complex, and we can see right now even locations where it's highly developed, and even locations where the quality of living in the ranking that you may say are the highest, have difficulty from its health issues. When we have seen with the COVID and the pandemic, the impact on the burden on the sanitary, on the hospital services and emergency areas, that has definitely been an impact that can be looked at it. When you look at for decision makers, I think there are 4 areas that is extremely important, that is important as a key to the next steps, and one is to compete, to make sure that it's competitive enough, it's economically sound, it's socially and culturally to be competing in that arena. It's not just competing as having the biggest towers or the biggest airport, but it's really to making sure that there's a suite of different elements that needs to be important in your competitiveness. Obviously, you can't be best in everything. That's not an issue. The thing is that we have the core for each one another. It's to be able to grow. You need to have the potential to continue to grow, to attract foreigners, globally, mobile talent businesses. You need to inspire, obviously. It's to make sure that there's a unique strength. And that's where, when we compete, you need to see what is your uniqueness. What are the point that you are good at, a location is good at, that can be taken off. I mean, I can give you an example where when we are working with different locations and cities, some of them will come and stay and take the ranking and say, I want to be like Vienna because it's number 1, or I want to be like X, which is number 2 or 3 or 4, or like Geneva. And it does not always match, because we need to look at the identity, the cultural heritage of the location. We need to see different arena or areas, or what can be done or not. I think 5-star Michelins or 3-star Michelin restaurants in a city, if no one can go and really enjoy the food over there, doesn't make sense. We had a situation very simple, is that we want to have the best scoring in our location. What should we do? And it was basically in the area of restaurants, facilities, and availability. One of the criteria that we analyzed, and they came up and said, why don't we have thousands of different restaurants? Would it be okay? Well, there's an offer and demand. We need to see if they are all there, that's fine. But if no one goes there, there's no attractiveness behind that. You need to connect, and as we mentioned, was mentioned earlier, definitely the connection is extremely important. There was Richard Floyd that was saying that there are 2 things that is extremely important for the city to recover from the pandemic. First is the education, universities, where the talents are, the pool of talents. The other one is obviously the connectivity, whether the connectivity internationally, but also locally and internally, to have those kind of facilities is extremely important. There's one point which I want to mention also, is the combined attractiveness with the intelligent city. Nowadays, we all go into the smart city. I think it's important that to be able to have there's that combination, that kind of correlation needs to be done between a city being intelligent, and intelligent can be on waste removal, on sewage, on sustainability, on mobility, on how we move because of traffic congestion. Accommodation, health system, all the e-governance is extremely important, apart from the public institutions. So there is that combination. People are more and more, and obviously the COVID has re-emphasized even more the importance of the connectivity of the intelligent city. I'll just give you an example over here. For example, we kind of see Geneva as being in our top 10 in our ranking. And one aspect that we can see what happened is, and that was not just for Geneva, but for most of the locations which are not used to this kind of situation, and all of them basically, we saw what happened in the first week of the first wave of pandemic. Locations were overwhelmed, and city was overwhelmed, and just from the perspective of being able to buy online facilities and grocery shopping, the post office were almost overwhelmed for 3-4 weeks, so they couldn't do the necessary to be able to send the grocery shoppings. In some of the locations where this is already something embedded, obviously that was more easier. Cash payment facilities. Credit card is extremely used. You can use it all over the world right now. Obviously, in some areas, it was more complicated to be able to have that facilities of cash payment. So I think this is really important to take into consideration, with agile and moving faster to be able to implement. Obviously, mega cities will be there. They'll have the facilities, but it's more complex to move forwards to be able to have facilities in changing ideas and going towards different situations. So I think it's extremely important to see how cities are engaged to take the ownership of all the different success and development of cities, to promote locations, obviously, to make sure that there's a promotion, a communication, and advocating what is the added value of the city. And obviously, there's also to build a vision. I think this is really important, to have a clear vision on where the city wants to be in 5, 10, 15 years. And not only just saying, I want to be like a location X or Y, but really making sure what is valuable for me and what region I want to be in the tourism, fine. I want to be in a mix of different elements, it's fine as well. But as far as we kind of look into that vision, that's extremely important. And also to prioritize what it is, whatever those areas are taking into consideration. So if you look at different locations, and you may have recognized, like, Dubai, Singapore, Seoul, or even Ireland, each one of them had specialized in different areas, and they were able to grow from what was 30 to 50 years ago and what they are now. As I was saying before, there are a few areas that needs to be considered is looking at the four strengths, weaknesses, strengths, and opportunities of a location. And why are we looking at these areas when you look at a location? I think is one, what are the strengths that a location has? And obviously, even if you are ranked low, you always have some strength that can be highlighted. You may not be on top of everything, but there are a few areas that could be definitely highlighted and make sure that there's how is it perceived by people? I think there's also an important aspect. We kind of looked at a survey when we looked at in a given location in, I think somewhere in the Middle East, and we asked the question very simple, what about the traffic congestion do you feel, how do you feel about traffic congestion? And the question was simple. They were saying, the people out of 5,000 people that we asked, they said, it's fine, there's not an issue for us, it's fine. And from a statistical point of view, it's among the worst from a traffic congestion. It's almost all hours there's traffic congestion. So we kind of looked and correlated and asked again then on a focus group. But at the same time, they kind of came up and they said, well, it's very simple. Oil for the moment was, it was a couple of years ago, but it was very cheap. Car is cheap to purchase. And obviously at that moment, it's not a big issue for us, even if we have to stay on a traffic congestion. So all together, and the combination, people has got a different way of looking at it. Weaknesses, and that's where we have to overcome those ones and to make sure, how can we have quick wins? You can't have a master plan on urbanization and trying to create a network of public transport. That takes time, right? I mean, we need to see what are the quick wins that make sure that can bring an added value to the livability of locations, and as well as being able to provide a very easy, good way of looking at. We see threats. Threats are not only from other megacities, but we see smaller locations, even smaller than the location nearby the megacities. Why are they saying? I mean, this simple. They say, well, we are well positioned. It's cheaper for us. You have a possibility to have a nice house with a small garden, versus in my location, in my mega city, you may not have that possibility. You might be in an apartment. You don't have maybe air pollution. Crime might be lower, but you can still connect very fast to the main hub as far as it's concerned. Remember when we were in South Korea, in Seonan, the mayor was saying, my city is extremely attractive, even more than Seoul. And we said, well, hold on. There's a lot of things in Seoul. It's a mega city, among the biggest. And very simple, they said, you are 1 hour on the fast train from Seonan to Seoul, and you're 1 hour fast train to Incheon Airport. It's exactly the same going from almost 45 to 1 hour from Seoul to Incheon International Airport. But you don't have that difficulty of having air pollution or any other issues that you may have in a location. You can still go and work and come back on a daily basis. So I think that's where it's important to see that smaller location can be a very much a competitiveness, and through globalization can be even more. I think from this perspective, it's even more important to consider that challenge is even more, and we can take this opportunity of COVID to really make sure that there are new areas that we can look. And quickly to see the Mercer quality of living, there are different areas that we are considering, like economic environment, school and education, natural environments, consumer foods, medical and health considerations, and so on, that are important and weighted differently and scored differently for each one of those locations we have in our database. I'm sorry. 2 points about the future considerations of quality of living and traditional dimensions. As I said, there's the traditional dimensions of quality of living that are important on the public transports and education. And there's a COVID constraints came in, there's a lockdown, there are travel restrictions, there was, issues about education for the kids, capacity of having consumer goods facilities. And there are future considerations that needs to be considered, as I was mentioning earlier. Strengthening the infrastructure is extremely important. It's not now that we say there's no more airport. There's a need to have international connectivity even more than before. But how do we make that happen? We need to have, safeguarding the supply chain. There's the economic resilience going on also, strengthening the new type of mobility, communication, health also needs to be considered. And we have these 3 areas looking at it. It's also valid for talent, but it's also valid from a perspective of the quality of living and for cities. You need to respond right now because of the COVID, looking at what the people need and how to bring the help that needs from health, from an economic perspective. You need to return and resume back to the normal, to the new normal, I would tend to say. And that new normal is to make sure that we have specific vision that we go into that area. And then we need to reinvest. And reinvest, maybe we need to, and I can maybe definitely see that there is a challenge in the reinvestment and rethink. And one of the questions would be, do we still want to have a cinema or a theater with 5,000 seats? That might not be the best solution right now today, or do we see it differently? And I think that's important to consider those kind of investments on reinvestments on how we do it as we move forward. I think in conclusion, there's a few points that needs to be taken into account. The government and of the city is extremely important, and that are the most important aspects, to adapt quickly from a strategy, from a legislations, data protections and so on. And there's also the information, the communication and technology, the ICT, that is important to consider. The link of the data point is extremely important. Statistics, metrics, are core for a government to make sure, you can see all the statistics happening for each department of the cities to be able to understand where they are and the KPIs are coming from them. You need to take that KPIs and to be able to build up for a city attractiveness and quality of living. And also, it's also to make sure the people that, the last but not least, people are the core and the point of to enhance the living standards. So I think it's important to make sure that a smart city in Europe or a smart city in Eurasia or a smart city in India, they're different, right? It's a different smart city. We can't compare all of them. But I think there's a true point to consider in that one. Finally, just to conclude in my area before that, smart, what I would tend to say, it's being specific, engage in the vision of the plans. It's be measurable, projects and time and costs. It's extremely important, achievable in order to affect the daily life of citizens as well. Are from a relevant, from the perspective of how relevant is it for people living in the location, for foreigners, for companies, and timely. As I said, there are quick wins and there are longer ones which are taking more importance and time to do. So it's to be really having that aspect to be, a city of living, a city to be connected, being a city connected with countries, with internationally, enriching in culture, being also in the highly competitive, green, sustainable, and also vibrant at the end of the day. And when you look at the potential of Eurasia, of Asian locations, or even Latin American locations, and to a certain extent, Africa for certain locations, there's a high potential to move forward. And that's what we have been noticing, that people, talent, and investment done by the government are extremely important. And therefore, they are be able to inject money where there's a need much faster than I would tend to say, westernized or European locations or North American locations, where it's more complex to get to the point where we are. So even if the ranking, as say, from a perspective is low, as I said, there's a few areas that needs to be considered. How can be that improved? And how can we benchmark also from a local perspective, but also from an international perspective when we look at it? Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Lajin. I think it's an excellent framework for every city to use. And I think to raising the city attractiveness, certainly it's a alignment of interests of all the stakeholders involved. It's very important. Thank you very much. I think it's Roberta and Slajin gave us the more feeling how actually we would like to approach the city developments. And maybe I'll turn now to our speakers today. And may I, Николай Зурабович, я хотел бы, наверное, к вам обратиться сейчас.
Zurabovich, perhaps I should be talking to you now. I'm very pleased to have such panels today. I have 2 prime ministers, 3 mayors of major cities, and 2 leaders of global institutions. What kind of moderator wouldn't dream of such a panel? Thank you very much. Nikolai Zurabovich, thank you very much for being with us today. We're spending more time for discussion, and now I'd like to hear your outlook, maybe from the height of your office as a prime minister, of challenges for megacities. We see major challenge today for resource economies, such as of Kazakhstan, and switch from resource economy to an economy based on talents and knowledge. Once again, it's related to the development of cities. Megacities show that clearly today. Today, productivity in the cities, in the largest city in Kazakhstan, in Almaty, is double of that of any other city in Kazakhstan. So the cities today give the productivity that cannot be provided outside of large cities. In your opinion, what are the challenges for megacities of our region? For megacities, we say megacities there when it comes to scale, as Roberta was speaking, for them there are only 35 megacities throughout the world. We also want to be, we have our own ambition to want to become a megacity, but how do you see it? What are the key challenges in development of cities? If I may, I would like to also speak a Russian in English.
For this opportunity. I remember actually very well a few years ago we worked very closely on the reforms for Kazakhstan and this successful partnership. As for the current situation in Kazakhstan globally, I believe that there are challenges where municipalities have to play a very important role. Number one, we have to understand that economically is an SME crisis, small and medium enterprises crisis. This one is SME.
This is crisis more of SMEs, small and medium sized, rather than of the banking sector.
The banking sector crisis. So far, it has been an SME sector. And I think the main goal of municipalities should be how to save SME sector. How to grow the SME sector. Because what we will be looking at the situation is that large companies taking over the market share of an SME sector. And we need down market share right now. And after day zero, I think moment when we will have that in the country available, we will have a healthy population, but we will have totally unhealthy economy, where we have more oligopolies, more monopolies, and SME sector shrinking and shrinking. Tragically increasing unemployment level. And this is where I think government should intervene, creating an SME restructuring, SME recovery fund, and the municipality, for example, or create different formulas for SME sector to supply for next 24 months. Different municipalities have different types of assets. That's why I believe that it can be under local municipalities rather than country-wide economic recovery fund. Second is that we have to understand in post-COVID situation, SBI can we invest by good news?
We should definitely invest into that at this time.
Playing an anchor investor for some of the companies what shares international capital. So this should be a new formula that we need to move forward in order to understand that all direct investments are going down. Very, very big competition for that, for direct investment. And the ways to survive will be to change investments into portfolio investments where municipalities driver of risk for that's two. Third, I believe that we need to understand new formulas of PPPs. PPPs is public-private partnership. We need now MPPs, municipality-private partnership, where municipality comes up with a kind of like attracts investments, has a fair and open tender, invests with the private sector for first 2-3 years. And it can be for a short period of time where investment by the municipality will be for 2-3 years time, and after 2 years will be out of the project. And the fourth one that I think should be developed is that just free economic zones, free financial zones, free industrial zones, we can have free virtual zones. And they told us that more and more virtual, like this one. So why not to think of free virtual zones where international finance, local projects, and local projects will meet each other under the patronage of local society. For example, free virtual zone of Almaty. It could be a in bringing international financing into for local private sector as well as for local municipality needs.
To sum up, I would like to say that these are the 4 ideas that we should think of as a state. And actually that we've been working for many years in Kazakhstan and in the region. And there will be problems, there will be implications for the economy, global problems, and no one is immune. And 10-20% we're going to have of loss of what we had in 2019. That is why we need to come up with new formulas of attracting the funding, attracting the money to some relevant projects. And we have several ideas. I just wanted to present my 4 ideas, 4 approaches that could help and support the SME sector. and because otherwise the small businesses will have some significant problems, and maybe the municipality should either establish a fund that would finance or co-finance some of the SMEs. And second is how to attract the investment, how to attract portfolio investors, and we believe that municipalities can play a great role of being champion of new investment. Issue municipal bonds and other bonds or other financial instruments. And the third is a new formulas on PPP, where municipality, being the public party, acts as a public party together with the private sector. And the fourth is the virtual zone, under the umbrella of Almaty City Municipality, where international investors can come and can address and solve local projects. That's where the new formulas will take place. That's where we can attract some local funding, international funding for local ideas. These are the 4 ideas that I wanted to present. Thank you. Thank you. In fact, from the very beginning, we have had the translation, Mr. Gilauri, so we understand that the challenge is there for all of the cities and related to transformation of SME. For small business is the key employer, and how it transforms under such difficult circumstances is a big challenge for any metropolis. However, a big challenge is to find that uniqueness for the city, because that competitiveness strategy is need to be found for both the city and the country, and finding that unique feature, finding that edge for the city is important. And I see that Ilsu Raisevic, the mayor of Kazan city, has joined in. I would like to address you, Ilsu Raisevic. How do you see the uniqueness of Kazan? Because for the bigger Russian economy, Kazan is still to find its place. Well, I understand that you have a pretty interesting approach. Kazan now lives in the time zone of Moscow, although geographically you are not in that time zone, but I understand that you're trying to obtain your uniqueness, your unique edge. So, if you could, Mr. Mechin, tell us, what is the unique feature of Kazan city? Good day. Good day, distinguished colleagues. Mr. Sagentayev, I would like to welcome you and say greetings to the people of Kazakhstan and the Gamarjoba, Nikola Zorabovich. You're from Tbilisi, that's very close to our heart. I'm happy that I'm attending this conference and to be here and to speaking among you, listen to an expert like yourself. Well, speaking of unique edge of Kazan, then it has already been distributed throughout many years, well, until today. Well, Kazan is in the heart of Russia. And as you know, that historically the Silk Road would cross Tatarstan and Kazan. We are between Russia, Siberia, Moscow, and Europe. Volga flows through Kazan as well. That is why all the commercial, economic, and trade connections or corridors would lie through Kazan in the times without airplanes or railways or anything. That is why we are a multicultural city, and we live in cohesion, in peace. And for us, the biggest value is the fact that I have more than 170 ethnicities living in Kazan. For each of them, Kazan is a homeland, a hometown. And our uniqueness is that we have the oldest university after Moscow Lomonosov State University. Is the Kazan University. It's 215 years old. Well, it was established as an institute, and then it became a university. All the scientific inventions or discovery in chemistry, petrochemistry, mathematics, physics, they all happened in Kazan or within the walls of Kazan State University. And that uniqueness, and thanks to geographic location, thanks to multiculturality, and thanks to being the academic center since since Soviet times. That is our uniqueness. In fact, after Moscow University, we are the #1 university city by the number of universities, by the number of students, including even foreign states. Of course, the international events have influenced the situation, and we all now hear that Kazan is the sports capital. We have hosted the global university games where we had CIS countries and other countries. We had the football, sports, and different other sports competition and contests. Although, so on one side, we are educational center, we are academic center, we're the center of oil and petrochemistry and chemistry discoveries. We are the cradle of space sciences. Korolev, in fact, studied in Kazan University. We are the biggest aircraft building center. We are the part of the nuclear triad of our country. So we have intellectuals, science, machinery, petrochemistry, chemistry, oil processing, and IT cluster. These are the factors that demonstrate the role of Kazan in the economy of Russia. We're a large donor, we're a large educational center. We have 170,000 students per 1.3 million people, and half of our population is under 30. So as for the new and novelties, this kind of international events gave us some legacy, and we are now doomed to have all sorts of World Cups, different European Championship, CIA games that we're going to have next year, and we are a big cultural festival, for instance, and so I mean there are a number of other reasons. So we're like a beautiful diamond, have all 53 facets. We polish them, we want them to be perfect and shiny, and meetings like today is another reason for us to learn what we will have to do in the future. In that sense, both Nur-Sultan, Almaty, and Tbilisi, of course, are role models for us. Of course, we cannot ship the mountain clear area to to Kazan, but we're trying our best. Thank you. Well, we're also successful in tourism. Actually, 1,000 years anniversary of Kazan was celebrated, and First President Nazarbayev and well, other head of the states gathered in Kazan as well. 460 students came to Kazan that year, and 4.7 million people, tourists, came to Kazan last year. So if Russia is growing by 4.4%, and Russia is growing at 3.5%, 6%, we're growing by 16 and 17%. So that's about our identity and about our uniqueness, and that's about our place on the map, Russia, CIS, and the world. Thank you. I think positioning in a business is very important. Bogdan Abdinov, well, I would like to address you. Well, of course, we talk to you very frequently, but your vision and positioning Almaty is not expressed by you very often. So what is the niche for Almaty? Where should Almaty be? Well, first of all, I would like to welcome Mr. Matishin. Hello, greetings. I'm very happy to see you and the colleagues. See that the mayor's work is not easy. We see, someone is talking, you're talking, but at the same time you're on your phones, answering calls, and, unlike the Prime Minister, mayor works 24 hours a day. Mayors never sleep. Because we are responsible for the city life, we're responsible for the city operations. We need to make sure that the residents and citizens of our cities, they sleep well and sleep safely. And seeing happy dreams about living in our beautiful cities, and that's not an easy work. So we just listened to our colleagues, and there were some very good recommendations made. Truly, when we want to be in some ranking or in some index, we want to upgrade our position and so on, then of course there can be issues about the competition, a question about competition. Where do we have to go? Which niche should we match? So when we invited our colleagues, the mayors of Kazan, mayor of Tashkent, so we, our invitation wasn't based on competition. We are brotherly, we are related, we are part of one change. We're actually part of the Silk Road. And that is why our position, while showing our uniqueness, we are the city aspiring for the future. We are the cities that have its own uniqueness and its own prospects. So when we say that, we've asked about the Almaty's position in terms of its business attractiveness, then of course we will be speaking of Almaty being the city of opportunities and city of success, and all the necessary conditions are there. We're the city that has well-developed financial sector. We're the city that's very business-oriented, and business sector is well-developed. So we're ready to attract talent. We're ready to receive more talent. So our competitive advantage is not just uniqueness. Of course, we have all the beautiful places. We all love Kazan. We've been there several times. We also love Tashkent. And we've seen some beautiful places in Tashkent and just like in Almaty. But we can also attract talents, and we can position ourselves by a city that offers the conducive environment. It offers that offers nurturing environment, the environment that you need. That's exactly why we're very happy that Kazakhstan, if it is perceived as a country, the holder of resources, then Almaty is not like that. We don't have metals, we don't have oil and gas. Our development path is different. We contribute 20% of the GDP share, 26% of the tax collection comes from Almaty. But that's only thanks to our development of SME. So we have created all the necessary conditions for development and for growth of SME. So when we say that we need to digitalize, we need to develop technological companies and so on, so you're probably aware, and I can boast one more time, that the companies that based in Almaty, Kaspi KZ, in October this year, has had an IPO round, and their capitalization is almost 10 billion. So we're very proud of the fact that this kind of high-tech company came from Almaty, originated in Almaty, and that it can compete against other companies. Although having a very small market of 18 million people, being this kind of pioneer and trailblazer company, is a proof that you can make business in Almaty, you can succeed in Almaty, you can establish global level, big companies, and we have everything for that. We have the foundation, we have the resources, we have staff, we have financial resources, we even have the talent who live in the city, who were born and who study in the city. So looking globally, we can say that within the framework of the strategy that we have passed earlier, at the end of the last year, we as a city will grow as a green city, as a smart city, as a safe city, ecological city, eco-friendly city, business city, and a cultural city, culture city. That's our position. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Agintayev. Well, for all of us, the big question is the uniqueness of the city. How attractive can the city be for young talent and not so young talent? How to retain those talents? I think it's a very relevant topic. And the question is how to stop this capital drain, how to attract capitals. Mikhail Zurbavich, you have this experience. You studied abroad and you came back to the country and you decided to stay in the country. You know, people who studied abroad, they normally, leave the country and never come back, although you did. So it will be interesting. So what can I say about the capital drain, a capital run? We have very successful Georgian managers, top managers in Kazakhstan. So there must be some secret recipe. Could you tell us? Well, we're very pleased that we have such a community. At the beginning of 2000, Spain was the #1 exporter country, and actually the Spanish managers were the heads of financial institutions. Similarly, for Kazakhstan, we have 2 Georgians who manage the top financial institutions in Georgia, and I'm very pleased about that fact. But my question to you is, you are the person who studied abroad and who returned to Kazakhstan, who, made a career, but how to retain the talent inside the country? Or is it normal that the country has to be open to any drain?
Николай Зурабович, можно чуть-чуть погромче говорить, потому что вот говорят...
Nikolai Zurabovich, if you could please speak louder, because we can't hear you quite well. Can you hear me? If you can come closer to the microphone, please. Yes, that's much better. I always say that giving freedom to the private sector with minimal regulation, that is the main trump in attracting new talents and making sure that talents don't leave the country. I'm sure that the reforms you're currently pursuing in Kazakhstan for doing business, these reforms, they have become the main motivation. Now you have companies that had great IPO and who attract new talents, and they now have more money to bring more talent from Georgia, from Azerbaijan, from anywhere, from Uzbekistan. Most important thing is that there are new companies, and they will act as a magnet, as a center, the hub that attracts new talent. If you have 10 to 15 such companies, that would be the indicator that everything will be great. But to generate such companies, most important thing is to give a lot of freedom to the private sector, a little less regulation, and the private sector itself will pull it forward. I'm sure that the reforms, when Mr. Sagintayev started as the Prime Minister, these reforms are continuing, and that is the most important platform that will make sure that people will not leave, rather would attract talents from other countries, and your talents will stay in Kazakhstan. You should offer them new interesting projects and bravely pursue new interesting projects where they can achieve self-realization. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we're joined by Mayor of the city of Tashkent, Jahangir Abirovich. Our colleagues from Tashkent would like to address you. If you could please share with us your own experience of attracting talent to the city. The city of Tashkent for us is a sister city, is a neighbor city, and perhaps it's very important for us. It's very important for us to know and to see how Tashkent is preparing to these challenges. What are the approaches Tashkent uses? We're very pleased to observe the great progress. If you could please tell us how Tashkent is achieving all this, please. Good day, good evening, distinguished forum participants, distinguished colleagues, distinguished Bakhchan Abdirovich. Jahangir Abirovich, unfortunately, has not yet free yet. He was planning to most definitely participate in today's meeting, but he was suddenly called to the meeting with the president. He may still be joining us, but still, let me first of all thank you for the invitation to this forum. We believe that it is very timely and very relevant So Jihangir Abdirovich was planning to participate and listen to the opinions of experts and of his colleagues, of you, Mr. Gnev, Mr. Mention, and to exchange ideas and perhaps projections and suggestions. And of course, what we can note is that situation with COVID had dramatically changed lives of capitals. Just last year, we have hired international consultants, Pricewaterhouse, who have prepared an analysis and have prepared proposals on growth points for the city of Tashkent. And then problems with COVID struck, borders were closed, there were problems with exports, problems with mobility. Of course, we had to reconsider everything, reinvent, and some directions of development, certain growth points for the capital had to be adjusted and redirected for other things. And of course, we're working on development of ICT and digitalization, first of all in healthcare, education, and transportation. And today I've been very carefully listening to distinguished experts, Mr. Slagim and Mr. Alvarez, and was very actively taking notes on competitiveness of capitals. I was carefully listening to growth points and development of connectivity, both internal and international, and would like to note that you all perfectly know, many have visited Tashkent before. We have a great human potential. We have about 3 million residents. Uzbekistan itself stands for more than 50% of population Central Asia, standing at about 30 million. And of course, in coming years, we will rely very seriously on development of education, especially given that over 60% of population is youth under 30 years. Moreover, I would like to note that to what Mr. Gallery said, stages of development, post-crisis development, the need to, first of all, development of PPPs, transformation of PPP to MPP, and the matter of issuing bonds and attracting investment. I'd like to say just last week we had an expanded government meeting where a program for development of the city of Tashkent was adopted starting next year, and the growth points that were discussed are present in our development program. I would like to specifically highlight, Mr. Sagintayev, that you properly mentioned that our capitals are not competitors, and our policy of our Tashkent is poised at interaction, collaboration and strengthening of our connections, identifying strengths and weaknesses of our capitals, and based on those directions we will be developing our growth points. Thank you very much. That's briefly from me. Jehangir Abdirovich couldn't participate, but I would most definitely will pass it on to him. Everything that was said and all the wishes will be passed on him. Thank you very much. Thank you. Isur Raisovich, I'd like to address you. Is there a secret sauce that Kazan has to attract talent? How do you keep your talent? What would you offer a Harvard graduate that they couldn't refuse? Well, we have very beautiful girls. Let's start with that. Yeah, we can argue about that. In so many years of mixing different bloods, we have very beautiful girls. Well, now on the serious side, when it comes to attracting new minds, young minds, our policy, starting from our first president, Shaimiev, and this policy is continued by current President Minnikhanov when it comes to support of the federal center and the government. With all events, the city, when it comes to its comfort level, its security level, and possibility of getting education from federal level universities, we have the whole range sports. We have sports teams who are winning constantly at first and second place. We have wonderful universities. We have excellence in higher education and wonderful conditions and of course the sports events for universities. So we're acting as a magnet for everything around us. In 3 or 4 hours in the car, there's a total of about 20 million of population. As a mayor of Kazan, I get to do some cherry picking and create conditions for all the best grads. Yes, there's Moscow, but that's a different city financially. So we have set the goal to become a magnet for young talents in proximity and create conditions for learning, for higher education, and to apply all the efforts and resources. We develop a lot of housing to different tastes, to different wallets. And once again, welcome to our city. We have a whole range from rock concerts to classics to ballet to Russian or Tatar theaters, a variety of sports facilities with contents and the possibility to start business. That's our goal, and we're working on that very hardly, and we're collecting all the best. Now, when it comes to Harvard graduates, well, firstly, I said earlier that we have a lot of companies such as Kazneftekhim, Zanog Synthos, Kamaz, who are Tatneft. They're greatest in their direction, and they attract great international talents, and it is our firm position to become a city that would attract young talents, not only for education, not only to develop their talents further, but to also build their happy and promising life, whether you're a business person, athlete, person of arts. We know clearly what we can offer to the graduates of Harvard, and all of those are all the activities and all the events in our republic, in our country. But we're working on that, and definitely we perhaps are not catching up with scale. I remember when Nursultan Abishevich made a program, and he told Shaimiev, Shaimiev was saying, let's just do what our brothers Kazakhs do, send a lot of people to get education in the West. I said, we should be careful, not all will return. But part of them did return. Those who did not come back, architects, construction industry, but they're keeping in touch, they're participating in our contests that we do for different buildings when we build. They come as residents of Switzerland, Italy, England, Netherlands. they participate in different activities. They're still very active in interacting with us. So fighting for minds, when we talk about these challenges, not only of megacities, my task is to collect all the best, not only on technologies, not only on energy saving, on lighting and transportation, not only in healthcare and education, but also in competing with other cities, in attracting the best of the young and of the mature generation as well. When it comes to the number of students, we're managing leadership. We had 20% of students from outside of Tatarstan. That was the best of Soviet times, when it's Soviet times. Now every third student is from outside of Tatarstan. So that shows that we're taking this very seriously. It's one of the most important indicators for me and for my whole team. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. We have noticed that we have been speaking over 90 minutes in our discussion. Time flies, and I'm very pleased to moderate such a great panel, but there's also time limit. And clearly that here we have gathered some of the busiest people, managers, and we must understand that we stick to the time limit. And I guess I'd be addressing all the panelists and asking you to say what should be number one priority for a mayor of a large city in the year 2021. What will be challenge number one? Because this year is running to its end. Next year, we don't know when the pandemic will be over, what it will be. Most likely, we expect that by spring, this tide will die out. And every day, we now hear news of new vaccines, of new approaches. You know, vaccines is more of a genetic approach. So there's quite some interesting development on the academic side of things. So what's the challenge for a mayor of a mega city for the coming year? If I can ask you, Ilsur Raisevich, if you could start us, what does it take, very briefly, challenge of the coming year for a city?
So we need some ancient wise man. Why don't you give it to someone older, someone wiser, so I could say, yeah, I totally support that, I agree with that. No, but the challenges will remain, and they will be related to the pandemic, because it is the new reality. The new page of our life. We must adapt to this life, and we must not just get used to it, but also we must continue creating, happy. Well, the world as it is not facing this kind of problem. For us had a number of this kind of disasters, so we must stay optimistic. We are the managers, we are the leaders of our cities. And we must stay calm, and we must believe that after cold winter comes warm spring, and the sun and summer, and the difficulties will pass. And we must, persevere. We, like children sometimes believe in miracles, and let our children be able to continue believing in miracles while we will serve our people. Thank you. Nikolai Zurbovich, what do you think? What will be the priority number one for 2021? I am hopeful. I'm an optimist. I hope that 2021, somewhere in spring and summer, the pandemic will be over, and however, the key challenge in our region would be to support the economy, to maintain the economy, local economy. The problem number one, jobs, and number two problem is jobs, and number three problem is also jobs. And I think starting 2021, we will have several very hard months that the SME will have problems and difficulties and will go through some hardships. There will be a number of companies that will face some financial problems. There will be bankruptcy. And therefore, it's a big challenge for any mayor how to save small and medium-sized enterprises, SME sector, how to save the private economy, how to maintain and retain jobs, so that the year 2022 could be a renaissance for all of us. I think that's the biggest challenge for any mayor of our region. Thank you. Shaif Dariovich, what's your take? What do you think will be the biggest challenge? Well, the realities of this year, I believe, that the priority is to help recover and rehabilitate self-employed and small and medium-sized businesses. In Tashkent, we have a situation similar to Almaty. The regional gross product is about 20% of the GDP, gross domestic product of Uzbekistan, and the biggest share, of course, comes from the service sector and small and private businesses. Therefore, well, it's not key, well, it's not the key threat, but one of the priorities is development of small and medium-sized entrepreneurship and SME sector as a whole. The other directions, there's recovering slowly. The borders are open now. Other sectors are reviving or going through revival, but the difficulties remain in SME sector. And as a municipality, we've been hosting different meetings, discussions with the financial sectors and banks and other international organizations and IFIs to attract some funds to this particular sector. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Segintayev, okay, what's your view? Well, Mitchell said, yes, why don't we give a floor to the, wise man, although he, by age is young, but on the other hand, by, his number of professional years as a mayor, he's the oldest amongst us, and the oldest mayor that has been running this city the longest. So the challenge that all the mayors will face, and it doesn't matter whether it's a big city or small city, the challenge is to create conditions for normal recovery and normal life of all the citizens. And we see today that throughout the year, we've been putting out fires and we've been combating the pandemic. So in order to reduce the death caused by COVID-19, to bring back to normal the healthcare system, a lot has been done in the city to that end. And if there's a second wave or another wave coming, we need to be prepared, and we need to avoid having a collapse of our healthcare system so that we could cure and treat our citizens in a timely and effective manner. So whoever is hospitalized is back at home soon, healthy and recovered. So given that, we of course need to work on recovering the economy. Following these 10 months of 2020, we see that on top of trade and logistics, other sectors are demonstrating growth. All other sectors. Well, city is big, and the service sector is well developed. And of course, we can observe some decline. However, we have prepared several anti-crisis measures that will support these sectors, ensuring their speedy recovery and rehabilitation so that they could get back to pre-COVID levels. So the challenge number one to life and safety of our people, of our citizens, health of our citizens, going back to normal and making sure that all the sectors of the economy operate and function in a normal rate, even maybe faster than before COVID. Well, next year is not going to be easy, but following this year, we can state that we've learned a lot. We've learned how to distribute resources. We have learned how to identify key and priority goals and targets and how to achieve them. And I hope that we will see each other at our forum next year, where we will share the results that we have achieved. So I hope we'll say that this is what we discussed and this is what we have achieved. So thank you. As business, we can also see the challenges of 2020 were incredible, but it doesn't mean that there will be no problems and no difficulties the next year. And the competition actually is growing, and the competition is growing even fierce amongst the city. However, for the businesses, that's a competition at the level of economic blocks or economic regions. If you look at the former Soviet countries, then the share of the former Soviet Union countries in the global GDP is 2.6%. The interest to the region as a whole is dropping, hence the drop of interest to culture, to states, to history. And the Harvard Business Review has stated that they're no longer interested in learning and studying Russian or any other languages. So there is no interest in the region or towards the region. And that's particularly firstly driven by the economic factors. So the question for us is how to be more attractive, how to build a competitive economy. And we're very happy that today we have now set forth a tradition of exchanging best practices amongst the cities. And we are discussing the sore and pain points of the city, which are very similar and maybe even identical. So we can try finding the solutions. We can share and help each other solve the problems by, aiming at development of our region as a whole. Because we are in one boat, and we understand that the competition has to do with free flow, capital, talent, know-how, and that is very important for making sure that our region is as competitive as it can be. I would like to thank all the panelists for joining us today, for sharing your views and ideas. Well, unfortunately, we were not able for a discussion. We sort of ignored our Western guests, and as a moderator, I apologize to them, and I also apologize to the members of the panel that we failed to have a kind of a more interactive session. Next time we will try to be more interactive and maybe have a longer session. But I would like to wish all the best, all the success to the heroes of our panel, and I would like to wish the residents of the city that cities I represent a happy and safe ending of 2020 and new prospects and new promises with 2021. Thank you very much for your time and for your idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Мы завершаем.
This is the end of our forum. Askar is here, and with me, we had a very long day where we discussed the problems, and we wanted to discuss the problems. We wanted to take them to a global level, for we all see that the city with 1 million people has 1 million problems. The city with 2 million solutions, and the goal of this forum is to be more attractive in terms of investment, in terms of business, in terms of talent. And Askar, I would like you to wrap up, so to say, to conclude and say what you think about today. Well, thank you, Eldar. It was a very intense day, a very busy and packed schedule. However, despite the fact that we were here since 10 o'clock in the morning and, from start to end, the time flew. And it was nice hearing such high number of speakers and experts who shared their experience, their practices. What's interesting that the whole forum was very lively, had a very strong interactive discussion. And I think the tone that you set from the start was followed, and people were able to hear some good, human interaction and I think the format becomes even more and more interesting. So I don't know whether that's by accident or not, but today our studio is located in Abai Hall, Abai meeting room, whose 175th anniversary is celebrated this year. So he has these, wise words, and he said, the worst man is the man without aspirations. And we saw the aspirations of the city management, of the city administration, of the business to collaborate, to cooperate, to work together, to do something constructive. So this was the correct, the most suitable, the most adept platform to discuss our views and opinions and prospects. And I think what's most important, that was uncensored opinion. So thank you very much, Eldar, for this opportunity, for support, for organizing this forum. And I believe that the results, like I said, okay, but physically, what tangible results can you show for this whole day of discussion? And we have this more than 50 memoranda that was signed for $3.5 billion. So the billion tenge, the more experts we attract, the more investors we bring on the map of Almaty of Kazakhstan, the more the success of our countries and cities are going to be. Well, thank you. I would like to wish you all the best and all success so that these memorandums could be implemented through some good, fruitful projects. In fact, it's a good tradition. We actually signed some number of good memorandums. I mean, we all treat memorandums as some kind of formal, rubber stamp document. But I see that memorandums come through implementation. So all the best to you, all the best to our city, and we wish more and more projects being implemented in Almaty so that each of us could feel that there's something good coming with those memorandums and those projects. Thank you very much. Thank you, and goodbye to our audience. We will keep you updated about the project. We will keep you posted of what's happening.